Hey everyone, sorry, didn't see you there. Welcome to day 2 of Convoy in the Plane. As you can see, it is swelteringly hot once again here at Thruxton. Yes, the fastest circuit in the UK. It is going to be an absolute cracker. We've got so much to bring you throughout the course of the day. Are you ready? I'm ready. It's time to go full throttle. Right everybody, welcome down. Here we are in the paddock, a lot of fans going on. Where you go? Come on, we've got somebody here who wants to get on TV. How you doing? You having a good time?
Good. Yeah, I'm great, thank you.
Yeah, what are you here to look out for? You're the most excited about tonight?
I don't really know tomorrow, it's the first time coming, so I'm excited, yeah.
Trucks are going to be good, mate.
Dad's a lorry driver, so...
Ah, there you go. Yeah. Drivers are all here now.
Yeah, I know, we've been through already. Yeah, keen.
Have a great day, won't you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, we are going to queue up actually there. Look, spectators all around. A lovely day, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful indeed. We are going to go see how many of the British Truck Racer Driver Champions we can get to sign the sheet here. We do know a lot of them anyway, but that's kind of cool. Let's go and have a chat. Let's see if we can get the signatures on. I don't want to push in front of these kids, but I think they've already got the signs. Let's go and jump in, shall we? Excuse me, sir, could I have your autograph, please?
Of course you can.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to sign your eyelids.
We're going to try and get them all. Let's get them all.
No problem.
Yeah, that's the mission. That's the mission. Thank you, Stephen. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
I know you see me.
We'll catch up later, no doubt. No doubt.
Did it make you jump?
Yeah, it looked good, didn't it?
I just did it in perfect time, and I've seen him do it. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thanks for that, Ryan. Appreciate it. Really do. Cheers, John. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Good stuff. There we go.
I've signed one.
Has he done yours already? Yeah. Oh, lovely. Fantastic. Cheers, David. Thanks, mate.
I'll pass it down for you.
Wonderful stuff. Lovely. Good luck, by the way.
Cheers,
good
mate.
luck. We'll see you out there anyway. So
Definitely, eventually today I'll get to you.
I think Pointsy might be doing your grid walk though, so sorry about that in advance. Top stuff, cheer Bradley. Well done yesterday, mate, by the way, as well. Good stuff there.
Mate, all right. Yeah,
more of the same today, right?
Yeah. Good day. Yeah, we're on the front row today, so see what we can do.
Come on, that's what we like to hear. Here we go. Good stuff. Craigie legend, thank you very much, buddy. Top man. There we go.
Hello.
John Powell up next. 3 races today, of course, don't forget. Here we go.
Yeah, very good.
Cheers, John. Thanks very much, buddy. Looking forward to today, right?
I am actually. We had a bit of an issue yesterday with the oil filter. So the marshals were a favourite friend of the marshals, unfortunately. So yeah, hopefully we cured it.
Well, we had a great feature because of that. It was good.
I know there was lots of smoke involved. Apparently, it had him to change his contact lenses because it melted his contact lenses.
No way.
That much oil, yeah. Yeah, it melted his contact lenses.
Wow.
Yeah.
Blimey. Good stuff. Cheers, mate.
How you doing, mate?
Well done yesterday, by the way. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Cheers, John.
How are you doing?
Cheers, John. Actually, yeah, not bad, mate. How are you?
Good, mate, thank you.
Ready for today?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
Hopefully a better day. It needs to be. Can't be no worse.
Nice one. Cheers, Simon. Thanks, buddy.
You're right.
How you doing, fella?
Right,
You're
mate.
right. Yeah, not
Good.
bad. Not bad.
My brothers really.
There we go. Craig Reed there. Good stuff. Big day today, Craig, right?
Yeah. Hopefully get a bit faster. That's the plan.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Right, we'll make our way down a little bit further. Here we go. Michael Oliver, of course we caught up with Michael yesterday, didn't we? Or Pointy caught up with yesterday, didn't he, Michael? Sorry about that.
What's that?
Say Pointy caught up with yesterday, didn't he? Sorry about that.
No, it's terrible that.
We'll try and keep him away today, but we just can't seem to do it.
I told him last night. I said, if you come at me again, I'm gonna get you sorted.
I don't want to know what sorted means.
Yeah.
Stuart, how you doing?
Alright, good, yeah.
Today?
Is this you?
Oh, yeah.
I hope it's.
Getting it signed.
Yeah. Well, we are doing it for the camera. So.
I was going to say, I hope you put it on the bedroom wall, but maybe just put it on the kitchen wall instead, not the bedroom
Kitchen
wall.
wall. I don't know, Stuart.
Behind the door.
Wife might have something to say about that.
How much you selling this for on eBay then?
How much do you reckon I'll get for it?
Oh, at least £2.50.
£2.50.
Plus postage, mind.
Oh, yes, £3 to post it.
Yeah, it's free, but
There we go, fantastic stuff. I got them all. Look at that, fantastic stuff. Thank you so much to the truck drivers. Right, there we go. A lot of action still to come today, and a big thank you to all of the truck drivers, as you can see. I've got all the signatures. Woohoo! Right, let's go. It's time to go racing. Well, hello everybody and welcome down to the assembly area. Now, how fantastic was that to see all the drivers? There's so much going on here today at Thruxton, the UK's fastest circuit. That's what we like to see, isn't it? The drivers have been out, the fans are here, the spectators, everybody. So much going on in the outer paddock and in the inner paddock as well. People just walking around, checking out the cars, meeting the drivers. It's a bit of a festival atmosphere here today. Now, as you can see behind me, we've got the Jaguars. Now, of course, if you joined us yesterday, you will know, of course, sadly, due to a bit of oil spill on the track, they didn't get their race one underway. It's going to happen now, though. That's what we like to hear. So let's go have a chat with some of the drivers, shall we, see how they're feeling in these stifling conditions they really are. Let's go have a chat with the man on pole position, Tom Robinson, as well. Tom, how are we feeling? We finally get to go racing now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it seems a bit strange that we're still trying for race one, but I think it was the right decision given the oil, etc. So, no, I'm excited.
I actually think that's probably a good choice. I did speak to some of the drivers yesterday because I know you guys were asked to go and check it out.
Yeah.
But you're probably glad you didn't get it, and now you get two races today, good conditions.
Yep.
You can really kind of let loose in this, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the guys did an absolute cracking job of clearing the oil up because we did do a track inspection and it did look good. The downside is I think the race after us was 25 minutes, whereas we were only 15, so we were keen to get those out. So, yeah, I'm really excited that we've got two races. It's going to be a little bit busy to turn the cars around, but I think we've now been moved to 3:15, so we've got time if we need to sort any issues. But I think the biggest issue for everyone is going to be track temperatures.
I think so.
I'm hot.
You're hot right now. Are you a bit concerned about that then?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest. There you go. Do you know, actually, as well, by the way, Tom, I helped clean the track yesterday.
Oh, there you go. Oh, is that why it was so good?
That was why. Well, no. That's probably why it took so long.
Well, fair play to you, mate.
And when I say helped, I offered to help. They didn't actually let me help. Best of luck,
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
I did, I promise. I tried to help, but they wouldn't let me do it. So there we go. Mike, so we'll let him go. It's very tight, as you can see. Mike Seaborn, second place, of course. We've got James Ram here. Let's have a quick chat with James. James, we finally get to go racing. This is what we like, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we were all up for it yesterday, but it didn't work out with the timetable, so we'll have a go today. Sun's out again.
Do you think it's worked out better, actually? Because I know the S2000s did go out, didn't they? But, you know, these cars as well, so much power in them, it's probably a good idea, isn't it, to allow you guys to stretch your legs this morning?
Well, mine's only got about 100 horsepower, so...
You're the wrong person to speak to, then. We ain't done too bad, though, have you, then?
It's an amazing driver. No, I think
Yes.
I think we're fortuitous. You know, we're probably going to get our full race, and obviously the Sports 2000 boys didn't yesterday. So, but yeah, I think it was misreported yesterday. We were all up for having a go, but yeah, two races in one day, so a busy day.
Fantastic. No, I'll let you go. We've had the signal already, so it is time to go racing. Cars firing up on track, green flag about to go. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard. The Jags are going racing.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good morning from me, ladies and gents. Welcome to a red-hot Thruxton, the fastest circuit in UK motorsport for day two of Convoy on the Plain. On the plains of south of England, we have a celebration of everything HGV here this weekend. The British Truck Racing Championship headlining the action, but no fewer than 14 races across our various classes taking place here today. We will begin with the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. This race, as we've heard, postponed from yesterday after an oil spill had to be cleared up and we lost a bit of time. So 15-minute race for the Jags to kick things off. Then we've got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-66 and pre-83 touring cars. Then the first of 3 truck races taking place here today. And then we get ready to be thunderstruck with the Classic Thunder and Boss Blue Oval Saloon Series. That stands for, if you've not seen those before, everything Ford in that series. The Thunder Saloons, some of the most powerful cars we have here today. That's followed by the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. 2 races. They had their qualifying session yesterday. And then a mixture of touring cars, pre-93, pre-03, and the Super Tourers, the famous cars of the 1990s, will be out later on. Then the first of the weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MG's old and new in that race. Then another race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Then we have a short lunch break. Things obviously compacted into the programme today with the extra race having to be held for the Jaguars. After lunch is the second race for the Jags. Then the Hyundai Coupes, the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. That's followed by the Sports 2000 cars that we saw at the end of yesterday's programme, the Sports Racers. Final truck race, that is followed by the pickups, and then the MGs round out the programme. But the Jaguars will be on their way round to the grid very shortly. And we will bring you the grid now. This was set by the qualifying session yesterday, and it is Tom Robinson, the championship leader. We just heard from him on pole in car number 4, alongside the reigning champion number 24, Mike Seaborn, in his XJS. Second row, James Ram and Colin Philpott in their XJSs, both former champions. Row 3, Alistair McGregor in his beautiful X300 Saloon. You may have seen that in the assembly area just now, the number 20, alongside 17 of Tom Butterfield. Row 4 is Tim Morrance, the Class A points leader for the more standard cars, alongside number 31, Guy Connew. Row 5, Andrew Harper in his diesel-powered XJ, alongside Cliff Ryan in 144. Row 6 is Jack Robinson, brother of Tom, alongside Simon Lewis in the 65. Row 7, number 88, Damien Gray, starts alongside Jaguar veteran number 77, Derek Pearce, racing Tom Lenthal's XJS. Row 8, number 50 of Matthew Davis, alongside 45, David Ringham. And the final row, 69, Stephen Dowell in his Martini-liveried XKR. And Andrew Maynard, number 63, in the XJ40 that won the championship last year, in the hands of Mike Seaborn, starts from the back of this 18-car grid. Very, very warm conditions indeed here at Thruxton. A little bit of a breeze to cool things down slightly, but track temperatures will be an issue. Tyre wear likely to be an issue here today. I know they're only short races, 15 or 20 minutes across today's programme, but tyre degradation might be an issue on this very abrasive surface here at Thruxton. Also, overheating might be an issue, not just the cars but the drivers as well. It is a very hot day here at Thruxton. The drivers will be taking on plenty of fluids. I'm sure the big crowd will as well. Plenty of cold drinks and ice creams on sale as we get ready to go racing on the fastest circuit in the UK, overlooking the pit lane exit here. The right-hander at Allard in the background. The first corner, named after Sidney Allard, said to be the father of UK drag racing, among other things, a sports car builder as well. Corner names here at Thruxton very much associated with those whose names are synonymous with speed. There's the complex, the 3 corners there, Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, named after holders of the land speed record. Four classes in this race. Class A for the more road standard cars, progressing through to the full race modified cars that race in Class D. Hear the whine there of the supercharger on Tom Robinson's car. That's the pole sitter, the XJR6. It looks like we've got the full complement of 18 cars ready for this first race of the day. So it's Tom Robinson in pole position. He leads the overall championship with all the 4 classes combined on 80 points. Leads Class D as well for the race modified cars. Class C is led in the points by Michael Holt. He's not here this weekend, he's away on holiday. So Colin Philpott, who's only 3 points behind him in the class, has a chance to take the category lead. Class B is led by Mike Seaborn, racing a different car to last year. He won the title in an XJ40, now in the Gale Hill XJS. And Class A is led by Tim Morant, who has taken the class pole position. Mike Seaborn, extremely good efforts on this power circuit to put his Class B car on the overall front row. There's Damien Gray, number 88 in Class B with his XJ40 in the colours of the old Jaguar Formula 1 team of the early 2000s, likes of Eddie Irvine and Johnny Herbert, of course, raced for them. And there's Andrew Harper, number 156 in the colours of the Silk Cut Jaguars, raced at Le Mans so famously in the late 80s, early 90s, the Group C cars. So my personal favourite race cars, the Silk Cut Jaguars. Tom Robinson in front of the grid, James Ram in the colours of the old Mottel XJSs from the European Touring Car Championship in the 80s.
These cars, it was wonderful to see them yesterday and qualify. They make a superb sight, and sound as well. The colours are absolutely brilliant. They're extremely well prepared. Hate to think how much polish has gone into them.
So we head round on their green flag lap out on the back of the circuit. Some of the fastest corners in British motorsport. There's that Martini liveried XKR of Stephen Dowell, newcomer this year. Very powerful car that is indeed. He'll move up the grid as he irons out the teething troubles, that newly built car. Up towards Woodham Hill, and then the slowest part of the course, the club chicane. This will be a standing start. 15 minutes of racing for the Jaguars, and they have a second race after the lunch break this afternoon.
The track being fairly gritty but very abrasive. You've got to think about tyres again because all the temperatures will
see
go
the signs there on the infield. It is an active airfield here at Thruxton. You sometimes see light aircraft taking off. Also, as we saw yesterday on our coverage, the Hampshire Air Ambulance is based here at Thruxton. It's Robinson and Seaborn, the white and British Racing green car and the yellow and green XJS on the front row. This is that supercharger on Tom Robinson's car. James Ram and Colin Philpott in their XJSs both on the second row. There's Alistair McGregor, that very smart X300 saloon. Alongside Tom Butterfield with his XJS. Number 31, Guy Connew. Normally we see him in the Group 44 replica, the Bob Tullius replica Trans Am XJS. He's in car previously raced by Ian Drayish today, by the look of it, the green car. Marshals pull them into line on the grid. Couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals, so thank you to them. Special thanks to those who were involved in the clear up of the fluids from John Powell's race truck yesterday.
Volunteer officials keeping everybody safe.
I heard earlier it was an oil filter problem for the truck. We thought he'd blown his engine, but we think he is going to be back out today. There's number 77, the car normally raced by Tom Lenthor, but it's his running mate Derek Pearce at the wheel today. He used to race a Mark II Jaguar for many years, Derek. David Ringham into line with his XJS. The big cats out of their lair and ready to play. This is going to be a spectacular first of 14 races here today on the Thruxton Circuits. Last car, number 63, Andrew Maynard, moves into line in the ex-Mike Seaborn XJ40 at the back of the grid. The green flag is waved, the marshals are happy. Wait for the red lights to come on the gantry, and when they go out, it's time to go racing here on the Thruxton Circuit here at Convoy on the Plain 2022. Marshals clearing the grid, a couple of cars still with their doors open to keep cool. James Ram and Mike Seaborn need to close those. The 5-second board goes aloft, the doors close, red lights are on, the revs rise, and the Jaguars are underway. Good start by Mike Seaborn, tries to get across on Tom Robinson. Moving out wide is James Ram. Everybody is away cleanly as they head up towards Allard for the first time. Then it's up towards the complex. It is Tom Robinson who leads the way, trying to get round the outside. There is Tom Butterfield. There's Matt Davis, number 50 in the XJR further back. Into the complex it is Tom Robinson who leads. Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Mike Seaborn chasing in second place. James Ram is in third. We've got a spinner. That's Jack Robinson, number 14 in the XJ40. The younger of the Robinson brothers has spun off. Try and get going again. Everybody else out of the complex, out of the right-hander at Seagrave, and they will head out into the country for the first time. Through the left at Noble, then it's out towards the right at Village. Ryan astern as they head out towards Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. Through Church they come. It is Tom Robinson, Mike Seaborn, James Ram attacking for second place. They're side by side on the run through Church. Phil Pott is in fourth place in car number 67. There's the number 31, driven by Guy Connew. We head out of Church up towards Brooklands. Has Ram got through? Indeed he has. That's a Class D the number 99 car, a Class D XJS. Mike Seaborn, the less powerful Class B car, drops down into third. It's a real power circuit here at Thruxton. There's only a couple of tight corners on it. Colin Philpott coming under fire from Tom Butterfield there. Slightly smoky Tom Butterfield, the number 17. I hope he's not in trouble already. He's got ahead of Alistair McGregor, number 20, as they cross the line for the first time. Tom Robinson leads by 1 second. He's only been beaten once this year for overall victory. That was by James Ram at Alton Park in the last round. Listen to the whine of that supercharger under the bonnet of Tom Robinson's XJR6 Saloon. It's featured earlier this year in Jaguar World magazine, telling us how he built that car. Look at that up on the curb, the 67 of Colin Philpott, just how Tom Walkinshaw would drive them. Have a look again at the incident at the complex. Jack Robinson, there may have been some contact in there with one of the XJS's. Jack Robinson sent spinning around. I think it was Cliff Ryan, the car behind him there, number 144. He used to race a black XJRS, but in the slightly less modified XJS this time. There's the battle for fourth place. Colin Philpott under fire from Tom Butterfield. That's for the lead of Class C. Classes, as we said, representing different levels of modification allowed on these cars. There's Andrew Harper, the diesel-powered 156. It's a Jaguar parts business up in Derbyshire, Auto Reserve Parts. And his young son Tom will be cheering him on today. He said he wants to race Jaguars as well. I think he's already starting out in karting. Mike Seaborn under fire for third place from Colin Philpott. Mike won't mind too much if Colin gets through, because they are in different classes. Mike Seaborn leading Class B, Colin leading Class C. Class A is led by Tim Morant further back. There's the Castrol Series 1 XJ6. Actually a Daimler badge car, that one, not a Jaguar. Castrol livery, of course, using the on the IMSA GTP Jaguars and racing in America, as Andrew Harper makes a move there. Excuse me, he says to Guy Connew, and gets through. Tom Butterfield on the bumper of Colin Philpott as they come through the complex. They're big cars, these Jaguars, not easy to hustle around the Thruxton Circuit, especially in hot weather like this. Mike Seaborn under fire. Here comes Colin Philpott in the Powerbell Services XJS. Can he get through there? Not quite. Left at Noble to the right-hander. Goodwood, then on to Village and Church. Here comes Tom Butterfield now attacking. This is for the lead of Class C. He's got the inside on the run into the ultra-fast Church corner, the fastest corner in the country. Philpott holds on around the outside. Very experienced Jaguar racer and preparer, Colin Philpott. A beautiful red and white XJS holds on in the lead of the class in fourth overall. The first two cars have escaped, Robinson and Ram. About 3 seconds or so up the road now. Butterfield has dropped back a bit there. Here comes Philpott around the outside on Mike Seaborn into the chicane. Seaborn later on the brakes, holds the place. Recently put a video on his social media, Mike Seaborn, showing how you replace the rear brakes on an XJS. They're inboard rear brakes on this car, not located within the wheels, so certainly a difficult job. Look up Mike Seaborn Racing on Facebook to see how he did it. Here by Philpott. Then we've got Butterfield, McGregor, Morant in the Castrol car. Then Andrew Harper going well in the diesel-powered XJ, the later XJ. He's 8. Connew and Cliff Ryan round out the first 10. Green Focus is the fight for third place. Jack Robinson, I can tell you, did get going again after his spin. He's running at the tail of the field. Sliding a bit there, Colin Philpott trying to get the inside line out of the exit of Seagrave up towards Noble. He pulls alongside Mike Seaborn. He's surely going to go through. Colin Philpott up into third place. Good move there by the former Jaguar Series champion. Now under the auspices of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. They've been run by a couple of different clubs over the years, this series. Sponsored by Berkshire Jag Components. Colin Philpott starting to pull away now in the slightly more powerful XJS from Mike Seaborn's version. Mike Seaborn from Swindon, a railwayman by profession. His XJS certainly going like a train here, but he's down to fourth place and could come under fire from Tom Butterfield in the second of the Class C cars. Behind them, Alistair McGregor. Now that's the car that Mike Seaborn does not want to get past it, because they're in the same class, Seaborn and McGregor. Two cars out in front, both in Class D, Robinson and Ram. See what the gap is between those two, 3.3 seconds now. So they're in a race of their own up front. There's one of the Class D car two other Class D cars are in this race, Matthew Davis and Stephen Dowell further back in the order. Harper under fire from the 31 of Connu. Then it's Cliff Ryan. See a bit of diesel smoke out of the back of Andrew Harper's car, looks a bit like a race truck. Trying to hold off the 31 of Guy Connu. So look to the inside, the lower slung XJS. XJS was intended as a replacement for the Jaguar E-Type in Jaguar's range. Never really achieved the cult status that the E-Type had. Is up the inside, Guy Connu, but I think he's outbraked himself there. Is he going to hold it on the left-hander at Cobb? Yes, he is. Harper, newcomer to the series this year, tries to fight back. Silk Cup machine goes to the inside out of Seagrave. Rick Ryan trying to get involved in the battle as well. And look at the torque of the diesel engine machine there. Goes back ahead of the 31 of Guy Connu. Meanwhile, the battle for fourth is heating up. Tom Butterfield and Alistair McGregor cruising in. Winston still leads from Ram. Those two 4 seconds up on everybody else. We've got 7.5 minutes to go, so we're at half distance in this first of 2 races today for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Into the club chicane once again. There's James Ram. I think the gap has come down slightly, I think, between Ram and Philpott. It was 4 seconds. See what it is this time through as Alistair McGregor gets ahead of Tom Butterfield, sliding the XJR6, the X300 I should say, out of the chicane there. Effectively a Series 5 XJ6 that Alistair McGregor is driving. We normally see Michael Holt driving one of those as well, the points leader in Class C, but he's absent this weekend. He's off in sunny Spain. Probably not as hot as it is here in Thruxton. 4.9 seconds now the lead gap. The gap between second and third has come down. It's less than 3.5 seconds now, so Colin Philpott, I think he's catching James Ram. Look at the way Alistair McGregor is going here. He's throwing that X300 around, trying to close up on Mike Seaborn because he can sense a chance to take the class lead away from the number 24. Look at him sideways there out of Noble. Spectacular from Alistair McGregor. He's got Tom Butterfield on his tail, but Butterfield is I think in a different class. Yes, he's in Class C, second in class behind Colin Philpott. Butterfield on the attack. He wants to go after Philpott. McGregor wants to go after Seaborn. Class A still led by Tim Morant in 7th place. Second in Class A is Jack Robinson, quite a long way back. He's recovered to 14th place now. Leaders coming up to the club chicane. Seaborn still there in 4th position. There is our leader. We haven't forgotten about Tom Robinson. He's clear at the front. Lost one car that didn't take the start, so I've only got 17 listed on my time history. I think it was Simon Lewis, number 65, who didn't take the start. Quite a few times we've seen him compete on Saturday only on 2-day race weekends due to other commitments, so possibly he was unable to be here today. Getting closer for 5th place certainly, and again Alistair McGregor slinging the number 20 X300 XJ6 around. Effectively a Series 5. The XJ40 was the Series 4. 5 minutes of the race to go. Robinson leads Ram by 5.5 seconds. The gap to Philpott has come down to less than 3 seconds. Colin Philpott wants to challenge the Class D cars. There's James Ram up ahead. Here's the battle further back. 31 of Guy Connu is back ahead of Andrew Harper coming out of the complex. Gorgeous silk cut style livery made so famous at Le Mans by the Group C cars. With Ryan behind them. The gap's increased again on the slap, I think, from James Ram to Colin Philpott. Philpott's safe, he's leading his class. If he wins today, he will take the lead in the points from Michael Holt in Class C. Mike Seaborn will keep up his challenge. He's second overall in the championship, 10 points behind Tom Robinson. Then next in the standings is Tim Morant, 80 for Tom Robinson, 70 for Mike Seaborn, 67 points for Tim Morant. And then on 64 we've got James Ram, second in Class D. Here comes Cliff Ryan at the outside in the 144. There are your class standings. And Harper sideways in the 156, he's lost it. Hits the brakes and avoids the spin, but he's lost the place. Ryan goes through up into 9th position. So Andrew Harper losing 2 places on that lap in the diesel-powered machine. He's still third, I think, in Class B ahead of Damien Gray. And here comes Tom Butterfield, meanwhile, to the fight for 5th. Butterfield in the dark blue number 17, attacking the dark green machine of Alistair McGregor out of Noble. As they go on the inside, coming through the right-hander at Village, and he goes through as they head towards Church Corner, up into 5th position. As they've battled, the 2 ahead of them have got away. There's Phil Potts and Seabourn. Tom Butterfield back ahead into 5th place. He's still second in Class C. Robinson leads by nearly 6 seconds now ahead of James Ram. Is it going to be a 6th win of the season for the XJR6? There it is in the foreground. Winds its way through the supercharger, certainly on song. There goes Ram, Phil Potts, Seabourn. Butterfield now 5th, McGregor 6th. They're well ahead of the rest. Tim Morant's a rather lonely race for him in 7th place. He's comfortably leading Class A. Very comfortably, with Jack Robinson having now made his way up to 12th, covering very nicely indeed in the XJ40. Speaking of XJ40s, there's one about to be lapped. Andrew Maynard in Mike Seabourn's old car, about to go a lap down. Tom Robinson rather goes a bit wide, coming out of Seagrave there. His bonnet's coming a bit loose on the left front corner. We've seen the car do that before. It'll help with the cooling, I suppose. Blue flag being shown to Andrew Maynard by the marshal. Saw the blue light flashing there as well to warn him that the quicker car is behind him, and he lets it through at Village. Next car to be lapped is going to be Matthew Davis in his XJR6. That's the car that was involved in that start line shunt at Silverstone last season and had to be rebuilt. Tom Robinson continues his pace. David Ringham about to be lapped as well. He's running 3rd in Class A. Davis has allowed the leader to come through. He's increased his lead, certainly over James Ram. Last lap round it was 7 seconds. Let's see what it is this time through. And here comes the fight for 3rd, because Mike Seabourn has caught Colin Philpott back up again. Is he going to have a go here around the outside into the chicane on the brakes? That's brave from Mike Seabourn. They're side by side, the 2 XJSs. Is he going to get through? Not quite. He's had to go over the curb there. A little bit late on the brakes there for Mike Seabourn. There's just over a minute left, so I think we're into the last lap of this race now. The gap is 6.6 seconds. It's surely going to be a win, barring any major disaster for Tom Robinson. The main focus is the fight for 3rd, and being caught by Tom Butterfield as well, because McGregor's dropped back into 6th. Phil Potts and Seabourn all set to win their classes, but it's pride at stake. They're looking for an overall podium. A bit sideways there for Tom Robinson. Winds his way up towards Noble, round the left-hander. He's lapped David Ringham. Charges round towards Church Corner, what I think will be the final time. Looks like he is going to be our first winner of the day here this Sunday morning at Thruxton. There's James Ram in 2nd place. He's well clear in turn of Phil Potts and Seabourn. Phil Potts still ahead. 5 seconds on the clock as he comes up Woodham Hill, so it will be checkered flag this time for the number 4 of Tom Robinson, the man from Somerset, in the Swallows Racing XJR6. Into the right, the left, the right, then open the throttle up towards the finish line. It's going to be a lights to flag victory for Tom Robinson. Flashes the lights, he crosses the line to take his 6th win of the season and extend his championship lead. James Ram comes over in 2nd, and 2nd in Class D, 6.5 seconds down. And who is going to be 3rd? Through the middle of the back markers, it's Colin Philpott in 3rd place. He wins Class C. Mike Seabourn wins Class B in 4th place. And McGregor coming through for 5th. What's happened to Tom Butterfield? He's down with Tim Morant, who nearly loses it through the chicane. So something's happened to Tom Butterfield on that final lap. He's lost a lot of time. He takes 6th place. Yes, he lapped in 1:48 on that last lap. He was lapping in the 1:31, so he's had a spin, I think, somewhere. Meanwhile, about to have a spin is Andrew Harper. Look out! Nearly loses it there, trying to get round the outside of Cliff Ryan. He's had an eventful race, hasn't he, in the 156 car. I hope he won't need any parts from his Jaguar Spares business after that one. Just fails to re-catch Cliff Ryan on the line. Guy Connew ahead of them takes 8th, Ryan 9th, Harper 10th. entertaining stuff from the Jaguars. There's Jack Robinson recovering from his spin on the first lap. He's going to finish just behind Derek Pearce in the number 77. Behind him there, the XKR, the beautiful machine of Stephen Dowell in the Martini livery. Still learning his craft at this level. He comes in 13th place. One more car to come home, that's Damien Gray. He's the last car to finish on the lead lap. Well done to Tom Robinson. Win number 6 for the season. Extends his lead in both Class D and in the overall championship. That will put him on pole position for the second race later on, with the results of this race setting the grid for race 2.
Then in 6th position, 2nd position.
Check out the results provisionally. Robinson, the winner by 6.5 seconds ahead of James Ram, and Colin Philpott winning Class C in 3rd, just beating Mike Seaborn by half a second at the flag. Mike Seaborn wins Class B ahead of Alistair McGregor. Tom Butterfield must have had a moment on the final lap there, dropping back to 6th, but he does take 2nd in Class C. Tim Morant wins Class A in 7th. 3rd in Class C is Guy Connew in 8th ahead of Cliff Ryan. Andrew Harper losing it a bit through the final chicane, but he does take 3rd in Class B ahead of Derek Pearce. Jack Robinson next home, recovering from the spin on the first lap to take 12th place. 13th going to Stephen Dowell, he's 3rd in Class D. Jack Robinson taking 2nd in Class A. 14th for Damien Gray, and 15th David Ringham, he takes 3rd in Class A. And the other 2 finishers, Andrew Maynard and Matthew Davis. One non-starter from the grid, number 65 Simon Lewis. Well, we can head down to Parc Fermé then with our intrepid pit reporter Ian Waterhouse. He'll be down there to talk to some of the drivers in just a second.
Well, I do love a Jag. Who doesn't love a Jag? And of course, I love a Jag with a supercharger as well. Tom Robinson picking up the win, although he didn't quite have it all his own way. I know it was over 6 seconds across the line, but James Ram kept him honest throughout the entire race, and Colin Philpott taking the 3rd place too. We'll grab a quick word with Tom now and let him get out. He's got his helmet off. Tom, we have a habit of doing this, don't we, chatting to you in first place, but it looked off the line actually like Mike Seaborn was looking a bit racy, wasn't he?
He was, absolutely, yeah. We were sort of side by side all the way around the first, sector 1, and he tried a couple of times on the inside as well, so fair play to him.
But when you got away, you got away.
Yeah.
I mean, James was hanging around, wasn't he? But just not quite able. The power of this, just too much for him.
Yeah, with the saloon as well, it's stable at speed, it's the perfect circuit for it. So yeah, it's just getting in a rhythm, keeping it consistent. And yeah, I'm really pleased with that. I think it's the quickest time I've ever done around here, so I'm over the moon with that.
There you go, big smile. Well done, congratulations. Let's grab James Ram over here as well. He did say before the race, don't have a lot of power, but James, it's all about the driver, isn't it? It's all about the driver.
Well, maybe it's a little bit about power as well.
But you got away, didn't you? I mean, we just spoke to Tom. There's not a lot we could do with that supercharger, is there? But you kept Colin at bay quite comfortably, didn't you? And sort of, I wouldn't say lonely race, because it was still, you could still see it. You could still see his back bumper, couldn't you?
Yeah. Firstly, obviously, congratulations to Tom. It was. It wasn't. I was pushing, but there was a comfortable gap behind me, and I think Tom was just, if I'm honest, gradually pulling away. So. I'm just pleased it's finished. It's very hot.
It's very hot, and everybody finished as well. So, like,
yeah.
Congratulations.
Cheers,
well done, James. Let's go grab Colin as well. Colin, another trophy to add to the cabinet, and a nice little battle with Mike there as well.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Finally got out there, so that was good. Yeah.
We did everything okay with the car, because we know obviously temperatures for the tyres probably get up quite quick, but it's more about overheating in the car, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the engine-wise, it was good. I've kept my eye on the gauges, everything seemed really good.
Yeah.
Tyres, I think second from last lap, I was all over the place. I'm not sure what. Really? I thought I had a puncher.
Oh, really?
So the last lap I sort of slowed up a bit, but very good race. So.
That's all right. You've got a big smiling face, and you've got to do it all again later as well, haven't you? So, God, you are roasted. Blimey.
I feel all right. I feel good.
Well, Philpott is hot. Right, well done, buddy. Good luck for race 2. Cheers. Right, as you can hear, you might be on here. The Classic Tour Cars Pre 66 83s are firing up now. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard, who's going to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks Ian. Engines firing up for our second race of the day then. Classic Touring Car Racing Club action. Crowd settling in the grandstand. It's a combined race next for the Shell Oil's Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars and the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. Their race yesterday was red flagged a few laps from home after the erstwhile race leader Graham Scarborough shunted his Capri at Allard. See if he's back out today. The grid based on the result from yesterday, it is Stephen Primetz, the reigning Pre-83 touring car champion, on pole position in his Mark 1 Escort alongside the little Datsun 510 of Jonathan Corker. 2 Escorts on the second row, the Mark 2 of Mark Chullerton and the Mark 1, who was very sideways yesterday, Jason Christie. Row 3 is David Osborne, or Mark Osborne as he prefers to be known. He's in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint alongside Stephen Cripps in his Escort RS 2000. Row 4, Stuart Kay in a Ford Capri and Don Hughes in his new Mark 1 Golf. Row 5 is the first of the Pre-66 cars, that's Alan Greenall in his big Ford Falcon and Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang. Mount Best Ford Capri, Rob Kirkhoven in a Lotus Cortina on row 6. Row 7, Gary Fletcher in a Vauxhall Firenze and David Hall, Lotus Cortina. Row 8 is David Heel in a Hillman Imp alongside the similar machine of reigning Pre-66 champion James Ibbotson. Row 9, Martin Reynolds, he's in a Ford Anglia, and Billy Keneally in a Lotus Cortina. Then on the 10th row, Jake Swan in a Ford Anglia alongside Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp. Row 11, Freddie Brown also in an Imp, Luke Wilson in an Austin A40. Then we've got the 188 Hillman Imp, not John Watson driving in this race, it's David Ellis at the wheel, and number 26 alongside him, the Austin A40, which is shared between Brian Bedford and Steve Evans. Steve Evans driving in this race. Nathan Beresford in his BMW in row 13 alongside Graham Scarborough, who was leading yesterday until he suddenly crashed out. Then Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina will be alongside Simon Jeffs in a Mark 1 Golf if it's there, had a mechanical problem yesterday. Row 15 is Mike Broadway BMW, Colin Claxton Triumph Dolomites, and Patrick Harris, Morris Minor, Keith Wright in his similar car, and finally Alex Thistlethwaite in his Ford Capri, who failed to start yesterday's race. We can hear briefly from a couple of the drivers while the cars are on their green flag lap down in the paddock.
Right, race 1 complete for the Pre-66, Pre-83, so we didn't get a chance to straight away catch up with this man, Alan Greenall. Alan, how was it, Alex? It looked like you had a bit of trouble getting out of assembly.
Well, yes, I did have a lot of trouble because I didn't know that somebody had unplugged the megaphone down where we are, so, you know, I was very late. And I did expect to get a telling off because I went straight to where my grid position was, but the guy in grey said, look, I said, do I have to start at the back? And he said, not if you get out in front of that guy, which was the Imp. So anyway, I was fully expecting to get a telling off, but I didn't get one, so that was all right.
And you got out, and you got the race win, of course. How was it out there?
It was very slippery, actually.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that's the temperature or the what. I mean, we haven't raced here for 2 or 3 years, so.
I was going to say, is it nice to be back?
Well, it is. It's a lovely track. Just, you know, you need more than 15 minutes to get to know it again. Yeah. You know, it's a fabulous track. It's really nice and not fantastic for spectators, but you know, it's a really nice track to race on and quick.
They should watch the live stream then, shouldn't they? It's the best place.
Of course they should. How silly of me.
Alan, thanks for talking to us. More of the same in race 2, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's grab Stuart Kay over here as well. Oh, I get blown apart here. Hello. How you doing? You alright? Stuart, how was it out there?
Yeah, it's alright. It's greasy as hell, but yeah.
You look very red in the face, hot, right?
I could do with a glass of water, I'll tell you. Maybe a tin of beer.
Not yet, because you've got to do it all again. What have you learned from race 1 you're going to bring into race 2?
Just go faster, as always.
The best answer, isn't it? What else can you say? Look, best of luck anyway. Enjoy it. Take care. It's good to see you. Right, time for us to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the second race of the Pre-66, Pre-83s. Enjoy.
Perfectly timed there, thanks Ian. As the cars just forming up on the grid after their green flag lap. Stephen Primetz, the multiple Pre-83 touring car champion, the winner yesterday, the Bedfordshire driver, on pole position with his Mark 1 Escort, and the lovely little Datsun Jonathan Corker, a rare car in the UK, alongside him. Then we got some more Escorts, Mark Chullerton and Jason Christie. He was very sideways everywhere in yesterday's race, driving like an Escort rally car. It was decidedly slippery. There was quite a bit of oil went down in yesterday's race. Some of it from Simon Jeffs, whose engine let go in the Golf. I don't think he is there, the number 4 car. We'll try and see as as the cars line up at the back. There's Martin Reynolds in his Anglia, Billy Keneally in his Anglia as well, the blue car. Not in the Lotus Cortina, as I said earlier. Apologies, it's Pat Keneally who's in the Cortina. There is the little Datsun. David Heel moving into line. Douglas Heel as he's down on the entry list in the Imp. Alongside him, the navy blue Hillman Imp there, that's James Ibbotson, only a young gun, the reigning Pre-66 champion. A rare sight this weekend, Pre-66 touring car grid with not a single Mini on it. No Minis out there, surprisingly. There's Freddie Brown with his Fraser Imp replica, 26 Steve Evans in the Austin A40. Stephen Cripps in his Mark II Escort RS2000. Look out for his son Matthew Cripps later on. He's in the Pre-03 touring cars for the Honda Civic. On the left there we've got Don Hughes. He's got 2 cars here this weekend, the Mark I Golf and also his Peugeot 306, which will be hopefully out later on. It's failed to start its race yesterday. Trying to get the cars into line at the back. See if we can have a look further back on the grid, see if there's any cars missing after yesterday's races. That's a Hillman Imp I see being pushed back. That might be Freddie Brown, actually. We might be losing the Imp. Alan Greenall's big Ford Falcon on the left there, the white car with the blue stripes. And there is Alex Thistlethwaite in his Capri. We didn't see him out yesterday, the Bastos liveried Capri. So it's good to see he's there. He failed to start yesterday. Keith Wright's back out. He also didn't start yesterday's race in the red Morris Minor. I don't think Graham Scarborough's there, Skid Scarborough, who was leading yesterday's race when he skidded off into the tyre wall at Allard and sadly crashed the Capri, so I don't think he's there. We won't see Simon Jeffs in the Akai Hi-Fi liveried Mark I Golf either, I don't think. I think his engine let go in yesterday's race. So a couple of cars missing. Mike Broadway was there in his BMW. I don't think I saw Colin Claxton, but we are underway. The back of the grid formed up fairly quickly there by the marshals, and we're away. Side by side between Stephen Primet and Jonathan Corker down into the first corner at Allard, and it is Primet who pulls ahead. Jason Christie with a good start in his Escort up in the third place. Watch for Mark Osborne as well, the black Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Into the complex for the first time. It is Primet who leads from Corker. Christie up into third place. A couple of Lotus Cortinas running wide there, sliding about just like Jim Clark would have driven. There's a collision there. Piers Grange in the Mustang hits Mount Best in the Capri. He spins out. Alan Greenall goes ploughing in avoidance. So does David Heel in the Hillman Imp. And Mount Best with some damage to the back of the Capri, but he is getting going again. He's raced that car for many, many years. Back in the race, Primet leads it. Solid scrub of cars behind. What's James Ibbotson doing up there? He's had a phenomenal start in the Hillman Imp on the tail of Don Hughes, the local man from Andover, in the Mark I Golf. Jonathan Corker, meanwhile, has a look for the lead as they come out of Church Corner. Jason Christie third. They start to sort themselves out around this opening lap. A slightly reduced race distance because the clock started counting down as soon as the cars came out of the assembly area. Mark Chollerton in fourth place, then another Escort, that's Stephen Cripps. Mark Osborne in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint up there as well. Jason Christie attacking the second place. Can he get down the inside of the little Datsun 510? No, he can't. Cripps has a look at Chollerton as well. They swing their way through the chicane at the completion of the opening lap. Mark Chollerton, number 81, the man from Kings Lynn in Norfolk, under fire from Hampshire-based Stephen Cripps on his local circuit, goes for the inside. Is the RS2000, the droop snoot nose on that car going to go through? Bit of smoke there from Mark Chollerton's car, but that's not going to cause a problem. Stuart Kay going well in the Capri. James Ibbotson, after that moment for Alan Greenall, is actually leading overall in the Pre-66 category. Mark Chollerton a bit wide there at the complex, up on the curve, Stephen Cripps. Here's a replay of the first lap at the complex. Watch for Mount Best in the Capri. Wallop, he gets hit by Piers Grange, and that scatters the Pre-66 runners behind. Off goes Alan Greenall. Off goes David Heel in the Imp as well. Mount Best thankfully able to rejoin. Oh, Stephen Primet in trouble. Primet slowing. The race leader has slowed up there. So now into the lead has gone the Datsun of Jonathan Corker. Stephen Primet's got a problem. That's a great shame, and very rare to see Stephen Primet in trouble. He'll be heading into the pits this time around. There goes James Ibbotson leading the Pre-66 cars overall. I don't think he's had an overall win so far. Normally it's the big American V8s we see take the wins. It's Jonathan Corker who leads overall. No, it isn't, because look at Jason Christie up the inside. The Mark 1 Escort goes into the lead, and Mark Cholerton's attacking as well. 4 of them together for the lead into the chicane. This is terrific. Christie leads it. Just about turns it back in time there to stay ahead of Jonathan Corker. 8.5 minutes of this race still to go. And suddenly, with Stephen Primet, the overwhelming favourite usually in these races, gone. We've got a race on our hands. Corker moving back to the inside there at Allard. Cholerton third ahead of Cripps. Has Corker got the lead back again? Yes, he has. Fifth is Stuart Kay. Then we've got Mark Osborne in the Dolomite. Don Hughes in the Golf is 7th. And James Ibbotson up in 8th overall in the Imp. Piers Grange has recovered in the Mustang. He's 9th. Then we've got the first of the Lotus Cortinas, which is Rob Kirkhoven, the ex-British karting champion. Mark Cholerton under severe pressure from Stephen Cripps, getting sideways there in his Escort. Jonathan Corker leads the Fords in the Datsun. Stephen Primet, I think, has pulled into the pits. Indeed he has. There's a few battlers towards the back of the field. This is Jonathan Corker from Jason Christie. Mark Cholerton, then Stephen Cripps. Those 4 have broken away from the rest of the field. They are dancing these cars around, sliding them. This is spectacular to watch here at Thruxton. Stuart Kay trying to keep up in his Triplex Capri. The car's appeared in the Jerry Marshall Trophy saloon car race at Goodwood a couple of times. Some famous names driving it. Former F1 driver and sports car star Jochen Maas has ridden with Stuart in that car on occasions. Here comes Mark Cholerton. Here comes Jason Christie, 3 wide into the chicane. This is never going to work. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? It's last of the late breakers. I think Cholerton's done it. Can he turn it back through the chicane? Yes, he's done it. Superb from Mark Cholerton. Cripps fishtailing the Escort behind. Corker gets his foot down out of the last corner, up over the line, up towards Allard. The Datsun's going to pull back out. This is fantastic racing from the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. 366 is a little further back, are still headed by Ibbotson, are they? Ahead of Piers Grange. I think we might have lost Mark Osborne in the Triumph Dolomite somewhere. We didn't see what happened to him because we're too busy watching this terrific lead battle. Corker, Cholerton, Christie, the 3 C's. 4 C's, but it's Cripps in 4th place and Stuart Kay. This isn't Group C racing, honest. You just have to have a name beginning with C. Here comes Cripps on the inside of Christie, trying for 3rd place. And of course, the more these 4 battle, the more time they're losing, and Stuart Kay is starting to close in the Capri. Jonathan Corker seems to have the straight line speed advantage, but under braking for the chicane, the Escorts managed to zap him. 6 minutes of this race still to go. This is brilliant stuff. James Ibbotson is up into 7th overall behind Don Hughes. Amazing effort by the Hillman Imp. He's got Piers Grange in the Mustang 2 seconds behind him, and 3rd of the 366 is Rob Kirkhoven. Mark Osborne is still going. The Dolomite has lost 3 places on that last lap. He must have had a moment somewhere. Here comes Mark Cholerton, trying to retake the lead into the chicane. He pulls alongside on Woodham Hill. He goes through. Now he's got to defend the line out of the chicane and stop Corker getting back up the inside into Allard. The Norfolkman into the lead. Jason Christie throwing the Escort around in 3rd to try and keep Cripps behind him. And Corker's going to do it again as they come up over the line. He gets the better exit from the chicane. Side by side for 3rd. Meanwhile, Stuart Kay has caught the 2 ahead of him. Christie and Cripps. So Cholerton, Corker, Christie, Cripps and Kay. 5 C's in front of the field. Then Don Hughes in 6th in the Golf. He's rather all on his own. Corker side by side with Cholerton. Just about holds the lead through the complex. They're coming up to lap Steve Evans in the Austin A40. What a superb race between these 4. Classic touring car racing at its very, very best. Now, can Stuart Kay get the Capri into the battle with these smaller saloons? Look out, Steve Evans. They charge around the outside of the Austin A40. But no chance to look back at the rest of the field. I can tell you, Alex Thistlethwaite from the back of the grid in the Capri is up into 8th place. He's just got ahead of Piers Grange. So last to 8th in about 7 minutes. Piers Grange 9th, Osborne's down to 10th, then it's Alan Greenall, and Corker goes wide there coming out of Church, and Cholerton to the inside. Look out, Keith Wright in the Morris Minor, the blue flag waving, he moves to the inside. There could be 4 wide into the chicane this time through. Look at this! Christie on the right, Then it's Corker, Chollerton, Cripps could get underneath all of them here. The RS2000 is going to go from 4th to 1st, is it, into the chicane if he gets his braking right. Up the inside of Christie, he goes a bit wide on the exit. Can he hold it through the chicane? Stephen Cripps, he's done it, 4th to 1st in one move, incredible. Chollerton being pushed there, quite literally, by Jason Christie. But Stephen Cripps says, I've got up the inside of all three of you, I'm off. This is unbelievable racing here at Thruxton, one of the best races you've seen in any class on BARC TV this season. Now Stuart Kay is going to get involved as well in the Capri. Don Hughes nearly trips over Keith Wright's Morris Minor there. He's being caught by Alex Thistlethwaite, the ex-Ford Mustang racer, in the Bastos liveried Capri from the very back of this grid. Out of the complex, Cripps, Chollerton. Then we've got Jason Christie. I can hardly keep up with this. Jonathan Corker, who led less than half a lap ago, is down to 4th. It's escorts 1, 2 and 3. Corker trying to fight back. Now they start to space out a little. This is amazing racing here at Thruxton. Piers Grange, meanwhile, has just taken the lead of the 366s. He's finally got the power of the Mustang summoned up to get past the Hillman Imps. There's Mark Osborne behind him as well. Alan Greenall going past. Oh, is James Ibbotson in trouble? Or has he just succumbed to the more powerful cars there? There is Ibbotson in that beautiful Hillman Imp. 2 American V8s finally prevailing. There's been a friendly rivalry all season between Piers Grange, former Blue Oval Saloon champion, and Alan Greenall in that big Ford Falcon. We saw them both come to grief at Alton Park in the last round. Greenall crashing out at Druids and Piers Grange losing a wheel. 2 minutes on the clock, so a couple more laps to go. Stephen Cripps leads the way in number 40. The man from Southampton on his local circuit, chased by Mark Chollerton. Then Jason Christie in the number 10. Then we've got Jonathan Corker, Stuart Kay behind him. 5Cs staging an amazing battle. Thistlethwaite's up to 6. He's got ahead of Don Hughes now. Jason Christie throwing his escorts around as he was yesterday. I think it was due to slippery surface conditions though. Goes wide onto the curve there at Seagrave. Things calming down just very slightly in the battle for the lead now. Thistlethwaite 6th, then Hughes, Grange, the leader of the 366s, Osborne, Greenall, Ibbotson and David Hall, the first of the Lotus Cortinas. Rob Kirkhoven has got back. Thistlethwaite, not surprisingly, has got the fastest lap in his Capri. Stephen Primmett must be cursing his luck because he wants to be involved in this battle as well. There's Osborne still going in the Triumph. There's many classes, of course, down the order, but they haven't had time to focus on them. See a little bit of damage to the grille there on the Mustang of Piers Grange, where he clipped Mount Best's Capri into a spin at the complex earlier on. Best is still going, he's up to 14th place. And here comes Mark Chollerton now, getting aboard with an attack on the race leader. Into the chicane. Last lap this time. Cripps, Chollerton, and Christie, Corker and Kay. Over the line they go, still a bit of smoke trailing from Mark Chollerton's car. Here comes Jonathan Corker trying to get the Datsun to break the escort sweep of the podium. Less than 3 seconds covers the first 5. Can Stephen Cripps hang on for his first win of the season? Bit of smoke from Stuart Kay's car there as well. There's Alex Thistlethwaite in his Capri. Well, run up the order from last to 6th. I don't think he'll catch these 5 though. Clock counts down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time. And here comes Mark Chollerton. This is going to be very interesting into the chicane for the final time. Are they all going to slipstream each other? It's going to be more like a Caterham race than a classic touring car race, I think, into the chicane. Through Noble. Can Stephen Cripps hang on? Mark Chollerton hasn't had an overall win for a very long time. He's raced this escort for many years, the building contractor from Norfolk. 4th place is still Corker. What can he do with the Datsun? Can he get into the top 3? I don't think Stuart Kay is quite going to get close enough to challenge them. Still leading the 366 is Piers Grange, and so it's all eyes on this battle for the overall victory. There's a couple of Hillman Imps ahead of them here. We're hoping they don't meet them before the checkered flag. Here we go then into the chicane. I think Cripps has just broken the toe enough, has he? Jason Christie very late on the brakes. Here's Kay up the inside in the Capri as well. He has caught Jonathan Corker. But I think Stephen Cripps has done enough in this amazing pre-83 and pre-66 touring car race. It is going to be won by number 40, Stephen Cripps in the RS2000. Cholerton pushes out Christie to take second place, Corker fourth, Kay fifth. What an incredible race between those five. Well done Alex Thistlethwaite as well, from the back of the grid up to 6th place. That is one of the best motor races I've ever seen. Don Hughes takes 7th, and here's our pre-66 winner, Piers Grange in the big Ford Mustang. Fair play to James Ibbotson for trying to hang on in the overall lead. Alan Greenall takes 2nd in the class. That'll make up for his crash at Alton Park a few weeks ago. The Falcon repaired. Coming home next, there's one of the Lotus Cortinas. I think that's David Hall. He takes 3rd in that category, ahead of James Ibbotson and Rob Kirkhoven. Mark Best recovered in the Capri to finish in 14th place. Here comes David Heal in his Hillman Imp. It's an incredible race that was. Well done to Stephen Cripps, one of 3 members of his family racing here this weekend. Andy Cripps in his BMW, and of course I mentioned Matthew Cripps in his Honda Civic. And despite a little bit of damage to the front end of the Mustang after that collision at the complex, Piers Grange, classic Ford championship winner for many years now, takes the pre-66s. We'll try and sum up the results of that one. How do you sum up a race like that? Stephen Cripps taking the win by 1.3 seconds in the end, ahead of Cholerton, Christie, Corker and Kay. The 5 C's in the top 5. Stuart Kay winning Class B, the other cars in Class C of the pre-83s. Alex Thistlethwaite, a brilliant 6th from the back. Don Hughes wins Class D of the pre-83s and 7th in his Golf. Piers Grange wins the pre-66s overall and Class A. Behind him was Mark Osborne and Alan Greenall. David Hall wins Class F of pre-66s Lotus Cortina. James Ibbotson winning Class E. And Rob Kirkhoven, Malk Best, and it was Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina who completed the top 15. Billy Keneally was 17th behind Jake Swan, who wins his class in the Ford Anglia. The other class winners, Martin Reynolds in his Anglia, the 188 Hillman Imp, driven in that race by David Ellis. And Patrick Harris also wins Class D of the pre-66s, because Luke Wilson, who we normally see on top in Class D, didn't take the start in his Austin A40. He's the points leader in the pre-66s at the moment. So 3 retirements in that one. We lost Stephen Primmett, of course. Colin Claxton retired his Triumph Dolomite, and we lost Gary Fletcher as well in his Vauxhall Firenze. Alright, so while I get my breath back, in a few moments we're going to hand down to Ian Waterhouse to hear from some of the drivers after that amazing classic touring car race.
Well, I'm a little bit speechless after that. Have we ever seen a better race? That was incredible. All the way through, I could not tell who it was going to be. In the end, it was Stephen Cripps for the pre-83s. Let's go have a little chat with him. I'm afraid we do have to walk down, because actually we told it was going to be the other side, but they've decided to pull him in here. Look, this is what it means to him. Look at that. What a great race. Let's grab him for a chat as well. Stephen, I'll let you get your gloves off and your helmet, because you're probably roasting after that. Not that you probably noticed, because you're so happy, I think. What a race that was. Here he is. We must give a big shout out actually to Mark Cholerton and Jason Christie. Incredible racing, wasn't it, all throughout as well. And Piers Grange, we must mention, for the pre-66 as well. So I'm just going to let Stephen get his reef on. Let get his balaclava. It is roasty toasty today. So many people here in the crowd as well. It's fantastic to see. Let's come on, Stephen. Over you come. Over you come. I mean, that was, you probably never wanted that to finish, did you? It was incredible.
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
We know classic touring cars always delivers, doesn't it? But that was something quite remarkable. I mean, you, Mark, Jason, we just didn't know. Stuart was in there too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was at one point. I thought, where did he come from, and what's he doing here?
What does it mean? What does it mean to you to get that win then?
Oh, it means an awful lot to me to win the Group 1 pre-83 race overall, but it means even more this weekend because Matthew's here with his car in pre-03s. Got his maiden win yesterday. So it's absolutely fantastic family feeling this weekend. Absolutely brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And as usual, Group 1 delivers, close, clean racing, no contact.
Congratulations, well done, really, really mean that. That was incredible. We do have Mark Jollison over here as well, and here is Jason Christie too. Let's just have a quick chat. That was incredible, wasn't it? How was it from where you were sat?
That was... You couldn't write a script for that, could you?
No.
No.
If I did write a script for it, you wouldn't believe it.
No. And unfortunate for Steve, he pulled off, but he made an epic battle for the lead, which we normally wouldn't have. But like I say, it's brilliant, it's clean, fun, and it was hot.
You've all got huge smiles on your face.
yeah. I can't, and it's, honestly, it was brilliant, and it's just, you know, you keep trying, and then just a race like that comes along every now and again.
Almost sounds a bit weak to say, isn't it? Like you've all won, really, haven't you? I know it's a bit softy to say, but you know,
I mean,
good.
what did we finish? Second between the second half, something like that.
Yeah.
You can't. If that's not a proper race, then you're never going to beat it, are you?
Congratulations, well done. I wonder if we grab Mark as well. Oh, don't forget, we haven't forgotten about Piers Grange, of course, your pre-66 winner. Mark, that was insane, wasn't it?
Epic. What a race.
Epic is a very good word.
It must have changed hands so many times, it was unreal. It was cracking. Loved it.
It was, I mean...
loved it.
We just didn't know, did it? I mean, Stephen got it done in the end, of course, but Jason Stewart was right in the mix as well.
Yeah, that's cracking. I mean, I didn't see anything behind me, apart from Jason there, but well done to Steve, but what a race. Changing places like that, clean, fair, brilliant.
Congratulations, well done. Let's go see if we can find Piers Grange very quickly, shall we? I know we've got James Ibbotson down here as well. James had a very good race on the podium, of course, in the pre-66s too. Let's just have a quick word with him. James, that was a fantastic race for you as well, wasn't it?
I can't believe that. When I worked out I was leading the pre-66, that was amazing.
What was it? I mean, in the end, Piers just got you, didn't he? But it was still pretty exciting.
Yeah, there was... don't know.
Disbelief.
That was amazing.
Disbelief for James.
It shouldn't be that far up the grid.
James Ibbotson, arguably the tallest man in the pre-66s. Right, we would love to find Piers. We will no doubt try and catch up with him at some point if we can. However, just over to my left, your right, as you look at it on the screen, it is time for the very first truck racing championship of the day. They're about to head out. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
A great place to visit February, the Welsh Motorsports Centre down there. And you'll see
thanks Ian. I've just about got my breath back after that previous race. We will soon see the big rigs out on track for their first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship. It was 2 wins on day 1 for Flying Ryan Smith as he extended his lead in the Division 1 point standings. Of course, we had that delay yesterday after John Powell deposited rather a lot of fluid on the circuit. It was good to see Adam Bint a winner in Division 2 yesterday as well. Well, we caught up with a few of the drivers earlier in the weekend, and I think we can hear from those now with our truck racing expert, the man down in the paddock, looking for anyone he can to talk to. So it's over to him now. Here's Pointy.
Good morning, Luke.
How you doing, Pointy? You all right?
Very good, thank you very much. So onwards from race 2 of the weekend, where you did very well. Just remind us what position you came in again? First place. It was a very good effort and a battle all the way through until the very end. You were looking quite stressed, quite hot. The weather, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the heat is horrendous at the moment, but it's a bit difficult. I think everyone's tyres have gone off near the end as well, but it was a good race. I had a good start, so I sort of got away from everybody and just tried to keep a good gap to John.
Yeah, keeping the pace. Did you see what happened to John? Because we saw huge amounts of smoke coming out the back of his truck later on, and that's when they eventually red flagged the race, even though we already had Taylor parked on the side of the complex.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I didn't see... I seen him and Binty behind me, and then obviously the next time I looked in the mirrors, obviously just Binty, so I didn't actually see it happen, but I did hear there was a fire or something. But
yeah, I like the way he played that, ladies and gentlemen. I looked in the mirror behind me, and then all of a sudden one of them was missing. So, plans going into race 3. We're doing reverse grid now, so it'll actually be yesterday's reverse of the first race finish. That's it. It gets a little bit confusing, but it gives the scrutineers and the marshals a little bit more time to figure things out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's actually quite a good format, actually. We had a gearbox issue in the first race yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah. So we sorted it. Obviously for race 2, but that now puts us second on the grid, I believe, or third for tomorrow's first race.
Today's first race.
Today's first race.
Well, fantastic news. Another good opportunity to make it stick. Luke, thank you very much for talking to us, and many congratulations for yesterday's race. Thank you very much, and back to you in the studio, Dave.
Thank you very much, Pointy. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him a few times across today. Trucks making their way to the grid then to be a rolling start, a 15-minute race with the grid based on the results of race 1 yesterday, but with the top 8 in each division reversed. So on pole position is number 68, Craig Reed, last year's Division 2 champion, moving up to Division 1 this year. Starts alongside number 46, Bradley Smith, Iveco and MAN on the front row. The second row, sorry for the pause, I've just spotted we've got an extra truck joining the grid, I've just noticed. Second row is Ricky Collett, number 95 and 89 of Simon Reed, the older brother of Craig. Row 3, 81 Mark Taylor and 69 David Jenkins. Row 4, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. 16 British titles between them. The fifth row, John Newell and Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, and then Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke on the should round out the Division 1 grid, but I think I saw the number 92 of Simon Faulkner is here with us as well. He wasn't racing yesterday. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks. They're reversed from yesterday with Craig Evans in pole position on his MAN alongside Luke Garrett. He should be the favourite from there. John Bowler and Jock Borthwick on the next row. Then Brad Smith and John Powell. I can tell you John Powell is there after his problems yesterday. It's good to see. And Adam Bint starts from the back in his Volvo. There is the number 92. So we've got our full complement of 20 today. Simon Faulkner was missing yesterday with his Iveco. There's Division 2. Luke Garrett will start as the favourite in the orange MAN. The points leader had a win yesterday, but he had a moment on the last lap in yesterday's first race, which set the grid for this one, race 3. The second race from yesterday sets the grid for race 4, which is the second race today. Got that? Good. So Ryan Smith has to go from 8th on the grid alongside Stuart Oliver. It was a great race, race 1 yesterday. The top 4 pretty much held station all the way through. Smith, Oliver, Jenkins and Taylor. But everybody else was trying to be 5th behind them. And in Division 2 it was a terrific scrap won by Adam Bint. The 7 Division 2 trucks all switched around on the grid, so Binty has to start dead last on the grid. The pace truck leading them up to the grid, and a man who's certainly braver than I am is waiting on the grid for these trucks to approach him. It's our man Pointy, and he is down there awaiting the drivers on the grid.
So let's just tick off the trucks as they come through. A crate.
Well, good morning and welcome to the grid here at Thruxton Circuit. It's Sunday, it's sunny, and as you can see behind me, we've got a full house here at Thruxton Circuit, and the trucks are pulling up for their first race of the morning, almost afternoon. Slight change to the timetable today, sees us starting a little bit later, but what a fantastic day we've got. Tickets are sold out. We've got an absolutely amazing day planned for everybody involved in the racing. 3 races from the British Truck Racing Championship today. Let's go and have a walk down the grid now as the drivers start to pull up. So today we've got a reverse grid, the first one of the weekend, which is going off a backwards version of the results from the first race yesterday. Then the next race today will be decided from the second race yesterday, reversed again. So I'm not sure 3 abreast is how we're going to be doing things. It's a good job we were still stood this side of the line. We've got Craig Reed starting at the front here with the young Bradley Smith over here. Let's see if we can't have a quick word with Bradley actually. So this is Bradley Smith getting ready. Bradley, see if we can lean out for a minute there. How are we doing, bud? Are you getting ready for the first race?
Yeah, excited. On the front row.
Front row. Is it scary being on the front row?
A little bit more than being at the back. Yeah. All them horsepowers behind you, so I'm excited.
What would you say is the hardest part of this circuit today?
Definitely the complex and the second corner. Getting the braking zone right, getting it turned in. it's a lot of weight. We're obviously from 100 to getting it turned in. So
it's 100, and then you've got to slow down very quickly.
Get it turned in, get the apex, and get exit, get out of there.
Now I can feel it's still quite cool in your cab at the moment. I take it it's going to get a bit hotter.
Yeah, I think we'll be sweating a bit when we come in after this meeting.
We'll be able to peel him out the seat. Well, Bradley, good luck with the first race, buddy. Make it stick and make it count. Cheers, buddy. Right, let's have a word now with Simon Reed. He got a great podium finish yesterday. Of course, you can see all the trucks have had a nice wash last night, although some of them still showing some battle scars from yesterday's racing. And that's not the worst of it. John Powell lost his entire back bumper yesterday, as well as most of his oil seal on his cooler, which meant that he ended up having a bit of a leak around the circuit. Simon getting in the zone. Let's just interrupt you for a moment. Simon, how are we feeling after yesterday's win?
Well chuffed, to be fair. Just get cracking. It's all this sun's a bit overbearing really, but no, very crack on, mate.
And what's the last thing that goes through your mind whilst you're waiting here to start the race?
Just chilling out really, just chilling out and just get in the zone, I suppose.
Right, well, you're in the zone, we've got to get out of the zone. Simon, good luck, have a fantastic race, buddy. That's all now from the grid. We're going to hand back to Dave because, as you can hear, we're about to go racing. Everybody's getting off the grid, so let's see how this one goes.
Third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Association.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pointy. The grid being clear down there. It's always a great atmosphere being down on the grid before a motor race of any kind. I've never done it with trucks, though, only with cars and with motorcycles. I've been down on the grid before a big race. 30-second board held aloft by one of our volunteer marshals. Thanks again to the Orange family, as we call them here this weekend. They've had a busy weekend. Had to clear up the contents of John Powell's engine yesterday. He got a little insight into how an oil and diesel spill is cleared up. They did a superb job. We were able to get one of the last two races in yesterday. Of course, the Jaguars had to be postponed to today. Okay, the DAF pace truck leads them off then. Green flag is waved. Craig Reed in the Iveco on pole. These trucks with 13, in some cases 14 litre engines, 5-ton machines, electronically limited to 100 miles per hour. Of course, on the road they'd be limited to 56. There is Ryan Smith, the number one, the bonneted Daimler Freightliner truck. There is Luke Garrett, the points leader in Division 2, on the outside of the front row alongside Craig Evans. Craig a little bit off the pace this weekend, sadly. Look out for Jock Borthwick in the white truck, the Scotsman. He led the early part of yesterday's Division 2 races. There's Simon Faulkner with his Iveco, starting from the back, missed yesterday's racing. Number 14, John Bowler with the Union flag liveried truck, the DAF, hand-painted. You can see there the livery on that one. John Powell back out in the number 6. Saw him lose his bumper at the start of yesterday's first race, as Pointy mentioned. No time for him to stop, pick it up though. Division 2 trucks slightly less powerful than the Division 1s. Ryan Smith going for a hat-trick. He won both Division 1 races yesterday. Dominated the second race to win by a clear margin, but couldn't quite shake off the attentions of Stuart Oliver in race 1, which set the grid for this race. Adam Bint there, the black and orange bonneted Volvo white Aerodyne at the back of the Division 2 grid. A brilliant win for him yesterday, second win of the season.
Ricky fancies to stop over to the commentary box at some point because we could maybe get a little bit of colour.
This will be a 15-minute race with a rolling start.
Simon Reed.
Keeping it steady for the moment. Tom O'Rourke at the back of the Division 1 grid there, number 86. Ricky Collett, number 95 in there as well. They both had big smashes here at Thruxton back in 2020. Championship in Division 1 led by Ryan Smith ahead of Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins coming into this weekend. David Jenkins only 10th in race 2 yesterday, had a tangle with Ricky Collett on the first lap. Luke Garrett, the points leader in Division 2 ahead of Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith. Yep. Just to confuse us a bit, there's Brad Smith and Bradley Smith. Brad is in the cream-coloured Midland Truck Breakers number 16. Bradley is on the front row in Division 1 in number 46. So we refer to one as Bradley, one as Brad, just to avoid the confusion. Bradley, number 46, is the son of Tony Smith. Used to race in Division 2 with a Sisu, the Finnish-built truck. Incidentally, Bradley, Brad and Ryan Smith, all unrelated.
The full season in 2019, we were wiped out.
Reeds are brothers.
By COVID in 2020, but he was back in the championship for 2020.
Looks like we got us a convoy here at Thruxton, 2x2. The calm before the storm. At Convoy on the Plain, the first of 3 truck races here today on the Thruxton Circuit. A Daft Pace truck leading them round. He'll pull into the pit lane this time. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith on the front row of the Division 1 grid, Division 2 in the background. The power about to be unleashed. It's time to go truck racing here on the plains of Hampshire, waiting for the red lights to go out, and here we go. The power comes on and Stuart Oliver makes a quick start from further back on the lineup. It's Craig Reed who leads from pole position. Oliver trying to get up the inside of the 69 truck of David Jenkins. Reed's first and third, sandwiching Bradley Smith ahead of Mark Taylor. Michael Oliver trying to get around John Newell. All the Division 1s are away well. We'll pick up Division 2 in a moment. They're coming round to take the start of the race. Division 1 are up at the complex. Hopefully they'll all get through there okay. Craig Reed's got the lead. David Jenkins up the inside. What's happened to Simon Reed? Or is he already in front? Because of course the 2 Reed trucks look identical. Yes, he's already in front. David Jenkins has got through into second. It is Simon Reed we picked up there in third place. There's Ryan Smith, the number 1. He's the one to watch, starting to come through from 8th place. It's Craig Reed from David Jenkins, Simon Reed, Bradley Smith, and Taylor, Oliver, Smith, Michael Oliver, son of Stewart. Here's Division 2 through the complex. John Powell running wide over the runoff area. Luke Garrett leads from Jock Borthwick. John Powell nearly into the side of Craig Evans. Not the best of starts from the pole sitter. He said he's been a little off the pace this weekend, Craig Evans. Brad Smith leans John Powell out wide as Mark Taylor up the inside, taking Bradley Smith as they come out of Church Corner. He'll go up into 4th place. Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race, just 21 years of age, as we heard. He started racing trucks before he was old enough to hold an HGV licence on the road. You don't need an HGV licence to race trucks, you just need a UK racing licence. Craig Reed leads as they come into the chicane for the first time, looking for his first Division 1 win. It's his first season in Division 1, was the Division 2 champion last year. Raced by David Jenkins in the number 69, the former British champion, is going to go for the lead into Allard. No, you're not, says Craig Reed, cuts across him. Battle is joined at the front of the field. Mark Taylor, Stuart Oliver showing in third and fourth. Simon Reed's transponder, a bit of a delay there. He is in third place on the road. Mark Taylor in fourth, then Stuart Oliver rounding out the top 5. Ryan Smith's made up 2 places up into 6 as Craig Reed runs a bit wide there. He may have got a little bit of a tap from David Jenkins, who gets up alongside. He's going to take the lead as they go into Seagrave, is he? Yes, he's done it. David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN takes the lead, and now here comes the elder of the Reed brothers, Simon, to the inside. He's had a couple of wins in Division 1 already this season, one at Brands Hatch, one at Pembrey. And he's up into 2nd place ahead of his brother now. The 2 identical Ivecos. The way to tell them apart is the mirrors. Simon's got white wing mirrors and Craig's are red. Mark Taylor in behind them. Was on for a podium in yesterday's 2nd race, but the truck sadly let him down and he had to pull off. Stuart Oliver attacking as well. Adam Bintz got ahead of Craig Evans further back in the order. So he's made up 1 place from the back of the grid. John Powell in the repaired number 6 attacking Brad Smith. It's Luke Garrett who leads Division 2 ahead of Jock Borthwick. John Bowler going well, number 14 up there in 3rd in the division. See the body roll there on the number 16 Midland Truck Breakers Unity Recovery DAF of Brad Smith, as here comes Division 1 into the chicane. Ryan Smith stuck in 6th place in line at the moment, behind Stuart Oliver, the 10-time British, 1-time European champion. Ryan Smith, a 6-time consecutive Division 1 champion in the UK. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to beat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles. He'd love to do the European Series as well, but you need big budgets for that. Sadly, the European Championship doesn't come to the UK anymore. Used to visit Silverstone and Donington quite regularly. Bradley Smith's dropped back behind Stephen Powell there, number 3, the former Division 2 champion. Still Ryan Smith, no way through for the number 1. The Daimler-Benz chassis, you can see the Mercedes-Benz 3-pointed star on the grille. It's a Freightliner body. Stuart Oliver attacks Mark Taylor, trying to get alongside there, coming out of Seagrave. He's onto the grass. Taylor doesn't leave him room, and this could allow Ryan Smith to come through as they go through Noble. Yes, he does it. Stuart Oliver won't be too happy there. He wasn't left a lot of room on the outside. He had to go onto the grass. It's still David Jenkins with the lead, looking to make up for that spin at the complex yesterday. Made contact with Ricky Collett. Brad Smith under fire from John Powell. I think we've lost Simon Faulkner, number 92. Yes, he's pulled into the pits. And another truck that we're missing is Ricky Collett. I don't think he took the start, unfortunately. The number 95, he had some problems at the end of yesterday, I think. Here comes Simon Reed. He wants to attack for the lead into the chicane. I don't think he'll get through there. A bit narrow to get 2 trucks side by side. That's not going to stop Mark Taylor from trying to go round the outside. And now here comes Ryan Smith. He could attack Taylor. Mark Taylor having to attack and defend at the same time. Yes, no Ricky Collett in this race, sadly. Apologies for missing that at the beginning of the race. Jenkins leads by 2.5 seconds. Here comes Ryan Smith up the inside. He got the better exit from the chicane, side by side with Mark Taylor. Behind them, Stuart Oliver, trying to recover after that grassy moment earlier on. Behind them is Michael Oliver. Smith up the inside. He should get through here at the complex. Oliver on his bumper, literally. Mark Taylor's going to be hung out to dry around the outside, but he'll have the inside for the left-hander at Cobb. Ryan Smith has got through. Taylor hanging on to the outside of Stuart Oliver. They're still side by side, and Oliver slides it there and takes the place back again. Change in the midfield in Division 1. Just over 9 minutes of this race to go. David Jenkins with the lead ahead of the Reed brothers, and now Ryan Smith ready to attack Craig Reed for 3rd place. He wants a hat-trick this weekend. Division 2, meanwhile, is being led as expected by Luke Garrett ahead of Jock Borthwick. John Bowler going well in 3rd place. A couple of trucks getting the black and white warning flag. That's the driving standards flag, presumably for exceeding track limits. The officials did say this morning they would be cracking down a bit more on exceeding track limits. Ryan Smith has got a warning flag. Michael Oliver and the number 18 as well, which is John Newell, further back in the Division 1 field. Ryan Smith, meanwhile, getting past Craig Reed on the run out of Church up Woodham Hill. He's up into 3rd place now. Reed down to 4th. 5th is Stuart Oliver. 6th it is Mark Taylor. In 7th place behind him, a few lengths back, is Michael Oliver. Over the line they go. Here comes Stuart Oliver now, ready to attack Craig Reed for 4th place. Sliding the Volvo there out of Allard. Here's the Division 2 battle meanwhile, the 2 MANs. It is Luke Garrett ahead of Jock Borthwick. England v Scotland for the lead of the race. Jock Borthwick, a newcomer last season. Good to see some Scottish representation once again. I remember several years ago Archie Argo racing quite successfully. He was based up in the north of Scotland as John Powell cuts the chicane. Brad Smith gets through, and Adam Bint could get through here as well, the Oxfordshire driver in the number 5, the Volvo White Aerodyne. The Volvo Whites, very famous in late 80s, early 90s truck racing. The likes of Richard Walker, Slim Borgren, George Allen all had Volvo Whites, among others. Stuart Oliver staying ahead of Mark Taylor. Now attacking Craig Reed. The first 3 starting to break away. Coming up just past half distance in this first race of the day. It's the British Truck Racing Championship. First of 3 races for them. Can Ryan Smith take a hat? Here's a battle further back. Adam Bint on the tail of John Powell now. This is for 5th place in Division 2. Craig Evans behind them. Simon Faulkner, I think he's still going. Yeah, he's been into the pits, but he's got the Iveco going again. Stuart Oliver's now got the black and white warning flag. There are the leaders in Division 2. David Jenkins just going across the line. Ryan Smith has got through into 2nd place, I can tell you. Here comes Stuart Oliver attacking Craig Reed. No, Ryan Smith hasn't got through. Apologies, it's Simon Reed's transponder is not working properly, so it's taking a bit of a delay before his time comes through on my screen. Apologies there. Ryan Smith still third, but he has done the fastest lap, 1:38.377. Here is the battle for the lead, and Simon Reed is not letting David Jenkins get away. Smith behind them in third in the Daimler Freight lineup. And Craig Reed still holding on ahead of Stuart Oliver. Fine fight between these two, with Mark Taylor looking on behind. Michael Oliver's being reeled in by John Newell, the Yorkshireman in number 18. Are we going to see a third win of the season for David Jenkins? He didn't have a happy time of things at Pembrey. The MAN was a bit down on power. He had 2 wins at the opening weekend of the year at Brands Hatch back on Easter weekend. Simon Reed looking determined here, the man from Stoke-on-Trent in the Iveco, looking for his third win of the season. Ryan Smith is closing on them all the time in the number 1 Daimler Freightliner. They're well clear now of the rest of the Division 1 field, who are rather being held up by Craig Reed, the pole sitter in this race. Bradley Smith has dropped to the back of the Division 1 field after starting from the front row. There he is in the background through the trees. Stuart Oliver has a look. We need to check to the back of Craig Reed. He was a bit late on the brakes there, I think. 5 minutes of the race to go. 3 leaders almost together now over the line. Ryan Smith only 1.5 seconds off the lead now. Still got the fastest lap, 1:38.377. Stuart Oliver still can't get past Craig Reed for 4th through the complex. Ryan Smith now right with Simon Reed. Number 1 truck seems to be stronger in the tighter sections. Obviously there are only 2 such sections of Thruxton. He's on the tail of Simon Reed now. Out into the country they go once again. David Jenkins able to increase his lead by a couple of MAN lengths. Here's a battle in Division 2. Further back, Brad Smith still under fire from John Powell. Adam Bint behind them, and John Bowler's dropped back as well. The number 14 has dropped down the order in Division 2, lost a couple of places on that lap. Brad Smith still hanging on. This is for 3rd in Division 2 now. Garrett and Borthwick have pulled away by several seconds in front of them. They're about 10 seconds up the road. Craig Evans at the back of the field, apart from Simon Faulkner, who's a lap down after his pit visit. David Jenkins leads. Ever since he forced his way through at the complex past Craig Reed. Ryan Smith has dropped back a length or 2 there from Simon Reed this time, and I'm sure he'll close up again into the complex. Just between these 3 for the race win. Stuart Oliver's finally got past Craig Reed into 4th, and here comes Mark Taylor as well. He's going for 5th place. John Newell throws the MAN across the circuit there, goodness me. Power sliding the MAN, a la Kurt Goranson there. Mark Taylor's now got past Craig Reed on the run into the complex. Craig slowly dropping down the order. Cork's out of the bottle now, so Stuart Oliver can get on and try and catch the top 3. John Newell really is sliding the MAN around, chasing Michael Oliver in the number 12. And a small gap back to Stephen Powell next in the order in the number 3. The man from Brands Hatch, literally lives just down the road. And behind him, Tom O'Rourke, Scotsman, the boss of MV Commercials, the number 86. Newell onto the grass again there, using all the road and more. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. They might get 2 more laps out of this. Wait and see how much time's left when David Jenkins crosses the line. Here they come up Woodham Hill, and Ryan Smith ready to attack now for 2nd place. He'll be desperate to go after his arch rival David Jenkins for the lead. Smith on the inside, Reed moves to cover. There's Simon Faulkner. He's been into the pits as we mentioned, and he'll be lapped by the leaders. Here comes Ryan Smith. They come up over the line. 1:38 on the clock, and they're lapping in the 1:38, 1:39, so I think this might be last lap. I didn't notice if the board had gone out there. It might be checkered flag next time around. Not sure we will get another lap out of this. We'll have to wait and see. Oliver is 4th. Taylor 5th, then Craig Reed. Here's the Division 2 leaders. Luke Garrett has pulled away from Jock Borthwick. So it's looking good for win number 2 of the weekend for the Orange MAN, the former 2-time Division 2 champion. We didn't see him in last year's championship. He was doing the European series. Another driver who we saw in the British Championship once or twice over the last few years, now in the European Championship, is Shane Brereton, the ex-hot rod racer on the short ovals. Used to do the pickup championship as well. And also Jamie Anderson, number 23, has moved from the British to the European Championships the last few years. Ryan Smith on the attacking to Church corner. It'll be a brave move if he can get through there on Simon Reed. Reed moving to cover, trying to move to cover. He does so. Smith on the curb. John Powell, I can tell you further back, has finally got past Brad Smith. Also, John Newell has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He's further back in the order. Now, is it going to be checkered flag or last lap this time? 13 seconds on the clock as they come into the chicane. We'll have to wait and see what's displayed at the line. Somebody's hit one of the tyre stacks there, I noticed as well. Through the chicane they come. Jenkins, Simon Reed, Ryan Smith. Now, is it going to be checkered flag or the last lap board? It's the last lap board. We are going to get one more lap. That's a welcome sight for Ryan Smith, because he can attack for second place. I don't think he's going to catch David Jenkins. I think he's going to just about run out of time if he does get past Simon Reed. Clock going to 0 just as they cross the line there. Stuart Oliver still 4th. Division 2 still led by Garrett in 12th overall. And still Simon Reed defending that second place. Here's Luke Garrett. How far ahead of Borthwick is he? He's just over 4 seconds last time through. Here's a busy battle further back. Craig Reed, Michael Oliver, John Newell. Saw him get a penalty. 5 seconds added to his race time for exceeding track limits. Well, he's been all over the place in this race, the Yorkshireman in his MAN. Behind him, Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion. Tom O'Rourke next, and then Bradley Smith. Ryan Smith kicking up a bit of dust there out of Church corner. There's Stuart Oliver, then Taylor, and then this fight for 6th. Headed by Craig Reed, pole sitter in this race. It looks like it is going to be a 3rd win of the season, a 1st of the weekend for David Jenkins, so I don't think Ryan Smith is going to take the hat-trick here. Here they come down into the chicane for the final time. The checkered flag is almost in sight. Jenkins a little bit wide there. Simon Reed still defending that second place. It's going to be a win for the man from Staffordshire, number 69, David Jenkins in the digraph. Morris Lubricants MAN out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag. Second for Simon Reed. Ryan Smith, a rather frustrated 3rd place. Stuart Oliver will take 4th. 5th will go to Mark Taylor. Pole sitter Craig Reed will hang on for 6th ahead of Michael Oliver. John Newell, but he will drop down a couple of places with that penalty. Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke. Newell drops 10th in the results. Bradley Smith is 11th, and then we'll have the Division 2 trucks come home. Here comes Luke Garrett. He's going to take a clear win in Division 2, his 2nd win of the weekend, and his 6th of the season. He continues to extend his points lead, mind the tyres. Just avoiding the extra chicane in the middle of the chicane there. The Apollo Tyres MAN comes home to take the win in Division 2 ahead of Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, 2nd in the class. Positions I think they will echo in the points chart after that one. They're well clear of their opposition. Who's going to be 3rd? I think it should be John Powell. Indeed it is, or Adam Bint coming up the outside. He takes 4th place, just fails to catch John Powell. Brad Smith is next home. He held on for a lot of that race in front of John Powell, eventually dropping back. And the other finishers will be Craig Evans and John Bowler. There is Evans over the line in the MAN. John Bowler behind him. Simon Faulkner a couple of laps down after his pit stop. Here's a replay. This is Adam Bint and Brad Smith on the final lap. Excuse me, says Adam Bint. So that's why Brad Smith dropped back a bit. Nearly a collision there coming out of the complex. The HVO fuel-powered Volvo White Aerodyne getting through. Got a bit of steam I saw coming out of Brad Smith's truck as well. Oh, there's a change to the results as well. I can tell you Stuart Oliver has also been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's dropped him to 7th. So Stuart Oliver also given a penalty. No problem for David Jenkins though, he's won. That's win number 3 of the season. Ryan Smith has to settle for 3rd this time. 1.25 seconds covering the podium. So a couple of penalties. The officials said they were going to get tough on track limits today for the trucks. Just waiting for the result to be confirmed. And then we can bring it to you. With those couple of penalties being added on. Okay, here we are. David Jenkins, the winner, ahead of Simon Reed by just under a second, and Ryan Smith on Simon Reed's tail as he went over the line. Mark Taylor 4th, ahead of Craig Reed and Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He drops to 7th. Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke. John Newell also got a 5-second penalty. He takes 10th. Ahead of Bradley Smith. Then we've got Division 2 trucks. Luke Garrett's taking the win by just under 4 seconds ahead of Chuck Borthwick. Then John Powell and Brad Smith completing the top 15 ahead of Adam Bint, Craig Evans, John Bowler and the delayed Simon Faulkner. We can head down into the Parc Fermé area then to hear from a few of the drivers in just a moment.
Oh, absolutely fantastic result, ladies and gentlemen. What a race. Dave Jenkins absolutely smashing a 1st place, keeping the lead the entire race. The amount of effort that must have been involved in that, Dave. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We had a good solid start to the day yesterday, rough afternoon, and then the boys worked tirelessly and really got behind me overnight and made some big changes to the truck, big changes to the driver's state of mind, and here we are doing what we do best.
I mean, we obviously saw a reverse grid, which we explained to the viewers earlier on, which still put you quite far back in the pack from the beginning of the race. So where did you see your opportunity to get to the front?
We went P6 on the grid, and I got a little bit worried at the start because obviously the gap was there for Ricky Collett. I thought the inside was going to be this fastest starting line. And just got round the outside into the complex to start with and hung that one out, and then hunted Craig down past him and went. But I mean, fair play to Simon. I could see I'd got a little bit of strength on him in the chicane, but he was better than me in the rest of the lap, and I was just saving my bacon every lap and gapping him. So it was very, it was a great race.
It was absolutely fantastic to watch. Thank you for a great race. Congratulations, so well done to you and your team. Well,
can I just say, it's the crowd here this weekend is absolutely fantastic. So it's great to see the support on track. So if you're watching this at home, please come and see us live. And if you're my family that are watching this at home, come and see us next time.
Yes, that's an order. Okay, we'll see you here. Well, we'll see you at Donington next. But we've got 2 more races left today. Good luck for that. Another reverse grid second race. So we'll see you then. Cheers, thanks, mate. Dave. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and have a word with Simon Reed now. And Simon, how are we doing, mate? Another sterling effort. We had the pleasure of talking to you before the race.
Yes, yeah.
You definitely were in the zone for the entire thing.
No, we were, to be honest. It was close, Next one, mate, Dave got away from me, then clawed it back. Well done, Dave. Spot on, mate.
Good pushing there.
They are hot. They are hot.
That was
tires.
brilliant.
Hot to all. They are so sticky. They're incredible.
That was brilliant, mate.
I mean, you were battling with Ryan Smith. He was on your tail.
He was on, so I'm trying to regain the gap with Dave. And then Ryan come up behind us at a fair rate of knots, and I thought, shit, well.
It was tight.
Nothing worse than being chasing.
Oh, I know, yeah. Well, you could see that you were moving forward and backward, battling Dave, battling Ryan.
Yeah. Just trying to get on. Like you say, different trucks. You're gaining a bit on one way where they'll pull on you another. And it's just try and keep it pulled together, but not make one mistake.
And these tyres as well, they are. Yeah. I mean, if you could only feel these tyres, they are sticky to the touch. They are literally beats of rubber coming off them from the sheer heat of these 5-ton machines banking around corners at hundreds of miles an hour. How are you getting on with the GTs? Are they working for you?
They are, to be honest. I think you can expect on any tyre 100 mile an hour bends hammering at 30 degrees.
Yeah.
There's no off switch. Once you're on it, you're on it. And if the tyre's holding up, it's holding up. If it isn't, you're hammering it anyway. So, personally, they're holding up to it, and we're getting round the track anyway and staying on the track.
Certainly getting the results.
Yeah, we can't
Fantastic. Well, well done, Si. Looks like we've got you a cheeky little hat here from BARC and some water. It's important to stay hydrated. Right then, so I've been asked to apologise for if anyone had what? Oh, some bad language. I don't remember hearing any bad language, but then again, I might have been in the zone, you know. So let's make our way back to Division 2 if we've got time. Have we got time, sir? We've got time. Let's make our way down to Division 2 and have a word with the Flying Scotsman if we can find him. Simon Fulton, ladies and gentlemen, actually getting some racing in. Let's speak to you. So there's a nice little trio of drivers here. You managed to get some track time?
Yes, yes, finally. We've had steering problems all weekend. I think we've got there with the steering problems.
And they didn't take you off the track for smoke?
No, we've still got the smoke problem, so that's the next thing to deal with.
The next thing to deal with, because there are a lot of regulations, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, with a diesel run sport, everybody has their opinions, but the championship do work tirelessly to make sure that we are as clean as possible. And of course, unfortunately, Simon has been, in trouble. Dirty. Craig and Bradley, fantastic battle there. Obviously, you unfortunately slipped back a little bit earlier on. But I mean, you know, the movement in the race was incredible, wasn't it?
It was, to be honest with you. You know, I've just been through church, 100 mile an hour with Stuart and Ryan Smith at the side on me. To be honest with you, they've just got a little bit on the limiter on me, and other than that, it's just so close, you know. But it's just great, to be honest with you, great racing. It's good, as long as you don't knock each other off, it's good fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a couple of penalties for track limits, not naming any names, but that saw them drop back a little bit. Bradley, you seem to have a clean race otherwise.
Yeah, no, I had a good race. Rude's come over from Holland this weekend and he reset my ECU last night.
Well, that could be treacherous.
Well, yeah, I went out and the limiter reset to 154. So I had to drop back and replay a bit and get it back up to
you had to slow down a bit.
Yeah, I had to slow down, play with the drop to the back, replay with my buttons.
Shouldn't be playing with your buttons whilst racing, Bradley. I've told you this before, you'll get in trouble. Right, thank you for talking to us. Bradley Smith, we'll just walk our way back and see if there are any Div 2 drivers. Ah, here he is. Here he is. The Flying Scotsman himself, Jock Borthwick. Jock, how the devil are we, sir?
How are you?
Yeah, fantastic. Now, a bit of a technical fault you had at the beginning of that race. You were pulling out of Parc Ferme and your driver's door flung open.
Yeah, it was just to get a bit extra cool air in. Last minute cool air.
Good race, though. You and Luke Garrett pulled forward quite early on and kept that gap.
Yeah, it was good. No, it was okay. It was a lot better as yesterday. Just struggling on the front end of the truck. Cremating tyres, like everybody's got that problem, so we've not quite got that right yet.
But you're doing well. You're doing well. You've got a lovely new hat. We're going to give you another GT hat over there shortly as well. How's the heat holding up now? I was talking to a couple of drivers earlier on before the race, and it wasn't too hot in the cabs. I take it it's a little bit different now.
It's a little bit hot, but when you get going, you're just racing. You forget about it.
It's funny, you see, because there's two types of driver. Obviously, some of them are like, no, you get in the zone, you don't notice how hot it is, you just go. And you speak to some drivers, and they're like, oh, it was so hot, so hot. Right, well, thank you very much.
Thanks,
fantastic race,
brilliant.
good result. Let's see you at the podium for some trophies. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we've got time for down here in Parc Ferme. So we'll hand back to Dave in the studio. Thanks, Jock. Nice one, mate.
So great to just get the
Yeah, thanks very much, Pointy, and again apologies for any choice language you may have heard during those interviews in the heat of the moment, quite literally down there in Parc Ferme. Next up, we're back to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club and their various grids. It's a rolling start for this race. It'll be the Classic Thunder Saloon, sponsored by Edmondson Electrical, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. Result based on yesterday, the grid based on yesterday's results, I should say. So it's Welshman Jason Davies in his Sapphire Cosworth is on pole alongside Nick Vaughan in his Audi A3, Vaughan the Prawn as he's known. Second row, Malcolm Harding, the winner of the Blue Oval, split yesterday in his Escort alongside James Janicki in the Nissan Skyline. Row 3, Ian Bauer, he's in a BMW, and Mike Manning in a Sierra Cosworth. Row 4, AJ Owen in his Honda Civic, and Martin Reynolds in a Mark II Escort. The fifth row, Clinton the Chalmers in a BMW, James Dunkley, the current Blue Oval points leader, in his Ford Fiesta XR2. Row 6, Joey Binks in a Sierra Cosworth, and Luke Bennett in a Eurocar V8. We'll tell you a bit more about that car later on. Row 7 is Will Hunt in a Ford Fiesta, and Sam Daffin's newer, older shape Fiesta on row 7. Then we've got Alan Breck in a 5-litre V8 engine Ford Capri, alongside James Alford's Honda Civic. Row 9, Malcolm Wise in a Sapphire Cosworth and Rob Taylor's Ford Fiesta. Moving back on the grid to 10th, we've got Colin Claxton in his second car this weekend. He's in an Escort alongside Tim Mizzen in a Fiesta. Tom Abbott in a Sierra alongside Chris Brown's Ford Fiesta. He failed to finish yesterday's race, but he is there on the grid for this one. And we'll have Neil Argrave in his Thunder Saloon Ford Sierra. Just looking to see if Neil is there. Sadly, I don't think he is. Rob Salisbury's Honda Accord Super Tourer is there. Ralph Higson I can't see down there in number 52 with his Lotus Cortina. But Andy Wilson, who retired yesterday with alternator failure, is there. So the big Holden Monaro is back out. He said yesterday he was probably done for the weekend, but no, he's managed to repair the big Holden. Needs to watch for him coming through from the back. Behind him we should have Craig Tompkinson. No, he's not there with the Vauxhall Nova. Nor is Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. But one car we didn't see yesterday is there. Number 401 Andy Thompson, his BTCC Seat Toledo. He broke down in qualifying yesterday, unfortunately, and had to miss race 1. But he is there from the back in this one, the red Seat.
So Malcolm winning Boss S-Class yesterday. He was third overall. Fourth, James Janicki in the Nissan Skyline. Had a really good late run, did James.
So Jason Davies, the current points leader in the Classic Thunder Saloons with the bewinged Sapphire Cosworth on pole. Nick Vaughan alongside him. He's got plenty of followers in our YouTube comments.
12th was the S-Class Classic Thunder winner Luke Bennett in the...
Jared Mardell says, powered by pasta and sauce. Nick Vaughan the prawn. I don't know what that refers to, but anyway, let's see if he can get his first win here. He was on pole yesterday. The pace car has already pulled into pit lane. This will be a 15-minute race. One of the most powerful cars we will see this weekend, along with the Blue Oval Saloons, Malcolm Harding and Mike Manning, the leading runners there as we get underway. Over 15 minutes with Thunder and Boss. Jason Davies goes into the lead as they head down towards Allard for the first time. Watch for Malcolm Harding, the leading Blue Oval Saloon Series car in his familiar Zack-Speed Escorts. All away cleanly. Nick Vaughan chasing Jason Davies as they go into the complex the first time. Harding is third. Then we've got James Janicki in the Nissan Skyline. Ian Bauer's BMW M3 in the Castrol livery. Then Mike Manning's Texaco Sierra Cosworth. Now watch for Andy Wilson. There is the number 97, the big Holden Monaro. Rob Taylor's Fiesta behind Colin Claxton in the gorgeous Mark II Escort RS 1800. As they charge their way out into the country for the first time, there's AJ Owen, the former Pre-03 touring car champion, has upgraded his Honda to classic touring car spec. Oh, and Andy Wilson's in trouble again, by the look of it. He's slowed there, coming through the complex for the first time. He's still down towards the back of the field, so maybe the Holden's got a problem again. We'll keep an eye on that. The leaders heading up Woodham Hill. It is Jason Davies, regular in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship with various Fords over the last few years. Here comes James Janicki in the Skyline, attacking for third place overall. Malcolm Harding won't mind because they're in different championships these days. They had a good scrap in the closing stages of yesterday's race for third overall. Second of the Blue Oval Saloons will be Mike Manning, the Texaco Sierra, replica of the car that Steve Soper used to race in the late 80s. Behind them we've got AJ Owen's Honda, then Martin Reynolds in his Mark II Escort, and James Dunkley is well up overall, the clear points leader in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, leading his class once again there in the red Fiesta XR2. Janicki now coming under fire from Ian Bauer, the former Pre-93 touring car champion in the Castrol BMW, the Italian Super Turismo look-alike. Oh, he's gone wide there. Ian Bauer gets out of shape. There's a bit of rally crossing. Getting a bit slippery there, coming out of the complex, I think. There's a chance, of course, that the trucks in the previous race may have dropped a bit of diesel there. Fairly well spread out in the early stages of this classic and historic Thunder Saloon and Blue Oval Saloon Series race. Andy Wilson, I can tell you, did complete the first lap, but he looks a bit off the pace, unfortunately. One car has dropped back, number 10, Tim Mizzen, with his Ford Fiesta, the yellow and green Fiesta further back. A total of 22 cars took the start in this one. We were missing a couple. Craig Tompkinson in his Pocket Rocket Vauxhall Nova broke down yesterday. He's not out, nor is Don Hughes, the Peugeot 306. Not using his Golf for this one. The 306 broke down the green flag lap of yesterday's race, sadly. No Ralph Higson with his Mark I Cortina either. Or Neil Argrave in the ex-Piers Grange Thunder Saloon Sierra. That broke down in yesterday's race. So I'm missing a few cars that had problems yesterday, but it's still a good field of classic and historic Thunder saloons, sponsored by Edmondson Electrical, BARC Power Blue Oval Saloons. Bossing them at the moment is Malcolm Harding. There's Mike Manning. Third of them is Martin Reynolds, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon champion. Won that in a Ford Anglia last season, now in his Mark II Escort. It's got a whole collection of classic Fords, as the man from Norfolk. There is Mike Manning, that beautiful Texaco Sierra. AJ Owen behind in the Honda Civic. Former pre-03 champion on several occasions. Flash of flame from the Cosworth there, a Welshman. Mike Manning, a veteran of over 40 years of motorsport. He's done everything from rallycross, motocross, grass track racing. He's done rallying as well. Just about everything he's raced over the years. Appeared in the Eurocar series. We mentioned Eurocar earlier on. Just looking to see if the V8 Eurocar of Luke Bennett is out there. I didn't see it on the green flag lap. Sadly, no. I don't think it's there, unfortunately. The old V8 Eurocar. There's a big V8 in Jägermeister livery. That's Alan Breck's Capri. There is Andy Wilson. He's slowly started to make his way forward now, but that Holden clearly down on power. The alternator failed on that car yesterday. Gets past Sam Daffin's Fiesta. There's Chris Brown in his Cosworth-powered Fiesta XR2. That's another of the, what I call the pocket rocket class. Former Blue Oval Saloon champion, I think he was here a few years ago. There's Rob Salisbury. We'll see him out in the Super Touring class. Ahead of them, Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta ST. There's that huge Holden. As we said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to that car you realise just how big it is, the Australian V8 beast. He's going past Alan Breck now, so he's getting into his stride now, Andy Wilson. Took a couple of overall wins in the Classic Thunder at Brands Hatch earlier this year as James Alford in the luridly liveried Honda attacks Sam Daffin's Fiesta. Here's the fight for third place, Malcolm Harding, James Janicki and Ian Bauer. They're all leading their classes, those three. Malcolm Harding, the overall leader in Blue Oval Saloons. Janicki leading Thunder Class A and Bauer Class C at the Classic Thunders. The two leaders are both Class B, Davies and Vaughan. Jason Davies has just done the fastest lap, 1:19.13. We'll wait to see what the gap is back to Nick Vaughan. It's nearly 10 seconds now. The Audi A3 in second place as Janicki trying to attack for third. Here we see the class leaders on the right of your screen. Tom Abbott's currently leads the Class B for Boss for the Boss series in his Sapphire Cosworth. He used to race a Capri. Malcolm Wise, a veteran from London in his Sapphire Cosworth behind him. Janicki under fire from Ian Bauer. Skyline used to compete in the Nippon Challenge for modified Japanese cars. To the inside here is Ian Bauer's BMW trying to take fourth place away. So the 9 minutes of this race to go. Plenty of close fights all the way down the order. This scrap going on for third place. We've got a close fight for sixth as well between Mike Manning, AJ Owen and Martin Reynolds. Andy Wilson continuing his charge up the order. He's up to 10th now. Gained 3 places on the previous lap, so keep an eye on the Holden coming through. Here's a scrap between Manning and AJ Owen. Power of the Sierra telling here. Just how Steve Soper would drive on the old Texaco Eggenberger European touring cars. Oh, Rob Salisbury retiring. The Honda Accord has pulled into the paddock. I hope he can fix that for the Super Touring race later on. As Janicki on the inside of the chicane. Malcolm Harding trying to hold him off. This is for third overall. And Harding does hold him off. And Ian Bauer says, OK, I'll go around the outside then and try and take fourth place. The Skyline delay there, but the power of the big Nissan pulls him back ahead. It's an R32 Skyline, I think. But James Janicki is at the wheel. Oh, I'm sure somebody will put me right in the comments if it's not. Mike Manning in the Sierra Cosworth, still 6th, a little bit smoky there, the Cosworth. The R32 Skyline, the car known as Godzilla. Certainly is a Japanese monster, that car. I haven't seen any flames from the exhaust yet, though. Seen from Mike Manning's Cosworth. Out into the country they go once again, just past half distance in this combined race. The Classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series, with Jason Davies looking to extend his points lead out in front. His last lap was a couple of seconds off his ultimate pace in this race, though. There he is, lapping Colin Claxton in that stunning Mark II Escort. Maybe it was back marker traffic that slowed him a little. Who's he got ahead of him now? Malcolm Wise and James Alford. Rob Taylor's black Fiesta goes a lap down as well. How's Andy Thompson getting on in the Seat Toledo? Let's have a look back. Oh no, he's pulled into the pits, so more problems with the Seat. Of course, I haven't seen him coming through. Davies coming up to lap the veteran number 14, Malcolm Wise, based just north of London. He's got a Sierra Cosworth and an Escort Cosworth that he races in various series. Malcolm Harding has lost out to James Janicki. The Skyline has gone up into third place, but Malcolm won't mind. He's still leading the Blue Oval Saloons. The complex. Skyline ahead. 6 minutes of the race to go. Ian Bauer trying to close back up as well after he ran wide earlier on. Laser Tools banner on the windscreen of that car showing he's also competing in the pre-93 touring cars, sponsored by Laser Tools. Our marshals sunning themselves there on the inside of Noble. Great to see that the marshals have taken the precautions of bringing the golf umbrellas with them. Still Mike Manning holding off AJ Owen. This is for 6th overall. Manning second of the Blue Oval Saloon, the second in Class S. For the Blue Oval Saloons, I think that's for cars running on slick tyres. For the class leaders being Dunkley and Abbott, among others, further back. Car 35 has been given the black and orange flag. That's Mike Manning. Now, Mike Manning, the black and orange flag means technical problem. You need to pull into the pits, the black flag with the orange disc. So is that because of the smoke he is trailing, or is there another problem I haven't spotted with the Sierra? We'll have a look if we can again in a moment. I would imagine it's because he's trailing a bit of smoke, or there might be something that's fallen off underneath Mike Manning's Texaco car. One car that's pulled into the pits is Alan Breck. We've lost the Ford Capri. Try and see what the problem is with Mike Manning's car if we can, as Malcolm Harding closes back up on James Janicki. So over the pit caller is Alan Breck. Lost 3 cars into the pits now, Salisbury and Thompson being the others. Just over 4 minutes to go. Still Jason Davies leads by just over 10 seconds ahead of Vaughan. Oh, and AJ Owen in trouble. He's got a puncture. Right front tyre has gone. I thought I heard a noise in the background. Sounded like a car with a puncture. So AJ Owen has blown a tyre. He said Thruxton was tough on tyres. That's going to be AJ Owen out of the race. Now, there is Mike Manning. Try and see what the problem is. Has something fallen off underneath the Sierra there? Have a look. Yes, you can see there. I think the exhaust might be hanging off underneath. It's either that or the smoke that he's trailing that's going to cause him to have to pull into the pits. He's being flagged in by the officials. Let's have a look again from a closer angle. So it's either the exhaust or it's that smoke it's trailing. He might be dropping a bit of oil they might be concerned about. It's hard to see from here. So Mike Manning's going to pull into the pits. And the car he was battling with is out as well, AJ Owen, with that puncture. Martin Reynolds, therefore, is up into 6th and 2nd of the Blue Oval Saloons. Who's 3rd in Blue Oval now? James Dunkley. AJ Owen pulls off. That's his race over. Pulls into the marshal's post there, out of harm's way. That car will have to be recovered back to the pits. Jason Davies, still your leader. Completed 9 laps now. We've got just under 3 minutes to go. See what his gap is back to Vaughan the Prawn in the Audi. Alan Breck's come back out in the Capri. Gap is now just over 14 seconds, so it's going to be another runaway victory for the Welshman. Jason Davies, here he is at the complex, and he has lapped Andy Wilson. That's how far ahead he is. Andy Wilson is up into 7th from the back of the field now in the Holden, with the demise of Mike Manning and AJ Owen's cars. battle Colin Claxton and James Alford, being lapped by James Janicki. Janicki is a further 23 seconds back off Nick Vaughan in third place, so the leader's very well spaced out. Mark Harding's fallen back a bit into fourth, but he's still the leading Blue Oval Saloon. It's been a race of attrition among the Blue Oval Saloons, has to be said. One of them going again is Alan Breck. There's the three. Claxton and Alford are battling for 14th overall. Claxton in Blue Oval Class D, which is being led by James Dunkley, and James Alford in Classic Thunder Class C, which is being led by Ian Bowers BMW in 5th place. We haven't forgotten about Ian Bower, he's still in a rather lonely 5th. Behind him Martin Reynolds, then Wilson, Dunkley, Tom Abbott Sierra, and Chris Brown, number 12 in his Fiesta, the white Mark II Fiesta XR2, rounding up top 10 overall. Behind him Will Hunt, Malcolm Wise, Rob Taylor. There's Will Hunt in his Fiesta ST. 1 minute left on the clock now. So I think this maybe the last lap. We'll have to wait and see, because we didn't see when Jason Davies crossed the line how much time there was left. I think we might get 2 more laps, including 2 laps including this one out of this. Davies continues to dominate the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship this year. Andy Wilson, the points leader in Class A, ahead of James Janicki. Davies dominating Class B. In Class C, AJ Owen, with his points from yesterday's race, has taken the lead from Ryan Steele in his absence. I don't think there's any representation in the other classes. There's Nick Vaughan's Audi. He's having a lonely race here in second place. Now, will it be checkered flag this time? There's 3 seconds on the clock as Jason Davies comes up. No, it is last lap, so we are going to get 1 more lap. Like the trucks, it was right on the cusp there. Away goes Jason Davies in the winged Sapphire. Up to the complex for the final time. Sapphire Cosworth, never really seen much in British touring cars. It was the Sierra RS500 Cosworths that were the kings of touring cars. Rob Rabbit did try and run a Sapphire in the first year of the Super Touring Formula, and it was not a success. Certainly not as powerful as this one. Certainly with a smaller wing as well. That's what you call a rear spoiler. Jason Davies at the entrance to Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Class B, and overall he's heading for victory. A very clear margin. He's over 20 seconds clear of Vaughan's Audi now. Up Woodham Hill for the final time. Thankfully the heat's not getting to many of these cars. Only a few retirements from this one. It's going to be a win, a double win for 155. Jason Davies out of the chicane for the final time. The Sapphire Cosworth takes the flag. A clear win for Jason Davies, 2 out of 2. That makes it 6 wins for the season as well. He had 2 wins at Silverstone, 2 at Alton Park, and now 2 here at Thruxton. He missed the round at Brands Hatch. Here comes Nick Vaughan, second place in his Audi A3. Great to see he's finally got that car running properly after some problems in the opening rounds of the season. 2 second places for him this weekend. James Dunkley will keep his championship lead in the Blue Oval Saloons. He wins his class a lap down in 7th place. Andy Wilson, second in Class A of the Thunder Saloons, as long as James Janicki makes it home to win the class. So Andy Wilson coming through for 8th from the back of the grid. There is Janicki. He takes 3rd overall. And Malcolm Harding wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series for the 2nd time this weekend in his Escort. Malcolm Harding will take the lead in Class S of the Blue Oval Saloons from Martin Reynolds. It's James Dunkley who will keep his overall championship lead. He won Class D. Alan Breck will take Class A. Class B goes to Tom Abbott. He keeps his points lead there. Class C, I'll just have to double check on the timing screen. Sam Daffin takes the win there, and he keeps the championship lead there. Martin Reynolds over the line, 6th overall behind Ian Bauer. He wins Class C of the Classic Thunders. I think Andy Wilson will keep his points lead in Class A. Although James Janicki, no, I think James Janicki may have overhauled him with that class win. Jason Davies, we know, is still on top in Class B. AJ Owen will lead Class C in the points, and I don't think there's any representation in the other classes this weekend. So that's the points mathematics done. Next out on track today, we will have the Pickup Truck Championship for their first of 2 races this weekend. But there is the result confirmed. Jason Davies winning by 30 seconds in the end over Nick Vaughan's Audi, and James Janicki a further 20 seconds back in third. It's very well spaced out among the leaders. Malcolm Harding taking 4th and wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Ian Bauer and Martin Reynolds the only other cars on the lead lap. James Dunkley a fine 7th in the Fiesta, and Chris Brown's Fiesta in the top 10 as well, behind Wilson from the back of the field and Tom Abbott's. Malcolm Wise, Will Hunt, Rob Taylor, James Alford and Colin Claxton. Those latter 2 had a good battle all the way through that race. Behind them were Tim Mizzen and Sam Daffin in their Fiestas, the other 2 finishers. We lost Mike Manning, he got flagged in. AJ Owen with a blown tyre. Alan Breck came back into the pits, in fact, in the end and didn't finish. And we lost Rob Salisbury and Andy Thompson early on. Well done to the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Series then. It's the end of their weekend, and we can head down to Ian in a moment in the Park Firm area in the pits to talk to a few of the drivers.
Change for the pickup, but we have a low loader working their way onto the tyre bale. Now I was expecting to place it maybe on this side.
Right, here we are in a very happy BARC Firmo once again, because it's Jason Davies made it a pair of wins here this weekend. Jason, we never like to say things are easy, but you did get a bit of a lead there, didn't you, and managed to take it home?
Yeah, same as the first race. I just thought, I know how quick Nick is around here, and you just can't give him an inch. So I thought, bugger it, I'm head down, I'm going to run for the hills, and no, it worked out lovely. So really happy.
There's a lot of fast cars, a lot of fast drivers, but you're top of the bunch. How do you feel?
Over the moon, absolutely over the moon. Yeah, car was faultless. It just great weekend. Can't ask for more, can you?
Well done, buddy. Congratulations. It is a perfect weekend. Let's just go over here very quickly, because Jason Davies, the winner for the Thunder Saloons. Here we've got Malcolm Hardy, the winner in the Blue Ovals, the boss. So let's have a chat with him. Let's see how he's feeling after that. Hey, Malcolm, congratulations, my friend. How was that?
It was good, wasn't it? It's grand. I thought I'd done Jones at first, but nah, he's just a little bit more power.
Yeah, you're right in the mix though, aren't you? And of course, the top for the boss. It's been a good weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, all right. I think I've got the boss in both races.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good, and went about a second and a half quicker than yesterday.
You are the boss. That's right, you are the boss. Let's just go have a quick chat with Nick Vaughan again as well. Nick, he's just very well. How are you? He's just got a bit too much pace, hasn't he, Jason?
Oh, he's unbelievable, isn't he? I kept him in check a little bit more that race, but he was just edging away. I think something's happened last lap. I've either lost a tyre or a wheel bearing. I very nearly pulled in.
Oh.
Yeah, crawled at about.
You've still got 4 wheels.
Still got 4 wheels on the car. Second trophy of the weekend. Very happy.
Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. I just want to have a quick chat just with James Janicki over here. I know he loves it when I come talk to him. James, I know how much you love talking to me, but I told you before, if you didn't want me to come talk to you, don't finish on the podium.
I know.
But you've done it.
Yeah.
How was it out there?
First time at the circuit.
Yeah.
So I did really bad in qualifying, but slowly starting to follow a few cars and get a few lines, and it seemed alright.
Good weekend. Happy?
I'm happy. I'm just well off the pace. But
you know I'm a big fan of this car. You're going to let me take it out for a spin one day, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe.
You've said it on camera now. Have to do it.
I said maybe.
Oh, yeah. Well, James, good to see you, mate. Congratulations. Right, a lot more action to come. It's time for the pickup trucks. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, it certainly is time for the pickup trucks. They'll be leaving the assembly area for their rolling starts very shortly. I think they do form up on the grid first, though, and are then led round by the pace car. So in the meantime, let's hear from a few of the drivers in our pickup truck racing championship.
Right, we're down here in Park Ferme for the truck racing championship.
Alright, try that. Sorry, 1, 2, 3.
He'll cheer it because he probably hasn't heard the same. So just mystify every time they have past him. That'll be good. Alan Coupe on road 5, so much said 2 Jefferson on 3 Jefferson. 51 Gavin Pike, 74 Chrysler, and Kylie on road 8, George Ricky, didn't qualify yesterday. And back, along with Rich Haley, I think Rich Haley certainly did qualify. So if you ask why did Scott qualify?
Pickups on their way out to the grid then. They will line up on the grid before a rolling start. The grid set by qualifying yesterday, but with the top 6 in qualifying reversed. So it's Danny Hunn, number 39, was 6th fastest in qualifying, so he starts on pole alongside number 93 of Michael Smith. Second row, number 12, Paul Tompkins, and 83, which is Dale Gents. The third row, 40 of Rhys Jones, and the man who was quickest in qualifying, 65, Mark Willis. Fourth row, 21, which is Dean Tompkins, and number 7, Roger Dormer. Fifth row, 72, Alan Cooper, 29, Tom Hutchins. Sixth row, Jamie Liptrot, number 2, and returnee to racing this year, number 3, Jeff Simpson. On the 7th row, number 51, which is Gavin Pike, alongside 37 of Neil Tressler, and Pat Keeley and Richard Ayling complete the grid. 16 pickup trucks out now. These are certainly not the pickup trucks that you would see your local tradesmen driving around in your local town. They are more like space frame hot rod style pickup trucks, 2 litre race tuned engines under the bonnets, designed to be as close as possible, and close they certainly are, the pickup truck racers. They've had 4 meetings this year already, 2 at Brands Hatch, 1 at Pembrey, and 1 on the 1 mile oval at Mallory Park as well, because a lot of these drivers are ex-short oval stock car and hot rod racers. And the dominant force in the championship, looking for his 3rd title in the last 4 years, is George Taricki in the number 28. He wasn't down on the grid sheet for this one. I'm not sure if George is here this weekend. He's on the entry list, but we've not seen him on the grid sheet, so we'll wait to see if he has joined at the back of the field. I can see a yellow truck there at the back. Let's wait to see if they pull up on the grid here. Is that George Taricki at the back? Because I think he had problems in qualifying and didn't make it out. Yes, there he is. So George Taricki is here. So it'll be interesting to see how the championship leader comes through the field. Champion in 2019 and 2021. The series didn't run in 2020. Taricki had 2 wins at the opening meeting of the year at Brands Hatch and some very close battles with Rhys Jones. Then at Pembrey there were wins for Michael Smith, Mark Willis and Dale Gents. The Mallory Oval saw a hat-trick of wins for George Taricki, and then the last meeting at Brands at the American Speed Fest, where the pickups supported the Euro NASCAR series. Rhys Jones took a double win in his very pink number 40 truck. He's 5th on the grid here. Pole position it is Danny Hunn, number 39, comes from an extensive hot rod racing family. We've seen Ricky, Jason and Terry Hunn all represent the family as well. Ricky, a former hot rod world champion. Alongside him is Michael Smith, a former champion in the pickups, one of the most experienced drivers on the grid. Second row, number 12, Paul Tompkins, the former world banger racing champion, alongside 83 of Dale Gent. Started off on the short ovals. He used to race in the Classic Thunder series with a Subaru. Then on the third row, number 40, Rhys Jones, 65 of Mark Willis. Good to have George Taricki here. We didn't see him out in qualifying yesterday. I wasn't sure if he was going to race or not, but he is there. He's raced in mini stocks from the age of 11 on the short ovals. He's done 2 litre hot rods. He's raced in Formula 2 stock cars before moving to pickups. His dad, Mark Taricki, a very successful short oval racer as well. Getting ready for the rolling start then. This is going to be very close indeed. 72 Alan Cooper further back in the field. He's won titles in, believe it or not, Reliant Robin racing on the short ovals.
I think the race officials, if there is an incident, will keep an eye on the time. So sometimes you do see British Motor Racing.
This will be a 14-lap race. We're told by the timing screen, not a timed race. There's Taricki. There's Pat Keeley, newcomer this season in the 56, another man moving up from hot rods. Number 13, Richard Ayling at the back of the field. As the Kia pace car leads them round.
And what great afternoons we had.
7 Roger Dormer in there, he looked quick in qualifying, just missed the top 6, which means he missed the grid reversal, but the man to watch could be the yellow truck of George Turicki.
Contested over that period, I can tell you that Michael Smith contested his 500th pickup truck race at the opening round of Brands Hatch this year.
Just hearing on the circuit PA from Richard John Neal there that Michael Smith, veteran of this series, has now raced in over 500 pickup truck races over the years. The series started back in the late 1990s by Sonny Howard alongside Eurocar. Mark Willis, a veteran racer as well in number 65. So who's going to be the first winner of the weekend in the pickup truck racing championship here at Thruxton then? We are about to find out. The pace car is pulling into pit lane. This will be a 14-lap race around the Thruxton Circuit for the pickup truck racing championship. Red lights go out and we are underway. Danny Hunn and Michael Smith lead them down towards Allard for the first time. Side by side, they're still in grid formation almost there, up towards Allard. Looks like Danny Hunn has just about held his lead as they head up towards the complex. Watch for George Turicki as well. Paul Tompkins making a move up the inside. He dives up the inside. Is he going to get on the brakes in time? Yes, he has. Superb from Paul Tompkins in the number 12. He's a bit sideways there. Just got clipped, I think, by Danny Hunn. They're all round the complex okay. There's the number 21. That's Dean Tompkins, son of Paul, who has just taken the lead of the race. Danny Hunn in second place. Side by side for third, Michael Smith and Dale Gent. Then it's Mark Willis. Roger Dormer's got away well. And then Rhys Jones, the double winner at the last round at Brands Hatch. George Turicki's already made up a couple of places, side by side with Jeff Simpson, number 3, father of Matt Simpson, the former British touring car racer and a very successful hot rod racer himself. Dale Gent up the outside attacking Danny Hunt. Michael Smith, after a bit of a slow start, moves towards the inside there. He's on the tail of the 65 of Mark Willis, the 2 most experienced men on the grid. Slide their way through. There's one truck I noticed going slowly halfway around the first lap, I think. Yeah, there's a couple of trucks been delayed there at the back. There must have been a moment at the complex. Close for the lead. Tompkins from Dale Gent in the 83, who has had a delay there and is further down the back. Rhys Jones getting past Dean Tompkins there at the chicane. Pick those up when we see them on the timing screen. There are the leaders, and Dale Gent's ready to attack. Look how sideways he is there through Allard for the second time. Tompkins from Gent. Mark Willis is up into third position. Danny Hunn goes down to fourth. Familiar family colours, the red, yellow and black. Now the trucks that have been delayed early on, let's have a look back. Neil Tressler, number 37, was one of them, and he's pulled into the pits. I thought somebody had a problem there around the first lap. Richard Ayling and Pat Keeley have also dropped back. Roger Dormer under fire from Rhys Jones. They're side by side out of Noble. Tompkins, Gent, Willis, Hunn, Smith, then Jones, then Roger Dormer, number 7, the former Lightning Rod star, so the Ford Sierra formula, and there is Neil Tressler's truck in the pits, with the all-female pit crew that the Tressler team has, and the leader sideways, and he's very slippery out there. Look how sideways they're getting, coming out of church. Rhys Jones goes onto the grass. Goodness gracious, Paul Tompkins lost some time there. Dale Gent and Mark Willis are ready to attack. Well, the American truck series, the Craftsman Trucks, or Camping World Trucks as they become known from their sponsors, they have a race on a dirt oval every year at the Eldora Speedway, and some of these trucks driving almost like they're racing on dirt at the moment, getting so sideways. Spectacular to look at, but doesn't help your lap times. Michael Smith has come through into fourth place, the man from the northeast, in truck number 93. Paul Tompkins continues to lead the way. He's raced bangers and hot rods. He won the World Banger Final a few years ago at Ipswich in a Ford Granada. Very different to this pickup truck. Side by side for second. Dale Gent sliding about. They're all sliding about. Number 40, Rhys Jones, has got ahead of Danny Hunn, who's starting to slip back from his pole position. Shows the reverse grid format promotes overtaking as Mark Willis gets through into second place ahead of Dale Gent. Rhys Jones, however, has done the fastest lap of the race in 6th position as he crossed the line last time through, a 1 minute 25.725. Through towards Church Corner they go. Danny Hunn kicking up the dust there. He's got Roger Dormer on his tail, then George Turicki as Neil Tressler heads back out. Is he heading back out or is he heading into the paddock? I think he might be heading into the paddock, in fact. Almost 7 trucks in a line there, and George Turicki has made it up into what looks like 8th place from the rear of the grid, having missed qualifying. The second part of the qualifying session yesterday determines the grid for race 2, so I imagine that means George Turicki will have to start at the back again because he didn't appear in qualifying. Here comes Mark Willis. He's got a good run out of the chicane there, trying to attack for the lead of this race, but Dale Gent could make it 3 wide in the 83. He goes for the inside. Tompkins able to hold the lead. Here comes Michael Smith. He and Mark Willis, the most experienced pickup racers of all. There's George Turicki rather, in the yellow truck. He's up to 8th place. Gents up the inside, sideways off the curb. He nearly hits Michael Smith, who's up into 3rd place. The result of that, Rhys Jones completely sideways behind them. He's flinging that truck around. It looks fantastic. Absolutely on the edge here, and it's working for Rhys Jones as well, number 40. Side by side with the 83 of Dale Gents. Still Paul Tompkins that leads the way. Danny Hunn under fire from Roger Dormer now. He's running well. George Turicki, the championship leader, up behind. Turicki with a lead of over 300 points over Mark Willis at the moment. And off goes Rhys Jones wide onto the grass there. That's going to allow Danny Hunn to come through, I think. And possibly Roger Dormer in the number 7 as well. Number 7 almost looks the similar livery to Joey Logano's NASCAR, doesn't it? Paul Tompkins continues to lead. The first 4 have broken away. Hunn is 5th, Dormer 6th, and Rhys Jones down to 7th. It could be 8th here. George Turicki is going to get through as well. Or is he? Rhys Jones back up the inside. Holds 7th place. So Turicki not making the progress he wanted here. 9th behind them is the number 2 of Jamie Liptrot. He's running well. And rounding out the top 10 we have Dean Tompkins in the 21. Neil Tressler, I can tell you, has retired into the paddock. You can see how little grip there is out there. Tricky race surface here at Thruxton, as Michael Smith gets through into 2nd place ahead of Mark Willis, then Dale Gents. Rhys Jones still ahead of George Turicki there, tackling Roger Dormer. Turicki sideways. Now he has won titles on shale ovals in Brisker F2 in the past, so he knows about driving sideways. There's Jamie Liptrot, number 2. And he's under fire from the number 72 of Alan Cooper, another ex-Formula 2 stock car racer, and nearly a tangle there. Goodness me, I thought Mark Willis and Michael Smith were going to spin off there. Have they survived that? Yes, they have. Dale Gent in there as well. Michael Smith all over the place. He goes for the inside now, Dale Gent. He's never going to get through on the inside coming out of church, is he? Yes, he is. Great stuff from Dale Gent. Mark Willis now back to the inside. I can hardly keep up with this. This is like action on the oval at Rockingham. They're leaning on each other there, coming out of the entry to Woodham Hill at Brooklands. Well, this is spectacular stuff. They're really taking some risks here. We're only on lap 5 out of the 14. Through goes the number 12. Paul Tompkins is somehow held on in the lead of this since he thrust his way into the lead at the complex on the first lap. Rhys Jones still with the fastest lap of the race, a little bit further back, because this lot at the front are all taking time off each other. Dale Gent on the inside, holds 2nd ahead of Mark Willis. Look how sideways he is in there. Rhys Jones at the back of this group trying to tackle Michael Smith. Danny Hunn is still in there as well, the 39. They're changing places so often I cannot keep up with them. Gent and Willis now side by side. Here comes Jones. It's alias Smith and Jones for 6th position. Smith makes the move on Rhys Jones. He almost muscles him wide there. Jones cuts back. Bit of cut and thrust between these two. Out onto the back of the circuit once again. I was about to say hopefully nobody's going to slide wide, but Mark Willis does. Off goes Michael Smith onto the grass. Manages to save it. And he's now back in the clutches of Alan Cooper. That's lost a lot of momentum for the 93 truck, and he falls back down the order. They are drafting each other, these leaders, just like on the old 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham. Paul Tompkins leads, Dale Gent in 2nd, Mark Willis in 3rd. Now who's in 4th place? It's either Danny Hunn or Rhys Jones. They're side by side. Here comes Turicki as well. Up the inside on Roger Dormer. He's up to 6th now. We haven't forgotten about George Turicki, championship leader, looking for his 3rd title this year. Here comes Rhys Jones attacking Danny Hunn. They're still side by side. Jones in the pink truck goes through. 6 laps completed now. Still Paul Tompkins, but Dale Gent is hunting him down. Gent lapping the quickest at the moment. Running wide there, Roger Dormer in the number 7, Alan Cooper behind him, then the recovering Michael Smith, and then 3 of them together, Jamie Liptrot, the 29 of Tom Hutchins, and 21 of Dean Tompkins. Tom Hutchins, the former saloon car racer, used to race a Honda Civic. Side by side for second place, here comes Mark Willis. Many years a hot rod racer, goes through the second past Dale Gent. Now he's going to go after Paul Tompkins, number 12, for the lead. Paul looking for his first win of the season. Mark Willis looking for his second. He had a win at Pembrey, as did Dale Gent. They swap places again at Church. They're really taking so many risks here. They're sliding about all over the place. Rhys Jones now 4th, then it's Hun, then Turicki. Turicki, who has had 5 wins so far this year. Willis back up the inside. They've swapped places about half a dozen times on this lap alone, these two. Rhys Jones is closing on them, the double winner at the American Speed Fest at Brands Hatch. Somebody locking up there into the chicane. I think that might have been Michael Smith. Paul Tompkins continues to lead at half distance. The top 3 covered by less than a second. Rhys Jones pulled a further 6/10ths back in 4th position. Turicki's through to 5th. He's got ahead of Danny Hun. Then it's Roger Dormer. Sideways Smith is next in the order, I think. He's got back ahead of Alan Cooper. It's Liptrot. Behind him is Dean Tompkins, then Tom Hutchins. Next through it's going to be the 51 of Gavin Pike. Then Pat Keeley in the number 56, a newcomer this year. Jeff Simpson, the returnee, and Richard Ayling as Mark Willis. Never mind that, Mark Willis going to the inside, coming out of the complex. He got a good run there on Paul Tompkins. Is he going to pull ahead? Coming out of Noble. Oh, Tompkins is sideways, nearly loses it. Mark Willis will go through into the lead. I thought, how did Paul Tompkins save that? I really thought he was going to spin out. He's still sideways. He's not even lifting off the throttle here, Paul Tompkins. Round the outside, Dale Gent holds 3rd place. We've lost somebody there. It's Richard Ayling, number 13. That truck certainly is Ayling. It's pulled out of the race. Now, what about the leaders then? Because you can't take your eyes off this lead battle. Mark Willis leads. He has been given the black and white flag, though, a warning for possibly exceeding track limits, as Paul Tompkins back up the inside, kept his foot in all the way around the second half of that lap, and he's retaken the lead, and Dale Gent's going through into 2nd place. Oh my goodness. Rhys Jones could get past all these 3 as well. 4 trucks line astern. This is amazing stuff. 8 laps completed. Here comes Dale Gent now going for the lead. Somehow Paul Tompkins has got back in front. He nearly spun it about 3/4 of a lap ago. Rhys Jones attacking Mark Willis, and all the time these 4 fight each other. They haven't noticed that George Turicki is closing them down. Through the complex, there's Turicki in the yellow truck. They slide all over the curbs. This is absolutely brilliant stuff from the pickup truck racing championship here at Thruxton, and there's another race to come for them later on. Willis now side by side with Gent. Here comes Rhys Jones in the number 40, trying to get into the top 3. What's going to happen through Noble this time? That's where Paul Tompkins nearly spun it last time through. Willis still side by side with Gent. Rhys Jones creeps up. You don't want to run wide here. If you go onto the grass, you drop down the order. Here comes Turicki trying to get into the draft behind the leaders. He's treating it like an oval race, isn't he, on the old oval at Rockingham. Willis sideways. You can see how sideways from that angle, looking towards Woodham Hill. Here they come. Dale Gent on the outside, Mark Willis on the inside. They've been side by side for almost a whole lap. Now Gent attacks for the lead on the brakes for the chicane. Bit of smoke there as again Michael Smith locks up in the background in his battle with Alan Cooper. No change in the order through the chicane among the leaders. 5 of them now line astern. Top 5 covered by less than a second over the line. Gent has a look to the inside at Allard. Paul Tompkins moves to cover. Gent will try again, I'm sure, into the complex. He has a look on the inside. Rhys Jones is there as well. He's going to go up the inside of Mark Willis. He can't go 3 wide into Campbell, surely. Tompkins still leads. Gent in 2nd place. Rhys Jones in 3rd. Well, we've heard about drivers in things like touring cars using their oval apprenticeships to help their circuit racing. That's exactly what we're seeing here, as well as Turicki. Now he's in the battle. He's attacking Mark Willis. Rhys Jones has already gone through. This is terrific. Turicki closing up. Is it going to be terrific Turicki who gets past all of the 4 in front of him? Out to Church Corner once again. Paul Tompkins somehow still leads. Dale Gent in second, Rhys Jones, Mark Willis to Ricky, then Danny Hunn about 3 seconds further back. Mark Willis slides wide again, he nearly loses it. Now if he's not careful, he's going to get a penalty for track limits here, Mark Willis. He's sliding wide there on every lap as Dale Gent again down the outside. Paul Tompkins covers the inside line and just about holds his lead again. It's a good defensive drive by Paul Tompkins. To the inside now, Dale Gent, this time he's got a run coming out towards Allard. He's surely going to take the lead here on the inside line. Tompkins can't move to cover, and Dale Gent is finally through into the lead on lap 11. Tompkins down to second. Can he get back up the inside into the complex? He's got to be mindful that Rhys Jones is in there behind him as well in the number 40. Jones nearly clips the back of Tompkins into the complex. Dale Gent in the number 83 holds his lead. Jones third, Willis fourth. Fifth behind them is George Turicki. Can he complete his burn from the stern? Can he get past these four? To the inside goes Mark Willis. He retakes third place from Rhys Jones coming out of Seagrave towards Noble. This is amazing racing. Danny Hunn trying to close back up as well, the man who started from pole in the number 39. Alan Cooper is 7th. Roger Dormer 8th. Michael Smith has dropped down to 10th behind Dean Tompkins. This is absolutely superb stuff. 15 trucks still running out of the 17 that started. We lost Richard Ayling, as we saw, and Neil Tressler early on as well, as Willis again sideways. Power sliding his way round Thruxton. Trying to attack Paul Tompkins for second now. Rhys Jones up on the outside in the number 40. 3 laps to go this time. Jones in third place. Here comes Turicki trying to have a go at Mark Willis. 5 of them line astern. Danny Hunn frantically trying to close up as Turicki goes over the curb on the inside. Willis back to the inside on Rhys Jones. And he's going to retake third place. He's taking Turicki with him, or Turicki trying to get through. He could get both of them here into the complex as Jones clips the grass. Watch for Turicki up the inside into the complex. Tompkins still somehow in second place ahead of Mark Willis. Turicki on Rhys Jones. Is he going to go through the fourth place? They bang doors as Turicki slides off the curb. He's done that a few times, and Jones holds the place. This is incredible. Here comes Danny Hunn into the battle as well, saying, remember me, I started on pole in this race, I'm going to be in this lead battle as well. Dale Gent sideways off the curb there at Noble. They're throwing these trucks around. First 3 have broken away very slightly as a result of that little contretemps between Jones and Turicki in the complex. 2 more laps to go after this one. Gent, Tompkins, Willis, Jones. Then it's the 28 of Turicki. Then Danny Hunn. Alan Cooper next in the order, number 72. 8th place is Dean Tompkins. Michael Smith 9th. Roger Dormer is dropping back in the number 7, sadly. Here they come into the chicane. Tompkins gets the tighter line on the entry. Over the curves they go. Dale Gent continues to hold his lead. Into the penultimate lap of the race. There's Cooper, Dean Tompkins, Smith, Hutchins. There's Roger Dormer. Yeah, he's dropping down the order, sadly. He's qualified pretty well, if I remember rightly, for race 2, though. Rhys Jones twitches sideways there through Allard. Dale Gent continues to hold off Paul Tompkins in the number 12. Back on his tail now at the complex. The crowd are absolutely loving this. I'm sure you all are as well. Mark Willis closes back up. It's 3 for the lead again. If it was the 6 trucks fighting for the lead, would it be referred to as an 18-wheeler? As up the inside goes the number 12, Paul Tompkins. I think he's retaken the lead through Noble. Oh, he's sideways on the curb. He saves it again. How did he not spin out there, Paul Tompkins? Well, he's going to drop back into about 4th or 5th position. That surely cost him his chance of victory. And now Gent sideways. Look at this through Church. Drifting competitions next week, Dale. It's Mark Willis who's got the lead. This is unbelievable. Well, I said that surely cost Paul Tompkins his chance of victory. If they keep sliding about like that, he may be able to fight back. Willis leads it. Danny Hunn now sideways. He's nearly going to go off into the infield. Oh my goodness. So it's Willis, Gent, Tompkins, Jones, Turicki, and then Danny Hunn. I can't keep up with this at all. They're coming round to start the final lap this time. Willis leads it, looking for his 2nd win of the season. Gent in 2nd place. Paul Tompkins in 3rd. Here comes Turicki. Could Taricki win this? Depends how sideways they get ahead of him, I suppose. Danny Hunn's still there in 6 as Paul Tompkins hits the grass coming into the complex. This is going to give Taricki another chance. He's going to go up the outside. Jones on the inside. It could be 3 wide into the complex. That's never going to work. They all run out wide onto the runoff area. They are 3 wide in the complex. Oh, magnificent. And they've got through as well. But Mark Willis, I think, has got away very slightly into the lead. Dale Gent in second. Hunn's going to have some of this as well. Well, we said earlier on the touring car race is one of the best races I've ever seen. I think this is just about top to Taricki's up into 3rd place now. Tompkins, having led for so long, he's down to 5th after, I don't know how he hasn't spun at some point. He's been so sideways. More like an ice racer. Mark Willis has escaped. He's going to win it by the look of things. George Taricki from the back of the grid up to 3rd. Tompkins not finished yet. He attacks Rhys Jones. Danny Hunn wide over the curb again. But it looks like it is going to be the number 65 of Mark Willis down towards the chicane for the final time. He's clear of Dale Gents. The rest of them are going to fight for 3rd. Here they come through the chicane for the last time. What order are they going to finish in behind? It matters not for the race leader. 65, Mark Willis wins an incredible opener for the Pickup Truck Championship ahead of Gent, Taricki, Jones, Tompkins and Hunn as quickly as that. Alan Cooper 7th. Michael Smith 8th, 9th goes to Dean Tompkins ahead of David Hutchins, then Roger Dormer 11th. 12th place further back is going to be Jamie Liptrot in truck number 2. Behind him is Pat Keeley. I think next so will be Gavin Pike and Jeff Simpson will be the final finisher because we lost Richard Ayling and Neil Tressler. I am spent just watching that one. How do you sum up a race like that? The drivers must be exhausted as well.
Racing chassis lie beneath those bodies based on the NASCAR ethos of truck racing.
Here's a replay from earlier on. There's Paul Tompkins, how he lost a lick. How did he save that? Look how sideways that number 12 truck was. He keeps it going. He dropped back to 5th place initially, fought his way back into 5th. Did he take 4th? No, he was 5th. And then we saw Dale Gent sideways all the way through Church. I don't know how there wasn't a major spin or a tangle during that race at any point. That was unbelievable.
Absolutely superb.
Okay, we'll confirm the result then. Mark Willis the winner by 1.7 seconds. He escaped on that last lap to defeat Dale Gent. George Taricki from the back up to 3rd place to keep his championship lead. Rhys Jones in 4th ahead of Paul Tompkins and Danny Hunn in 6th place. Those 6 drivers putting on some of the best racing you will ever see anywhere. Alan Cooper 7th. Michael Smith was in the lead battle early on. He dropped back to 8th ahead of Dean Tompkins, David Hutchins, Roger Dormer, then Jamie Liptrot, Pat Keeley, Gavin Pike and Jeff Simpson. And they were the only finishers because we lost Richard Ayling out at Church and Neil Tressler pulled into the paddock. I'm going to hand down to Ian while I recover from that race. I'll be back with you in a few minutes, but it's over to Ian in Park Firmly.
Race 5 the trucks of the weekend, race 20 of the weekend, and then the pickups and then the MGO.
Well, welcome down to Park Firmly. There's definitely something in the water here today at Thruxton, isn't it? Because the racing has just been absolutely sensational. Let's go have a chat with our winner, Mark Willis, because that was incredible. I just have no idea where to look in these races because it's action, action, action. Let's just let Mark get his helmet off and probably catch a bit of a breather there because it is roasting hot here as well, just like the on-track action there. Mark, that was insane out there. I can't even imagine what it was like from where you were sat.
I don't know how many times we all swap places, you know, but you know, that's what pickup truck racing all about. That's why the crowd come to watch us.
And they have come. And I'll tell you something, numbers don't go high enough to count the amount of times you lot went past each other. Was it just a case of stay in there, take the opportune moment when it comes?
To be honest, it all went so quick, didn't it? Everybody was changing. I think I dropped back to 5th there at one stage, and then Winkle and Dale had a little bit of a tussle, and that was my opening lap then for the last couple of laps. Yeah, that was the gap I needed.
Well, get out of the car, come celebrate, mate. Great stuff indeed. I did want to find got some other drivers over here. We'll find out where Dale went, but let's quickly jump over here. We've got George Taricki here. George, that was absolutely insane. You ended up getting your third place as well. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was good. I wasn't expecting that from the back. It was hard work. So, yeah, well done to these boys. And I think it was a good race. I think there was a few warnings out there, but must have been good for the fans.
It's that final chicane, though, isn't it? You know, you just go straight on.
Yeah, you go straight on, elbows out, and get in the side of a few, grab a few places. So, yeah, no, it was good.
Fantastic. Well done, George. Congratulations. Yeah, wonderful stuff there. Let's just keep moving around a little bit further. In fact, yeah, I think actually the cars ahead that are going ahead straight out on track, so it is time for the Super Tourers. We'd love to stay a little bit longer. Don't forget, we do have another pickup race to bring you later as well, so you are going to catch all of the action. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. This is going to be a cracker, this next race.
It certainly is, yes, thanks Ian. I've just about got my breath back after that race for the pickups, and there's another one of them to come later on. Right, next up we've got 3 races in one. Bertie Haulage pre-2003 touring cars, which is mainly Honda Civics and BMWs. The Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars, again mainly BMWs. And the Super Touring cars. Super Tourer series, a revival this year. We've got 5 Super Tourers here. The results based on the result of yesterday's race, but with the Super Tourers starting from the front. Yesterday's winner, BTCC legend Anthony Reid on pole in his original 1999 Nissan Primera, and his teammate David Leslie, aka Richard Wheeler, alongside him, the owner of the 2 Primeras. Row 2, Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsports Cavalier. Starts alongside, hopefully, Rob Salisbury. We saw him have some problems in the Classic Thunder race with his Honda Accord, so hopefully he's out for this one. And Jim Pocklington in the early 90s Cavalier completes the 5 Super Tourers. Then we've got yesterday's pre-93 winner, again a driver we saw out earlier, Ian Bauer in his BMW alongside Stuart Waite in a similar car. Kevin Willis is next in his BMW, and young Matthew Cripps, the teenager, won the pre-03 touring cars in his Honda yesterday. Mike Dugdale and Andy Cripps in their BMWs are next on row 7. Row 8, another pair of BMWs, Cavan Granger and John Hillier. They're running in pre-03. John Hillier's is the BMW Touring. Yes, Touring as in estates. Row 9, Rob Lyons in 909. He's BMW powered as well, alongside James Alford in his Honda Civic. Row 10, number 87 in the older BMW 535, and Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta. Row 11, Graham Myers and Will Davison, a pair of BMWs. Row 12, Andy Abrams in a Honda Civic, and Stephen Cripps, we saw him out earlier in his Escort RS 2000. Another magnificent drive coming from him, I'm sure. Row 13 is Steve Walden. He's in an E30 BMW alongside Luke Bennett, number 177. He's in a Honda Integra. Row 14, Alan Hersey and Neil Ashcroft, BMW and Honda. Row 15, Andy Smith and Simon Mann, Honda and BMW. They had a good scrap yesterday. Then Vic Hope in his Honda. Ian Knight's Volkswagen Golf. Hopefully that broke down yesterday, sadly. Then Joe Dorrington's Honda. Steve Barber, also in a Honda Civic. And Rob Crizel, he didn't start yesterday's race, so hopefully his BMW is there at the back. One car we're missing, incidentally, Gary Preble, the leader of the points and reigning champion in pre-03 touring cars. Unfortunately, his engine let go in qualifying yesterday, so he is unable to race. We caught up with some of the drivers, meanwhile, earlier in the weekend.
I'm surrounded by history here, and it's a real treat. Just look at this as well, the Cavalier here. Let's have a quick chat with him. How was it out there?
Hot. Lovely, great race. Good for me to be with the other class because I get a race down the field. Yeah. My first time here at Thruxton, okay. And although there's lots of grip in this weather, boy oh boy, it's difficult to learn. You need some large amounts of nerve to get the most out of it, but I've enjoyed it, it's loved it, and I've had a race with a few of these BMWs which has been terrific, fabulous.
Was race 1 then about sort of checking out their lines, seeing what they're doing, ready for race 2?
Absolutely, yeah. It's so difficult. What I thought was a line in qualifying there, but hey ho, that's fine. It's been a cracking race. I finished reasonably well, so yes, very good.
Ready for race 2?
Yeah.
Top man, thanks so much for talking to us. We really do appreciate it. I just want to run over here. So it's okay, Sonia, no worries. Let's keep on going down here as well. We've got 3 chaps here actually. Guys, race 1. First of all, how was it?
It's not too bad. It's a bit trying to mix with some of the super tourists who sort of weren't expecting them to. I wasn't expecting to go past them. So yeah, it's kind of hoping to get on the back of Matt. I had an absolutely shocking start. Matthew got past me, Andy got past me, Kevin got past me, and then I sort of managed to get some of that back. Got back past Andy, got back on the back of Matthew and Kevin, but didn't quite have enough laps left. So.
But it was for you though.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating trying to get past that Cleland Cavalier there. Yeah. So quick around Church and Goodwood and things, but come to the brakes, then there's no competition unfortunately. So whenever I got him, he got me back again. So we managed to get past him in the end, and but by that time it was all too late really. But yeah, interesting start I have to say. It was all a bit busy.
Quick word for race 2, chaps. What's the plan for race 2?
Oh, for me, more of the same. Just somewhere in the back there and have a good laugh.
And have a big smile on your face, that's all that matters.
Well, it is when Matthew comes back with my son Matthew, who's learned all his tricks from me. Yeah, comes back with the laurels. That's good enough for me.
Exactly that. Guys, best of luck for race 2. Thanks for talking to us. Right, almost time to get going. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Cars on track then for our next race, the combined Laser Tools Pre-93, Bertie Haulage Pre-03 and Laser Tools Super Touring cars, a real mixture of touring cars of differing ages out there. Looks like we've got all the Super Tourers out there. Rob Salisbury is back out with the Honda Accord. That's good to see. There's Ian Bauer and Stuart Waite and Kevin Willis, the BMWs. They were taking the fight to the Super Tourers in the early stages of yesterday's race. Stuart Waite did briefly lead the race overall, with a good move into Church Corner, so we'll wait to see if he can do the same again today. Just a mixture of cars further back now. Have we got any of the cars that broke down yesterday? The Golf is there, Ian Knight's. Should be a couple more cars behind them. We know Gary Preble is not racing, sadly, the Pre-03 champion from last year and the points leader. His engine blew in qualifying yesterday, sadly. Ian Knight is alongside, that's Vic Hope, I think, the 151. Steve Barber behind them. We haven't got Rob Crizzell, he broke down in qualifying as well. The other car we're missing is Joe Dorrington. And you'll notice Steve Barber there, 114 at the back, the Lego Star Wars liveried Honda. He's running with no windscreen. That's because at the start of yesterday's race, his bonnet flew open and smashed the windscreen. Look there, right at the very back, there we are. No windscreen on that car. I hope he's got a good helmet visor. Steve Barber's had a few problems with that car. It blew its engine in spectacular fashion at Brands Hatch earlier this year. There's Ian Knight in his lovely Golf, the man behind Race Transporters. There are the 5 Super Tourers, 2 Primeras, 2 Cavaliers and a Honda Accord. Anthony Reid on pole position, back in his original car, looking for 2 wins this weekend. Apparently he has said this weekend, Anthony Reid, he'd like to have a go at truck racing. Watch this space. Ian Bauer leads the second grid of the Pre-93s and 03s. We normally see them running in together. Jamie Sturgis in there with his lovely old M535 as well. Look out for that car. Okay, as here we go then. Pack is about to be unleashed. Red lights out and we are underway, and it's the 2 Primeras who will lead them off. Pre-93s and 03s get underway behind. It's David Leslie, aka Richard Wheeler, who has gone into the lead. The man who owns these 2 Nissan Primeras, the boss of Brisky Racing. Meanwhile, Ian Bauer leads the Pre-93s and Matthew Cripps, yesterday's winner, leads the Pre-03 touring cars. Rob Salisbury in the shuffle there with Jim Pocklington in the ex-John Cleland, Jeff Allen among others, 1990 Vauxhall Cavalier. That was one of the very first Super Touring cars ever to be built, that Cavalier. Ian Bauer and Stuart Waite trying to catch up with the Super Tourers. Let's see if the BMW M3s can take the fight to the cars ahead of them. The size of this grid coming through further back. BMWs and Hondas mainly back in the pack. Yes, Ian Bauer, he's taking the fight to the number 7 of James Thompson, aka Rob Salisbury. James Thompson and Gabriele Tarquini, who I think raced those cars in period. This one, I think, was the car raced by the independent Paula Cook in 1998 in DC Cook cars. It never raced in the Works livery in period. Anthony Reid's dropped back to 3rd. I hope he hasn't got a problem there, because it's the Mint Motorsport Cavalier of Tony Absalom up into 2nd place. The ex-Richard Kay and Jamie Wall car. Yeah, Reid's down to 4th behind Rob Salisbury, so we hope that Nissan isn't struggling. Ian Bauer gets ahead of Jim Pocklington up into 5th place. So Jim's owned and raced this Cavalier for many years. the car that was originally built as rear-wheel drive as an experiment by Vauxhall. I think it's the car that ran in Demon Tweaks colours as well, Jim Pocklington's car, driven by Ian Ashley in 1993. Yes, I do know far too much rubbish about super touring cars, and I also know that Anthony Reid has definitely got a problem. He's slowing down in the number 23 car there. That is a great shame. Yes, Reid in trouble. What a disappointment in among the BMWs there. Kevin Willis, Mike Dugdale getting through. Behind them is Andy Cripps, number 33. 100% certain what relation Andy Cripps is to Steve and Matthew, so apologies there. Well, we've still got a battle at the front of the Super Tourers. Richard Wheeler in the ex-David Leslie Nissan, chased by Tony Absalom in the Cavalier. He's leading the independence class, you could say. Lovely livery on the Mint Motorsport car. Richard Kay, the brother of James Kay, of course, drove that car in 1996. Came close to the independence title, but crashed in practice at the final round at Brands Hatch, which handed the title to Lee Brooks, the boss of Total Control Racing. And then in 97 the car was handled by youngster Jamie Wall. Rob Gravitz, who won the independence class on that occasion. Whatever happened to Jamie Wall? He went on to race sports cars somewhere, I think. Ian Bowers just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:25.783. He's outlapped the Super Tourers. Is he going to challenge for an overall win here? He's on the back of Rob Salisbury there. Anthony Reid seems to be getting back up to speed, so I'm not sure what the problem was there. Maybe he's just done a reset on the Primera. Salisbury behind Bauer. This is for third overall. Yeah, the BMW is through. Ian Bauer, aka Emanuele Naspetti, won the Italian Championship in a car in those colours. Next through we have Anthony Reid, then a sideways Stuart Waite, the ex-production BMW champion. He's in an E30, now in the Bartley Motorsports E36 M3. He briefly led yesterday's race outright. Behind him, I think it's Matthew Cripps who's leading the pre-03s. What a debut for the ex-junior saloon car racer. Dad Steve extremely proud when we heard from him earlier. There's Matthew in the grey on the Civic, somebody kicking up the dust in the background. I think that was Mike Dugdale. Where is Steve Cripps in his Escort? You see further back in the order? Yeah, 19th place. Anthony Reid starting to close back up again after whatever the problem was there. 30 cars started this race, they're all still running at the moment. There's Rob Salisbury and the ex-Paula Cook Honda. And there is Richard Wheeler, the leader of the race, in the Nissan in tribute livery to the late David Leslie, the Scotsman. Never won the BTCC title, sadly. Did win the Toka Shootout in 1993, the Nigel Mansell race at Donington, although nobody remembers that David Leslie won that race, sadly. As Anthony Reid gets past Rob Salisbury, because of course when Nigel Mansell crashed out of that race at Donington Park, the whole crowd went home. It was David Leslie who won that race in near darkness at Donington, the end of season knockout format race. There's Rob Salisbury's Honda, ex-BMW racer Rob. David Leslie, of course, sadly lost his life in a plane crash a few years ago, along with fellow ex-BTCC racer and team manager Richard Lloyd. And Richard Wheeler racing in tribute to David today. David Leslie Trophy is contested at Knock Hill every year. That's for Formula 4 single-seaters. There's Stuart Waite still ahead, and here's a battle further back. Will Davison, another ex-junior saloon car racer at the wheel of the BMW Compact. And Ian Knight in that beautifully turned out Mark II Golf GTI. The colours of race transporters, Ian's business. Puff of smoke from Will Hunt's Fiesta there. And there is Stephen Cripps, Cripps Senior in his Escort. Testing the pre-83 and pre-93 championships here today. Kevin Willis under fire from Andy Cripps. So not sure what relation Andy is to Steve and Matthew. The green BMW there chasing Kevin Willis. They're fighting for 8th overall. Matthew Cripps ahead of them. And it's Mike Dugdale completing the top 10. Here's Jim Pocklington. There is Pocklington in the Cavalier. The original Super Tourers, back in 1990. Behind him it is Cavan Granger's BMW. Well, there is Matthew Cripps. continues to lead. Anthony Reid back on the pace. He's now done the fastest lap, 1:24.064. That's nearly a second quicker than anyone else has managed. Great debut by Matthew Cripps in Class C of the pre-03 Tourers. Looking at the points chart in pre-03, it is Gary Preble who leads it, but of course not able to race this weekend, nor was Don Hughes, concentrating elsewhere with his 2 cars. Third in the points is Ross Craig. He's also not here in pre-03 this weekend. So John Hillier, the Class C points leader, the highest in the points chart who is racing, only a point ahead of Kevin Granger's BMW. As the leader laps Vic Hope. Now Vic Hope is in a backup car this weekend. His regular Honda Civic got smashed up in a crash recently at Brands Hatch. Anthony Reid's back up to third, and he's now challenging Tony Absalom for second place. Anthony Reid, who has raced touring cars all over the world, he dives past Absalom there into the complex. But Anthony Reid did, in 1991, come close to a Formula One drive. There are rumours that he was in line to drive for Jordan when Bertrand Gachot got sent to prison midway through the 1991 season. Some said that Anthony Reid was being lined up to replace him. But who did that drive go to at the Belgian Grand Prix in 1991? A certain Michael Schumacher. And the rest, as they say, is a lot of Formula One history. Anthony Reid, a phenomenal racer. He's raced just about everything over the years. Very proficient in historic cars as well. The coolest man in this race is about to be lapped. Steve Barber in the Honda, the Tom Chilton look-alike car of a few years ago. No windscreen. Bonnet flew off and smashed it yesterday. Also the purple BMW there of Simon Mann being lapped, and also Andy Smith, number 13 in the Honda Civic, 81 years young and still going strong. One of the elder statesmen of British motorsport. Fair play to him in the VTEC Direct Honda. Richard Wheeler still leads, but Anthony Reid closing him down. He's at a 1:23.27 now. Yeah, he's back up with his teammates. They're lapping Alan Hersey, so races a Reliant Scimitar in historic events. A couple of car lengths in it now. Here comes Anthony Reid. Not sure what the problem was with his Primera in the early laps. It's cleared itself now because he's flown back up. 5 minutes of the race to go. And he's ready to attack Richard Wheeler, aka David Leslie, for the lead. It's like watching Leslie and Laurent Aiello, isn't it? Oh, Jim Poppington's pulled over. The 1990 Cavalier is out. Well, that's the only car to hit problems so far. Everybody else still running as they head up towards Woodham Hill. There are points on the Super Touring races this year as well, and the points leader is somebody called John Cleland. Raced his Vectra in a couple of meetings this year, not here this weekend though. But his points lead is going to be overhauled, as Anthony Reid makes a bit of a mistake there at the chicane and drops back. He is going to be overhauled by Tony Absalom, who was only 2 points behind Cleland coming into this meeting. So it'll be Tony Absalom in the Cavalier into the points lead after this race. Coming up to lap Steve Walden's BMW. Also seen out this year, of course, Jason Minshaw in the ex-Ricard Rydell Volvo. Not the estate, sadly. Also seen a couple of Mondeos, Andrew Strachan with the Valvoline Mondeo, and the other car we saw, Mark Jones in the Renault Laguna. Luke Bennett's Integra being lapped along with the 119 Honda. Is that of Neil Ashcroft. Anthony Reid is right with Richard Wheeler now. He's looking for the inside here. 3.5 minutes of the race here. Can Anthony Reid complete a comeback win? Had a win at Silverstone earlier this year in the Super Touring initial revival meeting when we had the likes of John Cleland on track with him and Colin Turkington as well, touring car royalty at Silverstone. Colin Turkington in his old MG ZS, the Jason Hughes owned car. I cannot believe I'm talking about such legendary names from the world of touring cars here with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Legendary cars as well. 2 Primeras. Out of the chicane, up over the line, 8 laps completed, less than a second in it. So well clear of Tony Absalom in third place. Ian Bauer still leads the pre-93 touring cars in fourth, ahead of Stuart Waite. They've got ahead of Rob Salisbury's Honda Accord. And Matthew Cripps still leading the pre-03s. Here he is. And Matthew Cripps is not far behind Rob Salisbury's Super Touring Honda. What a brilliant drive by the youngster. Reed goes out wide. This is coming through towards Church Corner. No, it's not, sorry, coming out of Seagrave. Apologies there. Coming up to lap Will Davison's BMW Compacts. Another BMW ahead of him as well. And now Reed is getting ready to attack. They come into Church. Graham Myers, the other car being lapped. They get through on the inside. The blue flag's being shown by the marshals. Just under 2 minutes to go. Will it be last lap this time? We'll see what the time is left when they cross the line. They're coming up to lap. I think that's Andy Abrams in his Honda Civic there on the outside. Yes, it is. The ex-Special Saloon racer. As up the inside goes Anthony Reid into the chicane. Is he going to go through? Yes, he's done it. Back in the lead, Anthony Reid. And that's wrong-footed Richard Wheeler, you see there, who gets the wrong line through the chicane. And Reid, he says, thanks very much, teammates. I'm off. Charges his way through. What a great comeback after it seemed that Primera was having trouble in the early stages of the race, and he dropped down the order. Somebody coming out of the pits, that's Jim Pocklington, rejoining a couple of laps down. So at least we've got all 5 Super Tourers still on track. Reid back in the lead. What can Richard Wheeler do to fight back into the lead? Smoke there on the outside of Seagrave. Who was that? I think it was a back marker. Who's that ahead of them? Jamie Sturgis is there. Ian Knight and Steve Cripps battling it out as the leaders go through. I think it was one of those cars just ran wide there. It looked more like smoke though, not dust. Over on the far side of the circuit now, the leaders. Tony Absalom there under fire from Ian Bauer. That's for the last podium spots. There go the leaders. They've lapped those back markers okay. Steve Cripps under fire from Ian Knight's Golf. Jim Pocklington going again. There's only a few seconds left on the clock now. Ian Bauer going through the middle there. He's got third position. Absalom held up briefly by the back markers. Primera's side by side over the line. We're into the last lap of the race now. There's Jamie Sturgis, that beautiful 5 Series BMW. That's an E28 being lapped by the Primeras. Jamie Sturgis, who lives literally next door to Thruxton, races a TCR Seat in various events as well. And Richard Wheeler sliding about there as he tries to go up the inside. He's not finished yet, attacking Anthony Reid. They were side by side over the line. Which of the Primeras is going to take the win? Is it going to be a double for Anthony Reid? I don't think Anthony is registered for points, because after his victory at Silverstone he doesn't appear in the points chart. We'll have to wait and see though. He might be tempted to if he continues this form. Lapping one of the Hondas there as they come through towards Church Corner for the last time, and Wheeler goes to the inside. He's going to try and take the lead away from Anthony Reid. He does take the lead away from Anthony Reid. A cheeky move by Richard Wheeler, the owner of these 2 cars, and he's not afraid to play tough with them. Is Reid going to fight back into the chicane? Surely he is. Terrific race between the 2 Nissans. Here they come. No team orders here. Down the outside into the chicane goes Anthony Reid. He's right on it there as they come round the outside. I don't think he's going to do it. He slows, I think, coming out of the chicane there. It's going to be Richard Wheeler, or is Wheeler going to let Reid come up alongside him? No, he's not. It's a win for Richard Wheeler. I think he slowed to try and get a photo finish there, but it didn't quite work. As Wheeler wins it, Reid second, well clear of the rest. A great display put on by the Nissan Primera racers there, and evoking plenty of memories for those who grew up with Super Touring. Ian Bauer third overall and wins the pre-93 touring cars. He beats Tony Absalom home. 5th it is going to be, I think, Stuart Waite in his BMW. And here's our pre-03 touring car winner, a double on his debut for Matthew Cripps. Stuart Waite comes home ahead of Rob Salisbury. Cripps 7th overall, and he wins the pre-03s. Well, whether Richard Wheeler tried to get a formation finish or not there. He has won the race. It's 1-1 between the Nissans this weekend. Rest of the pack come in to finish. Alan Hersey ahead of Steve Barber. Mike Dugdale comes through as well. He finishes in 10th position behind Kevin Willis and Andy Cripps, and Steve Barber just squeezed towards the pit wall there in that battle with Alan Hersey. We'll give you the class winners shortly as we go through the full results. Another breathless race here at the Thruxton Circuit today. Next up on track, it's going to be some cars we haven't seen yet this weekend, the MG Owners Club Championship. Okay, the provisional results of that one then. The win going to Richard Wheeler by 0.3 of a second ahead of Anthony Reid. Ian Bauer, the pre-93 winner, third overall ahead of Tony Absalom. Stuart Waite and Rob Salisbury. Matthew Cripps wins pre-03 in 7th overall, an excellent drive by him. Then Andy Cripps, Kevin Willis, Mike Dugdale, Cavan Granger, James Alford a class win in 12th overall. He wins class D of pre-03s. John Hillier is 13th, class wins as well for the number 909 of Rob Lyons, and Jamie Sturgis in 15th place. Other class winners including Steve Cripps in his Escort further back, and Andy Smith takes a class win as well down in 28th place. All the cars finished that one. Jim Pocklington, we see there, did rejoin from his pit stop and able to make it home a couple of laps down. Well, quite superb there from our mixture of touring cars. Great to see the Super Tourers out once again, and Ian's down there to talk to some of the drivers in Park Fermé.
It's a real blast from the past, isn't it? What a race that was. Anthony Reid, I can't work out whether he was slowing down on purpose and just fancied a bit of a race, but my word, it was incredible. Take nothing away from this man over here though. Oh, let's go round here, sorry, apologies. Let's go and grab Richard Wheeler, shall we? Got over the line in first place in the end. Let's have a word of him. Let's get him, get his helmet off first. There's a nice sweat patch on the back there, as you can probably imagine. Richard, that was not half, wasn't it? I mean, I'm not too sure.
If anyone thinks we're playing out there, no, we're really not. I mean, I locked up through the complex.
Did you?
Yeah, I actually got sideways right next to Anthony when we were fighting for position. So,
do you know? I'm not sure what happened to Anthony. He slowed down, didn't he?
Early on, I think he might have had a problem. We had a little problem with some of the cars running warm if we kept holding too long in the holding area. So he might have had a temperature issue. Yeah. And obviously, with a bit of time, it's probably cooled itself down on track.
I'll tell you what, it's so much fun watching. What is it like driving?
Yeah, it's a dream come true, isn't it? I mean, you're out in a genuine Super Tourer with the genuine guy who drove the cars. Yeah. You know, at a circuit like this, fastest in the UK. Words don't describe it.
Learned a lot from yesterday, right?
Well, we can't test it, can we?
Yeah.
So we went into quali yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's just mind blowing, isn't it? I don't know what to say really.
Go on, have some water, relax, take it in. Well done, which is really, really good stuff. Let's grab Anthony. Anthony, that was an absolute whirlwind out there.
Thank you.
Early on, he started to slow down. Was there an issue, overheating or anything?
What a mad race! Fantastic, as good as it was in period. I can tell you. Richard's a great racer.
Yes, yeah.
He picks up things quickly, you know, because he doesn't know the circuit, and he's been learning through the weekend. Yeah. I've been giving him pointers, but at the start of the race,
maybe you should stop giving him pointers then.
I may have to. Capished. At the start of the race, I had this terrible misfire, and I dropped down the order to reset. I had to reset the whole master switch thing, and that fixed it. Then I was able to get my head down, and I called Richard up towards the end of the race. But we were swapping places, you know, with the traffic. There's so much traffic.
I bet you had so much fun sliving through the traffic like that, didn't you?
Yeah, the back end was like, the rear tyres wear out faster than the front tyres on this car, because you've got so much aero at the front, and the thing's on oversteer for pretty much 2 miles in a 2.3 mile lap. The last lap, I nearly got round the outside of him, and the car slid sideways. I just gathered it up, and Richard crossed the line moments ahead of me.
How much fun are you having being back with a Super Tourer?
It's fantastic. You know, if it weren't for Richard Wheeler, I wouldn't be driving this car. that I last drove in British touring cars 24 years ago.
Brilliant.
So it's just epic.
Congratulations, it's a real pleasure having you here as well. Thank you so much. We do want to say a big congratulations to Ian Bauer, of course, and we must give a huge congrats to Matthew Cripps also. We don't have time to chat to them, unfortunately, because it is now time for the next race, the MG Owners Club. They're actually on track already, so I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Well, our next race is out on track. It's the first of two races today for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for everything MG young and old. Qualifying was this morning, and the grid lines up as follows. It is the defending champion and points leader Steve McDermott who lines up on pole position alongside number 24 Jack Woodcock. The ZR class at the front of the grid. Second row Will Sharp and Phil Walker. Third row Meninda Golhar and Mark Grant. And the fourth row Paul Buzzing, good name that, and Andy Heitman. Then we have got on the fifth row of the grid a couple of the Class B cars. Jake McDermott, not sure what relation he is to Steve, but he's new to the championship. He's in a ZR, but not in the ZR class, a less powerful ZR for him, alongside Anthony Bates in his MG Maestro. Row 6 of the grid, we have got Ray Ferguson in the Invitation class ZR, alongside Daryl Davis, number 75, in the only MGF here this weekend. Row 7 is the first of the classic class cars. David Amphlett in Class A with his MGB alongside Stuart Phillips. He's in a ZR. Greville Dare and James Pryor on row 8, and Carl Bates rounds out the grid, number 71. We possibly have Jim Bainham at the back of the field as well. We didn't see him in qualifying. Jim Bainham, who is the mainstay of this championship. He runs the championship off track and has won it more times than I can remember as well. We might see his famous MGB at the back of the field. Classes in this race. Class Z is for ZRs. Class B will be the MG Maestro and also Jake McDermott's ZR, the less powerful ZR. There's one invitation class runner, Ray Ferguson, who's not eligible for points. Only one MGF, which is something of a surprise, which is Daryl Davis, number 75. So none of the MGF class contenders are here. And Class A is A for Abingdon, where the classic cars were built, the MGBs. We haven't got the MG Midgets this weekend either. Well, Steve McDermott will be the favourite. He's the reigning champion on pole position. He's unbeaten so far this year. Jack Woodcock second in the championship for the ZRs behind him. The classic class leader is David Amphlett, number 14. He starts on pole for them in his MGB Roadster. And none of the drivers who've previously scored points in Class F are here. Simon Kendrick, Mark Baker, Paul Wisby and Stuart Plotnick are all absent. So it's just Daryl Davis in Class F. Up to the grid they come then, Steve McDermott and Jack Woodcock. Woodcock in his first full season with the championship, looking for his first win. Second row of the grid, it is Will Sharp, number 66. He used to race Porsches among other things. He's raced in the classic class with an MG Midget as well. He lines up alongside number 83 of Phil Walker. Meninda Golhar on row 3. He got a telling off during qualifying from the officials for speeding in the pit lane. The Golhar family, who have raced in this series for many years, including in the days of the Maestros. We used to have full grids of Maestros. There's one out there today, which is the Class B points leader Anthony Bates, number 70. Good to see Paul Buzzing back out as well, lining up on the fourth row of the grid, number 21. That's the car that suffered brake failure at Silverstone in the previous round and harpooned Simon Kendrick's MGF going into Beckett's. There is Jim Bainham. He is on the grid, car number 2 at the back of the field. He'll be among the favourites along with David Amphlett in the classic division. The marshal gives the signal with the green flag at the back. Okay, getting ready to roll then with what will be a 20-minute race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We're underway. Down towards that first corner they go. Steve McDermott and Jack Woodcock lead them off. First four already making the break as they head up towards the complex the first time. The third row making a bit of a slow start there. Mark Grant in the orange car in 5th position. Steve McDermott then looking to remain unbeaten this year. His main rival should be Will Sharp in car number 66. We'll see what Jack Woodcock can do as well. And Will Sharp hasn't made the best of starts. He's down to 4th behind Phil Walker in car number 83. Side by side there between Meninda Golhar and another of the ZRs. That was Andy Heitman, number 60. Battle at the back, number 63 is Greville Dare, and the 4 car of James Pryor behind him, the battle of the MGBs. Bit of a slow getaway for number 27 there in the ZR category. That's Ray Ferguson. He's the invitation class runner in the yellow machine. There's the only MGF, the bronze coloured car of Darryl Davis. As he finishes, he'll take the points in his class. A smart looking 33 car there. That's Stuart Phillips and Matt Gozalvez's car. Stuart Phillips driving it in this race. Matt will take over for race 2 as around the outside goes Will Sharp. Takes Phil Walker for 3rd place, and will now go after the 2 leaders of McDermott and Woodcock. They've sorted themselves out around the opening lap. Then it's ZRs all the way, as expected at the front of the field. This series open to a whole variety of models of MG. They used to run split grids several years ago. MGBs on one grid, and MG Maestros and 1 or 2 Montegos, yes really, on the other. There's Meninda Golhar chasing Andy Heitman. Darryl Davis leads the MGFs. Well, he's the only MGF out there sadly this weekend. We normally see about 4 or 5 of them. Bonnet flapping a bit on Mark Grant's number 46 there. Keep an eye on that. I hope that's not going to fly over. He's in 5th place ahead of Golhar and Heitman. Darryl Davis behind them leading his class. Behind him number 67, which is Jake McDermott, latest member of the McDermott family to take up MG racing. See how he gets on. That's the grey ZR there, just ahead of Paul Buzzing in the number 21. David Amphlett is next. He leads Class A. Anthony Bates leads Class B. David Amphlett, points leader in the classic class as well. He's had 3 wins this year at Brands Hatch and 2 at Silverstone. Anthony Bates unbeaten in Class B this year. He's only had a little opposition from the likes of Steve Tyler and James Malloy as well. Meninda Golhar trying to chase down Mark Grant. We've seen Nick Golhar race in the ZR class in car number 12 this season, but it's Meninda's turn today. He's having a go at Mark Grant. Andy Heitman behind him, then Darryl Davis, Jake McDermott, Paul Buzzing. Anthony Bates got the Maestro ahead of David Amphlett as well. It won't matter in terms of points because they're in different classes. It's a remarkably liveried car, that sort of gold and bronze coloured car of Darryl Davis. Used to race Maestros. He's raced with the Historic Racing Drivers Club as well. I seem to remember seeing him in an Austin A35 at one point. Certainly in their historic touring car division. Jake McDermott gets past him in the number 67. He's leading Class B ahead of Anthony Bates. Keep forgetting that Jake McDermott ZR is a Class B car. See the novice cross on the back of it. So Anthony Bates second in Class B. He's got the ZRs of 33 Stuart Phillips and whether it is Stuart Phillips or Matt Gozalvez in that car, I'm not 100% certain. Looking on the grid sheet, it said Stuart Phillips initially, but could be Matt Gozalvez out in that car. I'll have to look on the notice board when I get a chance. We know it's Steve McDermott leading from Jack Woodcock, Will Sharp and Phil Walker. 5th place for Meninda Golhar ahead of Andy Heitman. The race settling in now. Yes, it's in fact it is Matt Gozalvez in race 1, so apologies there. And Stuart Phillips in race 2. That's right. I've seen a change there somewhere. Just checking the paperwork there. There's Paul Buzzing coming under fire from the Maestro of Anthony Bates. They're fighting with Darryl Davis in the MGF as well. Ray Ferguson coming through in the yellow car further back. Darryl Davis is going backwards here. I hope there's not a problem with the MGF. As the only entry in his class, he just needs to keep going to pick up the class points. See what the lead gap is as they come through this time. Woodcock has got the fastest lap of the race, I can tell you, 1:33.168. Across the line, it was 0.6 of a second, the gap between the two of them. Identical lap times for McDermott and Woodcock. Sharp 3rd, Walker 4th. Meninda Golhar 5th, then it's Heitman, Grant, and then this group McDermott, Buzzing and Bateman Davis having slipped back a couple of places on that lap in the MGF. Ray Ferguson next, then we've got Amphlett leading his class. Jim Bainham coming through from the back, 2nd in Class A, then it's Gozalvez. Greville Dare is next, then Pryor, and Carl Bates in the number 71. It is an impressive paint job on that MGF, isn't it, Darryl Davis? The MG Hordes enjoy a Sunday afternoon drive. They'll have another race later on. It's coming up at the end of the programme. Goes Alves, the Anglo-Spanish racer in number 33. He's in 15th place overall, running 9th in the ZR class. Here's the battle for the lead in Class A, and Jim Basher Bainham has almost caught David Amflett. It is said that Jim's MGB has done more racing miles than any other MGB in the world. He's even done a couple of 24-hour races, the old Will Hire 24-hour race at Snetterton. He's challenging David Amflett. He's going to go through, coming out of Church Corner. Great move by Jim Bainham, showing his many years of his historic racing experience. He's raced TVRs in the past as well. MG racing is very much where his heart is. He's won this championship more times than I can remember. He could be closing here on Darryl Davis as well. We'll see what the lap times are. Meanwhile, Paul Buzzing making a move on Jake McDermott. That's for 8th place overall. McDermott still leads Class B. There is Will Sharp, number 66. Running in 4th place. I think Maninder Golar has got through into 4th ahead of Philip Walker as well. There's the leader, Steve McDermott. We haven't forgotten about him. Could he be heading for win number 7 out of 7 this season, or can Jack Woodcock catch him? It's a controversial start to the season, with a few penalties being handed out in the first races of the year at Brands Hatch for a bit of push and shove. Racing has calmed down since then. They went to Castle Combe in Wiltshire. Then McDermott took a double there. Did again at Silverstone. They move on after this to Donington, Snetterton, and then to Pembrake. It's a triple header, the final weekend of the year at Pembrake. 2 leaders head into the chicane. They were separated by 1.2 seconds. We'll see what the gap is this time through. Come towards half distance. Over the line they go. And the gap is still 1.2 seconds. Here's the battle of the bees further back. Greville Dare, Carl Bates in the red car, and James Pryor in the blue number 4. This is the tail of the field. With these bees down here, I can say we have a sting in the tail. Side by side between Pryor and Carl Bates. Greville Dare in the Gulf liveried car. It seems to be an unwritten rule, doesn't it? There has to be one powder blue and orange liveried Gulf lookalike car in every British club meeting. And today it's Greville Dare. Just under 10 minutes to go. This battle is right down at the tail for 16th position. Just ahead of them is Mats Gozalves, but he's quite a way up the road. Leader has completed 5 laps and is 1.2 seconds ahead of Jack Woodcock. Here's the fight between Jake McDermott and the number 21 of Paul Buzzing. Jake McDermott does seem to be struggling with a bit of understeer in his ZR. Paul Buzzing up alongside in the 21. Then there's a gap back to the maestro of Anthony Bates, Ray Ferguson in his ZR. Bainham and Amflett have now got ahead of Darryl Davis, who is falling down the order. You can see that car understeering again there of Jake McDermott, the newcomer. Still leads his class though. Bates a little bit out of shape there through towards Church. Fair play to Jake McDermott making his debut here. Certainly not for the faint of heart, Thruxton. Anthony Bates gets the maestro a little wide there. And here's the battle of the bees. Pryor and Bates have got ahead of Carl Bates, that is, have got ahead of Greville Dare. He'll fight back, as they say. Who dares wins. This is the fight for 16th place in this 18-car field. Steve McDermott has now done the fastest lap of the race, 1:32.897. The lead gap has opened out rather a little bit, 1.9 seconds. There is the leader in the ZR 170. There are the class leaders confirmed. The McDermott's leading their classes. Ray Ferguson in the invitation class, Jim Bainham Class A, and Darryl Davis the only entry in Class A. Still they go at it, these three Bs. Greville Dare, whoa, sideways there. Oh, and wide goes James Pryor, he's hit the barrier. What's happened there? Look out! Oh, goodness me, Greville Dare spins out. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Greville Dare pirouettes down the straight. He's hit Carl Bates. We've got James Pryor stranded there. I don't know what happened there. James Pryor just ran wide out of the chicane, hit the tyres, and as he came back on, he's clipped the rear of Greville Dare's car, look. Sent him spinning around, and he was clipped by Carl Bates as well. The leaders have had to get through that. Oh, look at the state of Greville Dare's car. He's kept it going, they've all kept going. Well, that could have been much nastier if any of them had gone walloping into the pit wall. We'll try and see again what happened there if we can. The leaders managed to dodge through that. Let's have a look again as the Bs came through. Watch James Pryor. He just gets his line completely wrong out of the chicane. He goes into the tyre wall on the outside. The car bounces back out. Greville Dare almost avoids him. He's just clipped. And then Carl Bates trying to avoid them as well as Greville Dare spins back across. He misses him there, but then Greville Dare comes back across again. Zonk. Oh dear. I hope they're all insured with Lancaster insurance. A few MG parts needed after that one as well. Look at the rear of Greville Dare's car. I would imagine he's coming in to retire. Not sure what happened there. I was watching Greville Dare twitching his way through the chicane, and then suddenly James Pryor just ran wide on the exit. There's Phil Walker. He's in 5th position, number 83. It's McDermott who leads by just over 2 seconds. Here he comes down into the chicane. Jack Woodcock in 2nd place. Will Sharp in 3rd. They're fairly well spread out, the ZRs. They're coming up to lap Carl Bates in number 71. The slippery surface flag is being shown. That's just in case of any debris as a result of that accident, I think. Yeah, there's Carl Bates. His car not quite as battered as the others. Still going. Are the other two still going? Pryor and Dare. We'll have to wait and see if they come through on this lap. Jack Woodcock still in 2nd. Will Sharp, bit of a slow start for him, down in 3rd. 5 seconds just over off the leader. And a long gap back to Meninda Golhar in 4th place. Walker is 5th, Andy Heitman 6th, then Mark Grant. His bonnet still holding place. Then Paul Buzzing, Jake McDermott, Anthony Bate rounding out the top 10. That's the battle in Class B. Now, has Anthony Bate caught Jake McDermott? No, they're just over 2.5 seconds apart. Here's the battle in Class A. As not surprisingly, Greville Dare comes into the pits. Jim Bainham has been caught by David Amplit. There's Darryl Davis behind them. These two nose to tail for much of the way here, separated by only a few tenths of a second. Ray Ferguson, the invitation class leader, is filling the mirrors of Anthony Bate in the Maestro. Goes wide there. It doesn't matter if Bate goes wide. Not only are they in different classes, Ray Ferguson not eligible for points. Loving the brickwork design on Ray's car there. He's a builder by trade, so nice way to advertise his business. Chasing Anthony Bate in the now rare MG Maestro. With a much maligned car in its time. Ray Ferguson on his bumper. Certainly an intriguing and quirky car, the MG Maestro, and its bigger cousin, the Montego, and Pate goes off. Under pressure there. I think he was busy watching his mirrors there with Ray Ferguson behind him. A bit of ploughing there coming out of Brooklands. And Ray Ferguson's going to go through as a result in the ZR up into 10th place. The gap is up to 2.5 seconds now. They've got 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Ferguson over the curb. But nice battles everywhere you look on track at the moment in this one of the, certainly one of the friendlier championships in UK club racing. Thanks for your comments on YouTube. Somebody asking when's the pickup truck race. Their second race is coming up later this afternoon towards the end of the programme at about 5:15. Here comes Steve McDermott, all set for win number 7. He's got a couple more laps to go yet. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:32.897. He's barely been led this year, apart from in the opening round at Brands Hatch. Fergus Campbell was in there as well, challenging the likes of Will Sharp and Jack Woodcock, along with McDermott for victory. But Fergus not here today. There's a bit of damage on the front of David Amflett's car. I look at it there as well, possibly. He's dropped back from Jim Bainham. Have they had a bit of contact, I wonder? Basher Bainham missed qualifying yesterday, but added to the back of the grid. There's James Pryor, number 4, still going after his incident earlier on at the chicane. The grid won't be set by the results of this race for race 2. It's the second fastest time from qualifying for each rider in this championship that sets the second grid. It means Jim Bainham will have to start from the back again because, of course, he missed qualifying. They lapped James Pryor. Look at the state of the number 4 car. Great shame. And here's Darryl Davis in the number 75. Only MGF here this weekend, which is a great shame. We normally see some good battles between Simon Kendrick, Mark Baker and Stuart Plotneck, among others. But they, along with Paul Wisby, not here this weekend. Darryl Davis with the old school livery. Such a cool looking car, that one is. The gap's up to 3 seconds now for Steve McDermott. Oh, is that smoke from Will Sharp? It is. Will Sharp's in trouble, the 3rd place car. Is he going to try and keep going? There's less than a minute on the clock. If that car's dropping oil, he's going to have to pull in. Yeah, he's slowing right down. He's going to pull into the pits. A great shame for Will Sharp. And now he's got to get that fixed for race 2. It is at the end of the programme. So Nick Dolhar goes through into 3rd position behind Jack Woodcock, but some 22 seconds down on him. Phil Walker will go up to 4th and Andy Heitman 5th. But it's going to be a win for Steve McDermott. We're on the last lap now. The number 1 ZR, the reigning champion. Missed the last round last year at Pembrey because he'd already sewn up the title. The Buckinghamshire driver. And he's going to remain unbeaten in 2022 in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Only Jack Woodcock able to hold a candle to him in this race. And that candle's about to be blown out because the checkered flag is going to go out this time. They lap Max Gonzalez in the number 33 car. That car will be handed over to Stuart Phillips for race 2. And here comes Steve McDermott. He's dominated his opposition once again here in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. He comes through the chicane for the final time, up towards the checkered flag, and it is another win. 7 out of 7 for Steve McDermott. Great drive. Jack Woodcock comes over in 2nd, and then a long gap back to Maninder Golhar, who will take 3rd place. First appearance of the season from Maninder. No, I tell a lie. He raced at Castle Coupe. My apologies there. Check my points chart. So Maninder will take certainly his first podium of the season. Here's the battle in Class B, the Maestro and the ZR, because Anthony Bates has got ahead of Jake McDermott. This is going to be a battle to the line. Dollar takes 3rd, meanwhile Phil Walker is 4th. It's Andy Heitman 5th. Mark Grant will take 6th. And look at that from, big understeer there from Jake McDermott. They need to sort the handling out on that car, because he's going to lose the class win by the look of it to Anthony Bates in the Maestro, who will remain unbeaten in Class B this year. Class A, we'll wait and see for the battle between Jim Bainham and David Amflett. Somewhere behind these two in Class B. Ray Ferguson will win the invitation class. We know Darryl Davis is going to win Class F. There is the checkered flag, and it's going to be a win in Class B for Anthony Bates in the Maestro, giving us a wave as he crosses the line. Now, who's going to win Class A is the only question. Will it be Basher Bainham? Or will it be David Amflett? The answer is Jim Bainham. There he is across the line. 1 second ahead of David Amflett. Darryl Davis wins Class F. Good to see James Pryor still going as well. He and Carl Bates will both make the finish. There's the slightly battered MGB after it Tanks hit the tyre wall earlier on, the front wing hanging off. Bit of tank tape, will put that right. He crosses the line 16th, the final finisher, because of course he lost Will Sharp and Greville Dare. Provisional result then, a win for Steve McDermott by just over 4 seconds ahead of Jack Woodcock, and Maninder Golhar inherits his first podium of the season after the retirement of Will Sharp. Phil Walker 4th ahead of Andy Heitman, Mark Grant and Paul Buzzing. And then we've got the other classes further back. Ray Ferguson taking 8th place, Anthony Bate 9th to win Class B ahead of Jake McDermott, and 11th place for the Class A winner Jim Bainham, just ahead of David Amplitz. Darryl Davis winning Class F in 13th place, then Matt Gozalvez and the recovered Carl Bates, with James Pryor completing the finishers. We lost Will Sharp into the pits in a cloud of smoke. Hopefully we'll see him back out for race 2, and Greville Dare taken out in that tangle at the chicane. Let's head down to Ian Woodhouse in Parc Fermé then to talk with a couple of the drivers.
Steve McDermott getting the win once again. He's no stranger to it, is he? Let's head on down and see if we can grab Steve very quickly for a chat. They're moving him down over to the side now here of Parc Fermé. Steve, he's no stranger to picking up number 1. Hence the reason he's got number 1 on his car as well, as you can see. But Steve, no doubt, racing in slightly hotter conditions. I'll let you get your helmet off first. But yeah, baking hot. In fact, the temperature of anything is getting hotter and hotter. We'll find out actually what the track temperature is today. Steve, congratulations. Track temperature's roasting out there. I imagine it's even hotter in there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really hot. It's streaming down through your eyes, stinging, but yeah, it was all right. It's just trying to manage the tyres because they went off, so I had to back off a bit, try and get grip again, go again. But I
imagine they get up to temperature really quick, but then just overheating, I guess.
That's it, yeah. And then they go off for 2 or 3 laps, and if you ease off a little bit, you get grip again, and then you can go for it again. But excellent. Yeah.
How many wins is this now for you? Do you know?
It's 7. Yeah.
7. Not bad.
Out of 7.
7 out of 7. 7 out of 7. Well done. Congratulations anyway. Go cool down. Fantastic stuff. Jack Woodcock as well picking up 2nd place. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to everybody as well. We still have another MG race to bring you as well, so don't go too far. However, coming up next we have another blockbuster for you. Yes, it is the next race for the British Truck Racing Championships. Coming up next, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Great, so thank you very much, Dave. So, Benny, you can hear if you are watching.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. So one race before a short break for, well, we'll call it an afternoon tea break, I think, rather than a lunch break today. Well, we're not playing cricket, I can tell you that. Next race on the programme is the next race for the British Truck Racing Championship, race 4 of the weekend. And we heard from a few of the drivers down in the paddock earlier on.
Well, I'm here with John Powell. Now, John, you've got a trophy out of us yesterday. You've got another trophy out of us today. You've got to be happy with these results.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yesterday we was in second in the second race and had a problem with the filter. So it stopped us. So really, we should have got another one yesterday, to be honest with you. But that's racing. So I'm well happy with that. You know, truck's going well and... yeah, we're here to race, aren't we?
Can you tell us any more about what happened with all the smoke yesterday? Because obviously the paddock is such, there's loads of different stories, but where did all that smoke come from?
Oh, it wasn't from me.
Oh, it wasn't from you, it was a different blue truck altogether. Oh, that's all right then, you see. This is all Chinese whispers.
All Chinese whispers. I just parked up to get a cup of tea on the grass over there.
Oh, is that what it was?
There's a lady over there kept offering this cup of tea, so
it's very nice. It's nice when the drivers want to get involved with the fans.
Oh, absolutely. I had about a 10-minute autograph session, so not too bad. So. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's good to see you back on the circuit. Congratulations for earlier on's race and good luck in the next one today, John. John Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go see if we can find some more drivers to talk to just before the next race on Sunday.
Minister as well, finishing T3. We'll grab Maninder, we've got him here. So, yeah, as soon as this truck race Darryl Davis, then we'll see whether we can grab a win. So, that was P3, wasn't it? Yeah, so pretty good race, hot track, a racing track, but it seems like there's not too much between you and everybody else.
Trucks in the assembly area then ready for our next race of the weekend. And the grid for this one was set by the result of race 2 yesterday, with again the top 8 positions reversed, or top 7 in Division 2, because there's only 7 Division 2 trucks here. In pole position, therefore, is number 86 of Tom O'Rourke, this time with 46 Bradley Smith alongside him. Second row, Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell. Third row, John Newell and Simon Reed, and then Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. 16 titles between them start on row 4. Craig Reed back on row 5 this time, along with David Jenkins. He spun on the first lap of race 2 yesterday, tangled with Ricky Collitz. So he starts back in 5th row of the grid, having finished only 10th. Then Mark Taylor, who retired from the second race yesterday, as did Ricky Collett, start on row 6. We should have Simon Faulkner out there as well, waiting to see if Ricky Collett is there, because he didn't start the earlier race today. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks. Jock Borthwick, who had a few problems in race 2 yesterday, starts alongside Craig Evans, ahead of John Bowler, Brad Smith, Adam Bint and Luke Garrett. John Powell, retired of course in yesterday's race with that cloud of smoke we heard about, he starts from the back. Now, waiting to see as they come out from assembly if everybody is there. We've got 9 trucks out from Division 1 so far. There's Tom O'Rourke starting on pole alongside Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver, Stephen Powell, John Newell. He and Stuart Oliver got penalties for exceeding track limits earlier on. They won't want to do that again. And Ryan Smith, Craig Reed. Where's the rest of them? Is David Jenkins having trouble getting going? Well, there he is. Mark Taylor. Have we got? We've got Simon Faulkner. Have we got Ricky Collett? No, we haven't. So no Ricky Collett. He must have had problems yesterday that he couldn't fix, sadly. If you're wondering why you can hear Sandstorm, that's Ryan Smith's truck playing it on his air. Yes, really. Jock Borthwick, Craig Evans, John Bowler. The rest of Division 2. Fine sight they make in the wide open spaces of Thruxton. We've got all kinds of side shows on the infield in the paddock as well. We've got show trucks on display, driving experiences, plenty of other things for the fans as well. Hopefully Pointy's going to be down there on the grid for this one again, see who he can talk to. There's Simon Faulkner. Problems with the Iveco meant he couldn't run yesterday. I think we can head down to Pointy now, actually. He's down there basking in the sun on the grid. Pointy, over to you.
I mean, it's hot. It's definitely probably the hottest event of the year so far. I mean, the cameraman, you can't see it, but he's glowing. It's not that sunny. I'm only wearing sunglasses so I don't get blinded by sunburn, ladies and gentlemen. We're down here on the tarmac, on the grid here at Thruxton, ready for the second race of Sunday, and it is heating up, quite literally. We saw some great action earlier on, and as we can see, the teams spreading out either side. Follow moi, shall we? And we'll have a word with some of the teams for once, instead of the drivers. Now, I know we're going to be turning around quite quickly. We're coming over here to the Likely lads, the support team of Stephen Powell. How are we, gents? We all right?
Very good, my man.
Now, obviously, we're live, so please watch the language. I mean, you guys have been doing this with Steve now quite a long time, haven't you? Ashley, I mean, how long have you been doing this with Steve?
16, 17 years, something like that now.
Unbelievable. I mean, you get less for serious crime, surely?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. So I feel like I'm married to him and the lorry rather than the missus.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Charmaine feels the same way.
All that time we spend, but it's all good, mate. It's all good.
And is the truck behaving the way you wanted it to this year?
Yeah. Well, yes and no. But
Is the driver behaving the way you wanted it to this year?
He needs to pull his finger out.
Needs to pull his finger out. You heard it here first. So as we can see the pace, thanks very much, guys. So we can see the pace truck coming down here now. Let's just have a quick chat over here with Team GT. A mixed bag between Michael and Stuart Oliver, father and son team. How are we doing, guys?
Yeah, doing all right.
Doing all right, yeah. You excited for the next race?
Yeah,
Nice, good
No,
weather,
you
warm.
see, we've got these headsets on. We've got 3 headsets, but we've only got 2 drivers. So who's pretending to be important? You're pretending, right? And where did you get the headset? Did you eBay? Was it?
No, I found it on the side of the pit wall.
You found it on the side. If anyone's missing a headset, now is the time. Well, as you can see,
Just got to remember he's been injured. He's been injured this week.
If you want to know where that came from, you can follow me on Instagram and find out for yourselves. Now, we've been told by the people down here on the grid that this is going to be a quick turnaround. We're lining them up, getting them ready. As you can see, the teams just do a final few checks to make sure nothing's shaken loose on the outlap. We're checking the tyres, making sure they're all still inflated. You'd be amazed the amount of things that can go wrong between coming out of the assembly area and getting down here onto the circuit. It looks like the sun's coming out even hotter. I don't know whether it can get any hotter, but the exhaust fumes and the heat from these engines is just incredible. It really is. We're minutes away from the second race, so I think we will wind it up now. We'll hand back to Dave in the studio. Let's get these big rigs racing.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pointy. I don't think I want to find out what that injury was, but anyway, hope he's okay now. In position then with Tom O'Rourke in pole position, the Scotsman in the MV Commercials MAN. As we said, this grid based on the result of race 2 from yesterday, which is why Ryan Smith is back in 8th on the grid. 1 minute board being held aloft by the marshals, trying to get the grid cleared as rapidly as possible.
This is another of the reverse grid races, so the second race of the day yesterday, we take the result from that. And
Bradley Smith alongside in 46. He started from the front row in the first race today, but then dropped down the order. See if he can hang on at the front this time, looking for his first Division 1 victory. Tom O'Rourke, if I remember rightly, had a win at Donington last season, has yet to win this year.
Division 2 trucks, which the boys hesitate to say less race, but less modified trucks.
David Jenkins has not pulled forward into line. Yeah, he's doing now. He was he's being pushed there by the mechanics, look. Slams the brakes on as he gets into position. Now, we saw David Jenkins late out of the assembly area as well. Took a while to get going. Is there a problem with that truck, I wonder? Yeah, keep an eye on that number 69 truck. There's no Ricky Collett. He's a non-starter. Problems in race 2 yesterday looks to have put him out for the weekend, sadly.
Yesterday, limited to 20 entrants for this year, while the promoters find their feet about what we're going to do in years going forward.
Division 2 a little further back there. Luke Garrett will start as the favourite. He scored a hat-trick at Pembrey. 2 wins so far this weekend. Adam Bint, the other winner yesterday. Got Borthwick on the far left in the white truck with the tartan striping. Looks like the old Stewart Grand Prix cars from the late 90s. John Bowler behind him, number 14. Ran well in the earlier race today, but then dropped back a bit. Okay, the DAF pace truck leads them away. The TRP Parts HGV. Stephen Powell well up on the grid. MAN a bit battered and bruised from yesterday's antics. Simon Faulkner's Iveco at the back. Full complement of 7 in Division 2. This will be another 15-minute race. Keep an eye on Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver from the 4th row of the grid.
Which is the today. Around about 4:30 today on time-wise. Just a quick reminder of the other forces we've got coming up for you over the rest of the day. Hopefully a short tea break after this.
John Powell at the back in the number 6. Hopefully not going to shed his bumper this time.
Then the second race of the weekend is the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. There was some good action yesterday.
Or blow up in spectacular fashion. We don't want any more diesel on the circuit, thank you. Fair play once again to everyone involved in the clear-up operation yesterday. Thanks to our volunteer marshals and other officials here at Thruxton this weekend.
A great end to what has been a superb 22 race programme with the BARC.
15 minutes of racing coming up then. Race 4 of the weekend out of 5 for the British Truck Racing Championship. Can Jock Borthwick hang on in front this time in Division 2? Not had a lot of luck this weekend. The white MAN alongside Craig Evans.
you know what? I was thinking that one. I got to use the
John Bowler on the second row alongside Brad Smith in the number 16, the beige and red liveried truck. Taking it very steady around this rolling lap. As it's called a Convoy event, it'd be nice to have the replica Mac from the film Convoy. Rubber Ducks Mac. We did have a replica of it on display in the show trucks a couple of years back. Nice to see it as the pace truck.
Tom O'Rourke again, despite being 58, has I think raced on short ovals back in the day. Representing newcomers to truck races would have joined, I think, 2019 season, maybe 2018.
See how warm it is. You can see the heat rising off the tarmac. All set then for our fourth truck race of the weekend here at Convoy on the Plain here at Thruxton. Tom O'Rourke, Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver, Stephen Powell, John Newell, Simon Reed, and the big hitters of Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith with 16 British titles between them. Craig Reed next alongside David Jenkins. Watch for him coming through. Took the win earlier on in race 3. Mark Taylor and Simon Faulkner round out Division 1. Here we go. Pace now just beginning to quicken slightly through the chicane. Pace truck will pull into the pit lane. Power about to be unleashed once again. Race 4 for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton is go. And a super start by Stephen Powell, charging down the outside of the number 3. He's going to take the lead, or is he? Because Tom O'Rourke is there on the inside. He slots in front of Bradley Smith, goes out onto the grass. They're 3 wide for third place. Look at Michael Oliver coming through. Where's he come from? In the number 12 there. One of the Reeds getting pushed onto the grass on the run up towards the complex. It's number 12, Michael Oliver, leans on Tom O'Rourke, and I think Michael Oliver, for the first time this season, is leading a race. Yes, he is. Third place is Bradley Smith. Then it's Simon Reed. It was Craig Reed who got pushed wide onto the grass there coming out of Allard. Okay, let's check the order as they come out of there then. Ryan Smith trying to get up the inside. David Jenkins gets forced wide by Stuart Oliver onto the grass. Seems to be on the first lap of every race. He has problems today, David Jenkins. As they head out into the country for the first time, it's Michael Oliver leading. Bradley Smith has held second place in the 46th. Then it's O'Rourke, Simon Reed and John Newell. That's not a top 5 you see very often, it has to be said, in British Truck Racing. Meanwhile, what's happening with Division 2? Here they are. It is Jock Borthwick leading. John Bowler's got away well up into second place. Then Adam Bint, Craig Evans, and Luke Garrett is stuck in 6th position behind Brad Smith. Only a matter of time before he makes his move, though, the former 2-time Division 2 champion. Side by side for third, Adam Bint attacking Craig Evans. Goes through into third position, the black Volvo white, if you see how I mean. Coming round to complete their first lap then, the Division 1 boys led by Michael Oliver in number 12, Bradley Smith in second, then it is Simon Reed. John Newell's got through into fourth, so that good start by Stephen Powell up the outside came to nothing because he's back to 5th place, and Tom O'Rourke has fallen to 6th, having started from pole. So the big winners on that start, Simon Reed and John Newell. Now Stuart Oliver making his move past Tom O'Rourke further back, as he tried to there anyway on the run to Allard. Yes, he's got through, taking Ryan Smith with him. It's Michael Oliver who leads. Here come Division 2, Luke Garrett on the tail of Craig Evans, but it's Jock Borthwick, number 32, who leads the way. John Bowler in second in the Union flag liveried DAF. Division 1 was falling over each other through the complex. Ryan Smith getting past Tom O'Rourke. Ryan Smith has gained a couple of places for his 8th place start. He looks for his hat-trick, and David Jenkins gets cut off there by Mark Taylor, who was busy fighting with Craig Reed as well. David Jenkins getting frustrated in there. Division 2 we can see in the background as Division 1 head out to the back of the circuit. Number 12 of Michael Oliver leads the way, looking for his first win this season. He only made one appearance last year. I think that's the MAN that Martin Gibson campaigned last season, the GT Tyres development man. Competing in car racing this year instead. Here's a battle in Division 2. John Bowler and Adam Bint is for second in Division 2. Brad Smith behind them, then Luke Garrett, John Powell and Craig Evans. Adam Bint wants a second win of the weekend, a third of the season, but look at the way Jock Borthwick is breaking away. Here's a battle further back in Division 1. Is Ryan Smith slowing down? He was ahead of I think Ryan Smith's got a problem. Yes, he's dropped behind these four. Now let's keep an eye on the number 1. Is he going to pull into the pits? Yes, I think Ryan Smith's in trouble. That's a rare sight indeed, the Freightliner Daimler. Yes, he's dropped right back into 11th place. He has come through, but that was a much slower lap by Ryan. We'll pick up on that in a moment, because this is the battle for second place. Bradley Smith holding off Simon Reed, then John Newell, Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver. Next we've got O'Rourke, Taylor. Next through David Jenkins and Craig Reed. Ryan Smith, I think, has got some sort of a problem with the number 1 track. We'll try and look back and see where he is. No, he's not there. He's dropped back into the clutches of the Division 2 leaders now. Yep, Ryan Smith has definitely got a problem. Will we see him call into the pits next time by? If he pits and then keeps going, then he'll at least pick up a few points. This race suddenly being thrown wide open, because Michael Oliver leads the way. Here's the battle in Division 2 for second place between John Bowler and Adam Bint. It's led by Jock Borthwick, Brad Smith, John Powell. Luke Garrett still only in 6th place in the 42, showing how evenly matched Division 2 are this season. And indeed, you could say the same about Division 1, because we haven't seen the level of dominance that we've seen from Ryan Smith over the last few years. Dominating this one, in trouble with the number 1 truck, as Simon Reed tries to make a move on Bradley Smith at the chicane. You can't go side by side through there, surely, yes you can. And Simon Reed is through, up into second place, looking for win number 3 this season. And now everybody else will be trying to get past, well, never mind Bradley Smith, because Stuart Oliver's having a go at Stephen Powell, 2020 Division 2 champion. No, you don't, says Stephen Powell. Towards the complex they go once again. Bradley Smith still holding third, ahead of John Newell, number 18. It's been a relatively quiet weekend for John. A pretty spectacular one for him at Pembrey. He went flying into a tyre wall at one point. Racing now Bradley Smith in the 46. His first full season of truck racing. Here's the battle in Division 2, and Adam Bint looks like has finally got past John Bowler, up into second in the category. This group 6 seconds down on leader Jock Borthwick. John Powell having a go at Brad Smith as well. Ryan Smith still going, but he's lapping about 6 or 7 seconds off the pace. So there's clearly something amiss. I wonder if his turbo's playing up. Brad Smith under fire. There's been some contact in there, some damage to the right-hand side of Brad Smith's truck, we can see there. Being chased by John Powell. Then it's Luke Garrett. Quiet race for Luke here. Craig Evans at the back. Which is sadly where Craig Evans has been for most of the weekend. A couple of trucks already getting the black and white flag. The 46 of Bradley Smith and Adam Bint in the number 5 getting the driving standards flag. Just under 8.5 minutes to go, and it is still Michael Oliver holding the lead. With Ryan Smith out of the picture in Division 1, the rest of the pack very evenly matched, as we can see. David Jenkins, the earlier winner, still only down in 9th. We saw him having some problems getting going before the start of the race, so maybe there is a problem with the 69 truck as well. Up the hill towards the complex for the 5th time. Stuart Oliver's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.538. He's in 6th place. As John Powell attacks Brad Smith again. The entry to the chicane, they almost lean on each other. This is the 4th in Division 2. Brad Smith doesn't give way, bash into the side of the 6. Get off, says John Powell. And Luke Garrett says, well, okay, if you're going to take each other out, I'll pass both of you. Thump into the side of John Powell. And that, as Luke Garrett says, is how you do that. 2 places gained. Could there be a place gained here for Simon Reed? He's almost pushing Michael Oliver as they head out towards Village and Church. Proved on the last lap you can get 2 trucks side by side through the chicane here at Thruxton. Sort of. Jock Borthwick, we haven't forgotten about the leader in Division 2. He has caught Simon Faulkner. The battle's still going on for 2nd in Division 2. Bint and Bowler now being caught by Luke Garrett. Now he's got past these two who are still squabbling behind him, Brad Smith and John Powell. Smith goes through again. Now Luke Garrett can attack for the lead in Division 2 and try and catch Jock Borthwick. Here are your Division 1 leaders, and Bradley Smith having a brave run up the outside there, but he could lose out to John Newell. Michael Oliver still leads, and Bradley Smith sideways, he clipped John Newell. Newell goes out wide, he's going to rejoin over the grass and wallop into the stack of tyres. There goes Stuart Oliver. I think it was Oliver who sent the tyres flying there anyway, one of them did. Michael Oliver's still got the lead ahead of Simon Reed, but what's the order behind them now? Bradley Smith is still third. Fourth is now Stuart Oliver. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell, but did he cut the chicane there? We'll have to have another look at that. So much going on there into the chicane. The leaders are heading up into the complex. We'll pick them up in a moment. Let's see again what happened there. Bradley Smith trying to go round the outside. He cut across, slid into John Newell. He got taken out, but watch behind. It wasn't Stuart Oliver. It was Stephen Powell who cut the chicane. I was watching John Newell on the outside, but it was Powell who cut the first bit of the chicane and hit that stack of tyres. So now we know. Thanks to the slow motion replay. Let's pick up the leaders then. It is still Michael Oliver holding on ahead of Simon Reed. They've gone clear as a result of that little schmozzle at the chicane. Bradley Smith still in third, looking for his first Division 1 podium. Then it's Stuart Oliver. Oliver gets the tighter line out of Church Corner. Still leading Division 2, it's Jock Borthwick. He's got ahead of Simon Faulkner in Division 1 Iveco now. Stephen Powell is still in fifth, having done a bit of extreme 10-pin bowling at the chicane last time through, sending the tyres flying. Maybe it's a hint, maybe we should put a bowling alley in at his pub down by Brands Hatch. Tom O'Rourke in sixth position, he's going well, ahead of Mark Taylor. David Jenkins is up to eighth as a result of John Newell dropping back after that bit of contact. Behind them is Craig Reed, he got delayed in there as well, the 68th. There's an extra chicane on the exit of the chicane. I wonder if anybody's going to hit those tyres. These two are still at it, as if Brad Smith and John Powell are connected together by a piece of string, isn't it? Smith has the place at the moment. This is for second in Division 2. Luke Garrett, while all that was going on, has got ahead of John Bowler. He's up to third in Division 2 now. Here's the chicane, they come, a tangle at the complex. Mark Taylor goes around, contact with David Jenkins, and that's destroyed the front bodywork of Mark Taylor's truck. What on earth happened there? Mark Taylor, is he trying to get going again? He's moving very slowly. That could be Mark Taylor's race over. And if his truck is stranded on the edge of the track there, that could be a red flag. Let's see it again, what happened there. There is Taylor. He goes for the inside, going into the first part of the complex. He's rubbing shoulders with David Jenkins. Jenkins doesn't give way. Wallop. And round goes Mark Taylor. Neither driver wanting to give way there. That could be the end of Mark Taylor's race. And I think we've got red flags. I think the red flags are coming out. Yes, indeed they are. 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. The race stopped with Mark Taylor's truck stranded on the edge of the track at the complex. So in the interest of safety, the race being stopped. Now, 3 minutes 40 left on the clock. I would imagine with 10 minutes, 6 laps having completed, I imagine that's going to be end of race. In which case that will be a first win of the season for Michael Oliver. Yes, I think that's going to be, the clock has restarted counting down, but I think that's going to be end of race. In which case, well done, Michael Oliver. First win of the season. Incidentally, Ryan Smith did keep going. We didn't mention him much, but he was clearly in problems. He finished 11th, if that's the end of race. So we'll pick up a small number of points. Yes, the trucks are being signalled into Park Firm 8. There's the reason. Mark Taylor's truck with its front end damaged, stranded at the complex. Right, we'll confirm the provisional results of that one in a moment, because it looks like that's end of race for the trucks race number 4. There will be a very short pause after this for a spot of lunch, which will allow the marshals and the recovery crews to clear that number 81 truck away. Provisional result then. A win for Michael Oliver. Well done to him, ahead of Simon Reed and Bradley Smith. Congratulations to him, his first ever Division 1 podium. Stuart Oliver 4th, ahead of Stephen Powell. And Tom O'Rourke in 6th position. Mark Taylor was the cause of the red flag, so I don't think he'll be classified in 7th. So it'll be David Jenkins next, ahead of John Newell, Craig Reed, and Ryan Smith should be classified 10th. Problems with his truck in that one. That means, no, it won't mean he's further back on the grid, because it's race 3 that decides the grid for the last race, not race 4. Behind him, Jock Borthwick finally gets his win in Division 2. Well done to the Scotsman, second win of the season. Simon Faulkner behind him. Second in Division 2 is Adam Bintz. Then it's John Bowler. And in the battle further back, Luke Garrett was next, ahead of Brad Smith and Craig Evans, because John Powell got a penalty, I think. Yes, he's penalised down to 19th place. We're not sure why that is. I imagine it's track limits. Well, after all that then, a slightly early finish. And we can hand down to Pointy in Parc Fermé in just a moment.
We are now into the tea break.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I can't believe it. Michael Oliver, well done, buddy. First place. How does that feel, seriously?
It feels like first place.
Oh, well, sorry, where was your dad, just out of interest? Behind you, right?
I think everybody was behind as well.
Honest, I mean, what a start. Where did you find that gap?
I made it, actually.
You made it? Was it like that, was it?
Thanks to Tom O'Rourke, yes,
I
made it.
There was a bit of contact on the first corner, and we were all wondering to say, oh, look at this. Father and son, a proud moment from the Oliver clan. Absolutely. Stuart, you've got to be happy with that.
Oh, delighted. Absolutely delighted.
I mean, it was looking good. I mean, to be honest with you, we didn't want to tempt fate, but you were still pulling ahead of Craig Reed the entire race. He was looking for those gaps, but you kept shutting the door.
Well, I didn't want to make it look too obvious, but I was just going steady like.
It's nice how you kept dangling that carrot, made it look like you had a chance.
I was hanging on for dear life.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done.
This bad boy,
well done. No scratches, no pop tyres. Oh, he just blanked me then. He just left me hanging. Can you believe that? Let's go and see if we can we fit through? Let's go and have a chat. Let's go and have just look at this. Get some of this. Everybody is so happy to see Michael Oliver taking that podium. Reigning champion Ryan Smith shaking his hand as well. Let's go over now to another surprise result, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Smith, sir. That was incredible driving. Well done.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one. I had a bit of a nightmare last race, but yeah, it was good.
That battle, I mean, it was a battle. You were fending off the rest of Division 1 pretty much that entire race, holding on for dear life. What a result.
Yeah, no, it's good. I think I was looking in my camera more than in front, but yeah, it was good. My mirrors were full up all the time, and it's a brilliant race. I enjoyed every second of it.
See this smile, ladies and gentlemen. You can't pay for that smile. That's real. That's winning. Look at the team behind him here. They're all happy, all from over here. And well done, sir. Fantastic effort. I think you've got a hat here. Come on in. Bring him the hat. There you go, you get a hat. He doesn't want to be on TV, does he? Unbelievable. Well done, Bradley, honestly. Absolutely fantastic effort. I mean, does anybody know what else happened in the race? Because I was so transfixed on what was going on at the front. Obviously, we had a massive incident not long ago. Jenkins going into the side. Yes, let's go for it then. Other than the people that had the crash, Mark Taylor and Jenkins, who went into each other near the end of that race, we all thought the red flag had been called for the tyres in the chicane, but apparently not. We all saw the feed come through a little bit later. The amount of people in the pits watching the live stream to see what's going on in the race, because we can't see much from out here. Craig. Unbelievable. That was fantastic.
It was a once in a bit of a race. I went down there. I think Dave ran out of talent on the end of the straight, put me on the grass. So I gathered my thoughts, got going again, got a bit of speed, got up behind the pack again, and then I had a tyre in front of me at there, so it's either run over the tyre, but I remember Mark Taylor last year, so I made sure I didn't do that.
It's strange, you think he's got a bit. Do you believe in curses on tracks?
Yeah, I do, honestly.
Mark Taylor, Thruxton again.
I know. But no, great, I tell you what, brilliant, you know. Just want to thank all the spectators and everything. We're absolutely boiling hot in there, to be honest with you. Without them there's so many people here today. It's great.
And Ryan Smith with his moment of fame.
Ryan normally does.
Yeah.
I'm thanking the spectators.
Where did he finish? Thanking the spectators.
I think
It was second, I think. It was second, surely. Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
I think
No, Simon did.
Simon,
That's
Simon, the wrong brother. Oh, you swapped places again.
I
Hey, it
came
doesn't
back to
matter.
Division Two,
At the end of the yeah, you were definitely at the front for that. Yeah. Thanks, Craig. Now, Ryan, obviously you're not where you used to be. Tell us what happened.
Just no power steering, and thankfully we got it to the. My arms I can't feel, but we spoke about it.
We did before the race. Yeah.
It was from the previous race, which we tried to keep on the quiet. Unfortunate, but got the points. But 100 mile an hour around the back in church, no power steering at all. I'll tell you the truth, I might need a change of a nappy.
You avoided some serious incidents during that race, weaving in and out with no power steering. That's no mean feat.
I'm just thankful that we made it to end. Nobody else was involved. We got the truck to the end. We're like, you can't have it all your own way. I'm chuffed for Michael Oliver. He's had the worst luck.
Yes.
And you know what? He gives somebody else a chance as well, doesn't he?
I know, it'd be nice. I tell you what though, it's going to be hard for me handing out the trophies now to get the names right, because we're like, who are these people? Who are they?
That's the beautiful thing of this sport, and the people watching at home, some of their favourites would have now be on the podium, and that's what we come to do, and we're not on the podium. And that's the way life is sometimes. The new Ryan, I like him.
The new Ryan, I like the new Ryan. We all like the new Ryan. Thank you, Ryan Smith. Absolutely. I mean, as you can see, when you have a result like that in a race like that, the energy, the vibes that you get down here in the paddock and Parc Fermé straight after the race is just incredible. And we hope we can bring some of that to you at home. Let's hand back to Dave now. I'm going to go and hand out some trophies. Thanks for joining us here in Parc Fermé.
He does get excited, doesn't he, our Pointy? He's loving this just as much as we are. Well, we can see the Jaguars down in the assembly area, but we're going to have a short tea break now for about 15 or so minutes, I think, for some afternoon tea. Jaguar Challenge next up scheduled to start at 3:15, but we will wait and see if that break is going to be any shorter, because we've got other races to get in afterwards. The Jaguars are followed by the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup, with Wayne Rocket looking for a double in that one. That's followed by the SRCC Sports 2000 Championship. That race might, I think, I've read on the online notice board, run to its original length of 25 minutes that it was scheduled to be, with the timetable being a bit fluid here today at Thruxton. Then the final truck race of the weekend, then the second race for the pickup trucks. Whether I can make it through another 14 laps for them, of that amazing race earlier on. And then finally the second race for the MGs, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Championship. So it's time for a cup of tea and, possibly a colder drink or an ice cream here at Thruxton today. It is boiling hot here. So just a short pause then to give our marshals and camera crews a chance for a break, and we'll be back with you when the Jags come out on track in a few minutes' time. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents, and welcome back after a short afternoon tea break there. Our next race shortly getting back underway with the second race of the day for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Slightly amended grid for this one, which will bring you shortly, but the car's on their way to the grid, and we can hear from a couple of the drivers down in the assembly area from earlier on.
It is still absolutely sweltering, even more so because I'm surrounded by a load of Jaguar roasting hot engines as well. Of course, race 2 for the Jags, not too far away from coming up. I do want to grab this man over here. Let me just grab Jack. Can we just grab you for a second if we can, please? Because obviously, I hate to do it, but we do have to talk about your race 1. Of course, it was a bit of a spin, wasn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So I had a great start. I got off, I gained a couple of places. And then coming into the third corner there, unfortunately got tapped from behind basically, so a little spin, so I couldn't quite get the car started straight away as well, which I was a bit worried about. But
you came through the field quite nicely.
Yeah, so it was great fun. I think I had a bit of adrenaline going through me, so I was buzzing through, chasing people, so yeah, it was a great race. Yeah.
Talking of adrenaline, race 2, what can you do?
Hopefully I'll get a good start, don't get tangled up this time, so it will be a good start. But yeah, no, looking forward to it really.
Fantastic. Go cool down, and thanks for talking to us. We do appreciate it. Grab a quick word here. I just want to have a look at this. That is how hot it was in race 1. Race 2, you're looking forward to it?
I am, yeah. It's hot out there. It's just this season. It just shows how competitive these cars are. It was a tough race. Swapping positions 3 or 4, 5 times over a lap, and it's just great fun. But I had a spin at the complex on the last lap, just pushing a little bit too hard with no tyres left. It's pretty hot out there, but good fun.
Is that an issue we're expecting in, obviously, in racing? It's only going to get hotter, isn't it? So tyres are the problem, not necessarily overheating of the engine?
Yeah, it's something we don't experience here. In the UK, it's so hot, the track temperature's so hot that who knows what setup to go for. We've never tested in this, we don't know what to do. I got a pretty good setup there where I just lost the tyres on the last 2 laps. But who knows? We might try something different, we might go again, but yeah, we're all in the same boat.
Fantastic, thanks for talking to us. Go cool down, right, there you go. You heard it here first. Anything can happen in race 2 for the Jaguars. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard, who's going to take you through the action.
Okay, cars forming up on the grid then for our next race for the Big Cats, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. The grid based on the results of the first race. So it's Tom Robinson and James Ram who start on the front row. Second row, Colin Philpott and Mike Seaborn. Alistair McGregor and Tom Butterfield on row 3. Then Tim Morant and Cliff Ryan. Row 5, Andrew Harper and Derek Pearce. Jack Robinson, who we just heard from, and Stephen Dowell on row 6. Row 7, Damien Gray and David Ringham. Row 8, Andrew Maynard and Matthew Davis. And at the back, number 31, not driven by Guy Connew in this race. The number 31 car is now being driven by Simon Lewis. He's taken over Guy Connew's car for the second race. His own car gave trouble yesterday. So Simon Lewis will be starting from the back of the grid, having borrowed Guy Connew's car for this race. Looking for win number 7 this year then is Tom Robinson in the number 4 car, the man from Somerset. James Ram starts alongside him. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. Colin Philpott and Mike Seaborn on row number 2. This will be another 15-minute race for the Jaguars. Just awaiting the all clear. The 5-second board goes aloft. This is going to be a tough old race, handling these big cars in such hot conditions. A bit of creeping there from Matt Davis towards the back of the lineup. Not the best of starts by Tom Robinson. James Ram goes up alongside him in the 99 car. And up behind him is number 67 of Colin Philpott, but it is the XJS, I think, that is going to just about edge into the lead as they go into the complex the first time. But Robinson's got the inside line. Look at Philpott up the outside. Could be down to third place here, Tom Robinson, because Philpott challenging James Ram, and they touch and run wide. They're all going wide coming into the complex there. Philpott's on the grass. That's going to give James Ram the lead. Robinson second. Seaborn's going to come through into third. I thought at least one car was going to go shooting straight on into the tyre wall there. They did well to save that one. Philpott's recovered. He's in fourth place. The countdown having started at the beginning of the green flag lap, so it's a slightly shortened race for the Jags, but that might be a blessing in disguise for some of these cars and drivers. It is very hot out there. They start to sort themselves out then around the first lap. 31, Simon Lewis coming through from the back. Andrew Maynard and David Ringham fighting it out at the rear of the field, but it's James Ram who leads the way in number 99. I wonder if he's had a 99 during the break between races. It is certainly ice cream weather. Mike Seaborn being chased by Tom Butterfield. That's the battle for 4th place, and the battle for the lead is on because Tom Robinson is chasing his arch rival James Ram. Side by side at Woodham Hill is the supercharged XJR6 going to take the lead. It certainly is. And Mike Seaborn later on the brakes again. We saw this in race 1, battling with Colin Philpott for 3rd place. Philpott's the more powerful car, but Seaborn seems the more manoeuvrable. He's going through at the chicane, I think. Philpott on the curbs. Who's going to come out of this with the advantage? Philpott on the inside, Seaborn on the outside as they go over the line, and Philpott just about holds that place. 5th is Butterfield, 6th is Alistair McGregor in his lovely, very dark green X300. Then we've got Cliff Ryan in 7th, Tim Morant, the leader of Class A, in 8th place. Here's Seaborn again into the complex, the defending champion, leading Class B. Philpott leads Class C, and Seaborn takes 3rd place overall under braking for the complex. Starts to settle in then, a slightly shorter race than earlier on for the Big Cats. Sliding there Colin Philpott, he moves to the inside to try to attack the 24 of Mike Seaborn. It's Tom Robinson out in front now, pulling away from James Ram, looking to extend his championship lead, the Swallows Racing XJR6. Seaborn under fire from 67 of Philpott, then it's Butterfield closing up on them nicely indeed. He could challenge Colin Philpott here for 4th. Then we've got McGregor, Ryan, Tim Morant in the Castrol car, and then Andrew Harper in the Diesel XJ. One of the newer cars on the grid. Quite a few newcomers to the series this year, which is brilliant to see. They come round to complete their 2nd lap then. Philpott and Seaborn again side by side. Another 2 cars that seem to be joined together by a piece of string this weekend, these 2 XJSs. Morant continues to lead Class A. Who's 2nd in Class A? It's Jack Robinson further back. He's in 10th position. One cart's fallen back around the opening lap is Derek Pearce. He's down to 15th place in Tom Lenthal's XJS as Alistair McGregor kicks up the dust there coming out of the chicane. Robinson with a clear lead. Beautiful sound of that supercharged XJR6. I know I go on about it a lot, but it really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? Mike Seaborn closing up again. Flash of flame I think I see there from Colin Philpott's exhaust pipe. Butterfield closing up, as is McGregor. Cliff Ryan as well, long time racer with this series, the man from Watford. He's got Tim Morant towing up behind him in that lovely Daimler Series 1, the Daimler Sovereign as the XJ was also badged as. There it is at the back of this group of XJSs. And a gap back to Harper and Jack Robinson rounding out the top 10 in the number 14, the XJ40. Tom Butterfield looking good here, trying to close down Mike Seaborn. Tim Morant is closing down 144 of Cliff Ryan. That's a Class C car. Tim Morant doing extremely well here in his Class A Daimler to keep up with the more tuned, more modified cars. Gap back to Harper next, then behind him is Robinson, then Damien Gray in the Jaguar F1 lookalike. Then we've got Simon Lewis, who's come from the back of the grid into 12th in Guy Conyu's car. 13th is Stephen Dowell in the XKR. Then Derek Pearce, Matthew Davis, Andrew Maynard and David Ringham rounds out the field. 5.5 minutes to go. Up the hill towards the complex once again. 2.9 seconds is the lead margin. A further second back is Philpott in 3rd place. Robinson's got the fastest lap, 1:30.636. Seaborn still not letting Philpott get away. Butterfield's dropped back a couple of lengths now into the clutches of Alistair McGregor, and side by side there for 7th place. Tim Morant is having a go at Cliff Ryan. This is impressive. Can he take the Class C XJS? Wheel of that beautiful Daimler. Up towards Noble. It's the fight for 7th place. And a gap back to Andrew Harper of about 6 seconds now in the silk cuts liveried car. The lead gap was 2.9 seconds. Oh, problems for Simon Lewis in the 31 car. Is that a mechanical problem or has he had a spin? He's keeping it going. Not really getting back up to speed, so I'd say mechanical issues there. Every car Simon Lewis drives seems to break down this weekend. He had problems with his own car in practice yesterday. James Ram is being reeled in by Colin Philpott. This race pretty much following the same pattern that the first race did, as Alistair McGregor nearly loses it over the curbs there at the chicane. There's the second place battle. They're over 4 seconds back on Tom Robinson now. James Ram up there in second place, a former champion in this series with his XJS. ComSec Investigations based down in Essex. Philpott in third place, the Powerbell Services car. Seaborn, Butterfield, Alistair McGregor, good to have him back in the championship today. It certainly will be Tom Robinson extending his lead with 2 more wins at the top of the points. Round Church Corner they go. Robinson's away and gone. There's Ram, Philpott, Seaborn. Busy day for the Jaguar drivers in this heat. Normally 1 race on each day. Of course, their first race, if you missed it earlier, was postponed from yesterday afternoon. Leaders head up Woodham Hill towards the chicane. Simon Lewis has indeed pulled into the pits. He's out of the race in car number 31. It's been raced by 3 different drivers in the last few years. Guy Convoy has driven it, Ian Drage as well. Main focus is this battle for second now, with Ram trying to hold off Philpott's attacks. There's just over half a second between the two of them. The lead gap is still 4.1 seconds for Tom Robinson. Mike Seaborn trying to keep pace with the 2 XJSs ahead of him. Another XJS in 5th place, Tom Butterfield, then the X300 of McGregor. Tim Morant in the Series 1 has now got ahead of Cliff Ryan's XJS, and David Ringham has dropped out. The 45 car now, that I think is on the inside of Church. It's the end of the old runway here at Thruxton. Andrew Maynard, we've caught a glimpse of there, giving chase further back to Matthew Davis. Here's Andrew Harper coming under fire from Robinson Jr. Jack Robinson, the younger of the brothers in the number 14 XJ40. He spun on the first lap of race 1, fought back to 12th. Here's his older brother Tom, who's going through in the lead. Now, can Colin Philpott steal second from James Ram? Won't matter in terms of points because they're in different classes. They're not going to catch Tom Robinson. There's just over a minute to go, so it'll be last lap this time. Mike Seaborn, I think, has settled for 4th place and the Class B victory. Last lap board is out. The only real place to be decided now is 2nd place. It's going to be a win, surely, for Tom Robinson. It sounds like it's jet powered, doesn't it? That's Tom Robinson car with the whine of the supercharger. Jet-powered car I know of in British Motorsport is Nick Mann's hill climb car, the Shelsley Special, the Manic. It has a helicopter jet turbine fitted to keep the turbos constantly spinning and give it extreme acceleration. None of that technology here, of course. Just your average big supercharger. When Robinson passes David Ringham's car, stranded there on the inside of Church. There he is. No points for him in this race. There's 2 retirements, Ringham and Lewis out of it. Well, James Ram looks like he's safe in 2nd place, and 2nd in Class D. It's going to be a Class C win for Colin Philpott, Class B for Mike Seaborn. And Tim Morant, a fine 7th overall, is going to win Class A. Here they come into the chicane for the final time. It's going to be a win for Tom Robinson. Win number 7 for the season for the XJR6. Flashes the lights as he comes over the line. Robinson wins again here at Thruxton. James Ram holds off Colin Philpott for 2nd overall. Philpott wins his class, as does Mike Seaborn in 4th place. 5th is going to be Tom Butterfield ahead of Alistair McGregor. Tim Morant is going to come in to win Class A. There he is, holding off the Class C car of Cliff Ryan. fine 7th overall. Jack Robinson and Andrew Harper battling for 9th place on the penultimate lap. Robinson had got ahead, so we'll wait to see. Yes, he has held 9th place. And 2nd in Class A. Harper 3rd in Class B. Next home we should see Damien Gray in the F1 lookalike Jag. There's number 77, Derek Pearce. There's Gray. And there's Stephen Dowell in the Martini car. He's had a good, solid weekend. 3rd in Class D for him. Here's Derek Pearce back in 13th place, one of the elder statesmen of the series. He takes 13th. The other finishers will be Andrew Maynard and Matthew Davis, because of course we lost David Ringham and Simon Lewis fall into the pits. There's Maynard and Davis. Everybody finishes on the lead lap who did make it home. Fastest lap of that race went to Tom Robinson, a 1:30.448, the only car to lap under 1 minute 31 seconds. A nice Sunday afternoon drive in the sunshine for our big cat tamers. Big cats will go back into their lair now ahead of the next round. Tom Robinson the winner by 4.5 seconds ahead of James Ram. Colin Philpott wins Class C in 3rd and Mike Seaborn Class B in 4th. And it's Butterfield, McGregor, Morantz in 7th place winning Class A ahead of Ryan, Jack Robinson and Andrew Harper. Then Gray, Dowell, Pearce, Maynard and Davis completed the 15 finishers. David Ringham pulled off at the entry to Church Corner and Simon Lewis retired into the pits. That concludes the Jaguar action for this weekend. Then next up it's the Carbonate Lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup with Wayne Rockets looking to make it 2 wins for the weekend. The grid for that race will be based on the results of the race yesterday. With the Jags heading back into Parc Fermé, and Ian is down there to greet them in just a moment.
Right, you joined us at a very good time because I could just hear Tom Robinson's supercharger just pulling in. You can probably hear it. It's a perfect weekend for him. A pair of wins. A little bit. I thought there's a little bit of damage over there on his left-hand side. Let's go and have a quick chat with him. That's James. I think they've got them the wrong way round, haven't they? Never mind. We're going to grab a chat with Tom Robinson. He's made it a pair of wins. It's been a perfect weekend. Colin Philpott again, 3rd place. James Ram 2nd. So actually, it's a mirror image, exactly the same actually, from race 1. Tom, once again, we talked to you in 1st place.
Yeah.
Never easy, of course. Was this one perhaps more just make sure you can get the car home and everything's okay and it's not too hot?
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely worse on tyres out than now. Track temperatures must have come up. I have to apologise to James. I think we had a little touch at the start there. It was tight going through the first complex.
I thought there was a little bit of damage actually on the left front. Nothing major, but
no. Yeah, I was on the inside. He just come across, and I just couldn't stop with the cold tyres. So hopefully he's all right and he didn't damage the car. But no, it was a good race. I really enjoyed it.
I just say, I don't know if the camera can pick it up. How much space? You could have a fridge in here and all sorts.
I could take passengers if you want.
Yes, I do want. You know I do want. Look, well done. Congratulations. Perfect weekend for you. Good stuff indeed. Let's go grab a word with James and Colin as well. They've both decided to come straight here. Gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Congrats, both on the podium again. In fact, it's exactly the same as race 1, wasn't it? How was it out there, James? Start with you.
Hot, slippery, frenetic.
Bit of contact was there at the start?
Yeah, I got past Tom at the start, and then it was a bit of a squeeze into the complex, but I wasn't going to make it easy for him, so I thought I'd try and interrupt his momentum a little bit because there was no way I was going to pass him down the straight. But yeah, I'm sure we're all friends.
All friends, all smiles. Colin, you had a good weekend, huh?
Yeah, I tried to ruin their start a little bit because I think I was in front at one stage there, but it was good, wasn't it?
All friends, but you want to beat him, don't you? You know,
a race is a race, isn't it? Who cares about class? That was a race, wasn't it?
That's exactly it.
I don't know, my car just felt good that time.
Yeah.
I see James get a little bit out of shape a couple of times out, but I thought, hey, I've got to have my moment here.
Good track for you here.
Yeah. It's exciting because it's on the edge of your seat stuff.
Only used the brakes twice, I hear. Is that right?
Twice?
twice?
Chicane.
Nah, don't worry about that. Only once at the chicane.
Yeah.
Well done. It was great to see you again. Congratulations, double podium, of course, class win as well. There we go. Fantastic stuff. Oh, sorry. Time to get underway. The next race actually heading out on track now. It is time for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the Hyundai is heading out onto track. Yesterday it was a win for Wayne Rocket, defeating Alistair Dendy in a straight fight. James Goodwin holding off Alex Kersley to complete the podium. They start in that order, just heading out from the assembly area now. So it's Rocket and Dendy on the front row, James Goodwin, Alex Kersley on row 2. Row 3 is Johnny Rocket, son of Wayne, alongside John Winter, the series founder and coordinator. Luca Staccini on row 4 alongside Michael Evans. Row 5, Paul Lorry and Darren Ford. 6th row is Mark Rideout and Darren Banks. Mark Jones and Nick Flowers on row 7. The 8th row is Ian Brunning and Roger Owens. Dan Fletcher and Mark Worsley on row 9. Then the 10th row is Spencer Hirons and Barbara Schilliker. And at the back of the field we should hopefully have 2 cars that were eliminated in a tangle yesterday, Adam Jones and Matthew Mitter. We caught up with some of the drivers earlier on in the weekend down in the paddock.
Well, the Hyundai Coupe Cup always throws up some thrilling racing. We saw that in race 1, didn't we? Now we're getting ready for race 2. Let's go have a quick chat down here with John Winter. He's in deep discussion here.
No, what?
Chaps, quick word if we can. It's all right. Don't go too far. You can come back in a second.
He's ginger. He's not good in front of a camera.
How was it out there, John?
It was extremely hot and quite the sweaty, to be honest.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's great fun.
It's so much fun, this championship, isn't it?
It is. It's a really good giggle, and this is like the best place in the UK to go racing, really, because it's just so fast and such good fun.
I hear you only use the brakes twice. You only use them once, don't you, though?
I use the brakes or the grass generally. Twice. Complex and chicane, and that's it.
What have you
Otherwise,
learned?
It's just pin it and just hold on to it.
Hold on like that. What you learned from race 1 you're going to take into race 2?
Absolutely nothing, other than the fact that...
I like the honesty. You know.
No, other than the fact that I'm probably going to weigh about 1 stone after this weekend due to sweat loss.
It is, isn't it? Go get some water. Go on, go get some water.
I need a lot of water.
I promise I'll come find you.
Thank you, man. It's nice to see you. How are you doing?
Andrew, I'm very well. How was race 1 for you?
I got stuck behind a pile-up in front of me at the first corner.
Yeah.
And from there on, I just tried to catch up with the front pack by the left. These are very important circuit for slipstream.
Yeah.
And when you don't have it, it's tough to come back. But we're going to come back stronger tomorrow.
I was going to say, let's talk about race 2. Another opportunity. Cleaner, you're going to get straight through, right?
Yes, possibly yes. Now this is the first time I'm racing here. I'm really happy with the flow that I got with the circuit now. So tomorrow is going to be the send day, and I'm going to make it.
It's fun, isn't it? The fastest circuit in the UK. That's what
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
He's loving it. Top man, excellent.
Have a good day,
fantastic. Andrew, really good to see you. Time for race 2 now of the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through the action.
The cars on the grid then, thanks Ian, and we noticed during the interviews there Lucas Giacchini's car. A load of the Orange family here this weekend have all signed the bonnet of it. There was a big thank you marshals on that bonnet, and lots of marshals and officials have signed it. The green flag waves at the back of the grid then. Wayne Rockets taking his first win since 2019. Yesterday on pole position with Alistair Dendy alongside him. 5-second board is held aloft. The second row, James Goodwin and Wayne and Alex Kersley. We get underway. There was a bit of creeping there. I think that was from Lucas Staccini, actually. I hope he doesn't get a penalty. It's almost 4 wide on the run up for second place there, but it's Wayne Rocket who's got the lead. What a start from Johnny Rocket, Rocket Jr. Is it going to be a family 1-2 here as they head into the complex? This series open to all generations of Hyundai Coupe, aimed at the relative newcomer to racing. Look at this, 3 wide into the complex. Alistair Dendy in the middle, Alex Kersley trying to go round the outside, and Wayne Rocket's going to lose out here because Kersley is through up on the curb, bouncing his way over the jump almost there is Alistair Dendy. Goodness me, these 3 really going at it in the early stages. James Goodwin in behind them, and then it's Johnny Rocket in the number 19. Well, Wayne Rocket, I know he wanted to take a trophy today to give to his grandson Bo, who's celebrating his 6th birthday today, so many happy returns to Bo if you're watching. Let's see if Grandad can win you a trophy here. He's in 3rd place at the moment, and there is Johnny in 5th position, but it is Alex Kersley who has gone to the front, a super start there, round the outside into the complex, carrying number 1 because he was the most successful driver in terms of results last season. There's no points on the Hyundai Coupe Cup because it is a series, not a championship. Great fun it is. Cars kept as close to road standard as possible, only safety modifications really allowed on them. It is aimed at, as we said, the newcomer to racing as Wayne Rocket switches to the outside there, coming down into the chicane. Let's see who's going to take the lead here. Is it going to be Rocket around the outside? Yes, he's done it. Oh, brilliant by Wayne Rocket. Third to first on the outside into the Thruxton chicane. I don't think I've ever seen that before. They charge their way up towards the start-finish line, and Wayne Rocket has gone from first to third and back to first again in the space of a lap. So it is the number 17 car that leads the way. For some reason his transponder hasn't registered coming through. He's showing as having not completed that lap. I don't know why. Second place is Alistair Dendy in the 69 car. Kersley in third place. They're still going out. They're still trying to go 3 wide through the complex. Look at this. Alistair Dendy needs to stay off the curbs here. He does not want to get warned for track limits. Side by side with Alex Kersley. Now here comes James Goodwin. He's saying, well, if you're going to push each other around, I'm going to try and overtake both of you. Alistair Dendy gets the better exit there from the complex in the Gen 3 car. The two S3 coupes fighting with her, but it's a Generation 2 coupe with the double headlights that leads the way. The timing screen showing Alistair Dendy as the leader because for some reason Wayne Rocket's shown as having not completed a lap. I don't know whether his transponder's not working. Now he appears at the top of the times. So a problem with his transponder, I think. Johnny Rocket still 5th, ahead of the championship, the series founder, I should say. It's not a championship. John Winter in 6th position. We heard from him just before the race. Terrific sense of humour has John. Firm believer of the ethos that motorsport should be fun. He's in the silver car there attacking Johnny Rocket, and Alistair Dendy attacking for the lead. Lucas Giacchini in 7th place. And Alistair Dendy trying to play Wayne Rocket in his own game, and he's done it. He's got round the outside under braking for the chicane. The Unit 18 automotive backed car. And James Goodwin's going to go over the grass. Side by side. Oh, Dendy's gone wide as well, coming out of the chicane there. Goodness me. They were all over the place there. All 4 of them coming out of the chicane. Rocket's back in the lead in the number 17. Alistair Dendy in the Unit 18 car. Unit 18 automotive, a Volkswagen Audi group specialist. While Wayne Rocket, the owner of Rockets of Denmead car dealership and also a vehicle graphics business. Bit of a lock-up from both of them there. Into the complex, sideways again. Is this Hyundai Coupe Cup or is it Rallycross? They're all over the place. Alex Kersley gets back ahead of James Goodwin up into 3rd place in the Lancaster insurance car. It's not just MGs they go racing with. The Lancaster Bomber back up into 3rd place, and John Winter's got ahead of Johnny Rocket and is tailing up onto the lead quartet now. Stachini 7th in the autographed car. Darren Banks has come through nicely, the 27, up into 8th place. Then we've got Darren Ford and Paul Lorry, former rival of John Winter in Toyota MR2 racing, before he founded this series a few years ago. Hyundai Coupe team was also... Oh, and Alex Kersley, as I interrupt myself there, that was nearly a big bit of rallycrossing. I'm surprised he didn't spin there. Loses 3rd place, he's going to lose 4th, I think, as well, because here comes John Winter in the 58s, round the outside into 4th place. Simon Miles was the man who used to race 58 in this series. That might be his old car that John's driving. Side by side for the lead. Alistair Dendy trying again. Round the outside. Yep, he does it again. Rockets will try the same manoeuvre. Side by side into the chicane. This time Dendy, I think, has made it stick. He doesn't want to run wide on the exit. Rocket cuts back. He's going to get the better exit again, I think, in the Generation 2 Coupe on the tail of the Gen 3 of Alistair Dendy. He gets the inside line, the run through towards Allard, and he retakes the lead. What a cracking race this is. 6.5 minutes of it to go. 3rd place is still James Goodwin, then it's Winter. Dendy back alongside. He's going to retake the lead. Coming out into the complex. Rocket, is he going to the... he's trying to get the overlap into the complex to get the inside for the left-hander, but Dendy's wise to him. He's done the majority of the winning so far in the series this year. As we said, Wayne Rocket, his first win since 2019 yesterday. I remember a race at Pembrey when they had a partially reversed grid a few years ago. Wayne Rocket started 8th, and by halfway around the first lap he was leading. There's Darren Banks, Darren Ford. Next in the order, that I think is Adam Jones, number 43. Yes, he started from the back, failed to finish yesterday's race. One car we haven't got out there who raced yesterday is Matt Mitter, number 10. He picked up some damage on the opening lap of yesterday's race. Here are the leaders coming to Church Corner. Alistair Dendy, Wayne Rocket. Rocket is in attacking mode. Is he going to fire his booster rockets here and get up alongside Alistair Dendy? James Goodwin in third. John Winter is fourth. Where is Alex Kersley? Further back in fifth position. That's where, after that mistake coming out towards Church Corner on the back of the circuit earlier on. Wayne Rocket won't get alongside this time. 5 minutes of the race to go. Here's a scrap further back in the order. That's the number 45 car. Number 65 even, of Spencer Hirons, with Roger Owens on his tail. And at the back of the field, Barbara Schilliker, Fab Babs as she's known, the Marshall turned racer. Been with the series for a few years now. Used to race a bright yellow car. Wayne Rocket's all over the back of Alistair Dendy as they go up towards the complex this time. Which side's he going to go? He goes to the outside. He's trying to do a Ricard Rydell, isn't he? Rydell used to be a specialist at that in British touring cars. Move to the left into the complex, so you've got the inside for the left-hand side for the left-hander at Cobb. What did Charlie Cox used to call that? The Swedish shuffle, Ricard Rydell used to do. James Goodwin in third place, and John Winters closing on them as well. Could we see the series founder get a podium on his return to behind the wheel this year? Normally busy running the series in the pits. Alistair Dendy continues to lead. He's broken away just a little bit there from Wayne Rocket. Head out into the country once again. It's a change for fifth there. Lucas Taccini's got through into fifth place. We missed that. Johnny Rocket in sixth. Alex Kersley fighting back though, alongside the number 19 Johnny Rocket. He had some contact on the first lap yesterday. You can see a bit of damage to the front of his car. He hit the back of Adam Jones at the complex. There's Darren Banks behind them in the 27, and then a gap back to the rest of the field. Lucas Taccini, the Italian, new to the series this year. Adam Jones in up to 9th place. He's got ahead of Darren Ford further back, having started on the back row of the grid. Big lock up there from Alex Kersley. The most meritorious driver, I think the wording is in the regulations, where he's got the number 1 from 2021. Meantime, the leaders are nose to tail again. It's in the twistier bits where Wayne Rocket seems to be the stronger. The newer Gen 3 car of Alistair Dendy quicker on the more open sections of Thruxton. The complex once more. Tighter turn in there for Wayne Rocket, but he won't get alongside the number 69, Alistair Dendy. Closes right up on him coming out into Seagrave. Is he going to slipstream him here? Not very easy to get a slipstream here at Thruxton because there's no real straights to do it. Out of no 2.5 minutes of the race to go. Should be last lap this time around, that means. In the second race of the weekend for the Carbonate LED Lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup. James Goodwin in a safe third place ahead of John Winter. Then a gap back to Staccini. I think he'll be on for his best finish of his season so far. Then Alex Kersley and Johnny Rockets. Great name, that is. Perfect name for a racing driver, I'd say. The former downhill mountain bike racer. I know Wayne Rocket really wanted to win this race on his grandson Beau's birthday. I'm sure Beau is cheering him on. Meantime, here comes Alex Kersley, chasing the 28 of Staccini in the autographed car. He won't get through there. Oh, he might, because Staccini's locked up, and so is Kersley. Kersley nearly loses it. Good save. He was on the lock stops there. Here comes Johnny Rockets. He could get past both of them here. He's boxed in behind Staccini. Goodness me. Meanwhile, we go back to the leaders because Wayne Rocket is ready to make a move here. Dendy's just on the fastest lap, 1:36.136. This is going to be close. We didn't see there if the last lap board was out or not, whether we'll get another lap out of this or not. Dendy's run a little bit deep there into Campbell, and Wayne Rocket is really piling the pressure on now. You can see him working away inside the cockpit of the number 17 car. He goes tighter to the inside, coming into Seagrave. He's almost up alongside. This is going to be close. Dendy moves to cover. What can Wayne Rocket do on the back section of the circuit here? Staying with Alistair Dendy. They're on the absolute edge of adhesion there. You can see them throwing the cars around. Again though, Dendy, the better accelerating car. Busy little pack here further back in the order. Darren Ford's fallen back a bit behind Michael Evans. He's got Mark Jones behind him in the Misty Racing run car. Two leaders are still together now. Will it be checkered flag this time, or are we going to get one more lap? We didn't manage to see if the last lap board was out. James Goodwin a couple of seconds away in third place. He'll capitalise if these two should tangle. battle we looked back at there was for 10th place, headed by Dan Fletcher, ahead of Mark Rideout and Michael Evans, incidentally. As Wayne Rocket tries again at the chicane. Dendy a little bit crossed up on the curb there. Wayne Rocket's going to try and slipstream him. They come up towards the line. Is it going to be checkered flag? No, we have got one more lap to go. That's the last thing Alistair Dendy wanted to see, because he's got another lap to try and hold off the attacks of the Rocket Man. Wayne Rocket tries for the inside, coming up towards Allard. He's alongside him. If he can get the move done before the complex, yes, he's done it. Through he goes. Now, is Alistair Dendy slowing up there? That was definitely the last lap board that went out. Alistair Dendy's down to third. Now, I don't know whether he's got a problem, or did he think that was the last lap? Did Dendy think that was the last lap, I wonder? Because he suddenly slowed after the line, and he fights back now around the outside. He's dropped behind James Goodwin. No, he's slowing again there. Dendy's got a problem, I think. He slowed it down there. Yeah, there's something wrong with the 69 car, I think. What a shame. He's now been caught by John Winter, who goes through. I initially thought that's whether Dendy had got confused there and thought that was the last lap, but no, I think there's a problem with car 69. Yep, he's slowing down through Church. Well, Wayne Rockets, is he going to be caught here by James Goodwin, I wonder, because Goodwin trying to get a push on now. There's Dendy. Great shame for him. There's Alex Kersley. He's dropped back into the pack as well. Adam Jones has got past him now in the ex-Roger Owens car. The leader's coming down to the chicane for the final time. And it looks like it is going to be a double for Wayne Rocket. I don't think James Goodwin's going to catch him. He'll try to. As they come through the chicane for the last time, the checkered flag is in sight for the Carbon H Hyundai Coupe Cup here at Thruxton, and it's going to be a win. 2 out of 2 for Wayne Rocket. Punches the air as he crosses the line. So does James Goodwin. And that win is for his grandson. Third place goes to John Winter, the series founder. And look at this into the chicane. Big lock up from Michael Evans round the outside of Darren Ford. Is Evans going to cut his way ahead here? Darren Ford's going to be forced to go over the curb onto the grass. Going to be side by side on the run up to the line. Who's going to get there between these two? I'll have to go to the timing screen on that one. I think it was, yes, Darren Ford got there by 0.3 of a second. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. Well, what happened there to Alistair Dendy, I do not know. He's pulled into the pits rather than make it to the checkered flag, so there's something amiss there. We'll try and find out if we can. But that's 2 out of 2 for Wayne Rockets. You wait 3 years for a race win, and then 2 come along at once. Well, he certainly won young Beau a birthday present. James Goodwin, I think that's his best ever result in second, and well done John Winter, the series founder, back on the podium in third place. Luca Staccini gets his best ever result as well in fourth, and it's Adam Jones, well done to him. We didn't really notice there because we were busy watching the leaders. Adam Jones from the back of the grid up to fifth, ahead of Johnny Rockets. Alex Kersley, it's a wayward race for him there, the number 1 in seventh, ahead of Darren Blank, Stan Fletcher and Mark Rideouts. Darren Ford takes 11th, just beating Michael Evans to the line. Paul Lorry 13th, Mark Jones 14th, and it is the 48 of Nick Flowers who completes the top 15. Behind them, Mark Worsley, Ian Brunning, Spencer Hirons, Barbara Schilliker and Roger Owens. And of course we sadly lost Alistair Dendy after that great fight for the lead with Wayne Rockets. Well, a win on his local circuit. It's not far away in Hampshire. The way Johnny Rocket came off the line, I thought it might be the 2 of them on the podium, but he then dropped back into the pack, finishing in 6th. But a double win for Wayne Rockets. And hopefully we can hear from him shortly down in Parc Ferme. We can hand down to Ian in just a moment, I think, to talk to the Rocket Man, a double winner this weekend.
Right, welcome back to Parc Ferme, everybody. The leading car's not in yet, as you can see, but Alistair Dendy's car over here. Unfortunately, I did have a quick chat with him, and he's not too sure. Just lost of power. He is not a happy bunny. Unfortunately, he was, of course, leading on that last lap, but Wayne Rocket rocketed to the lead and makes it a pair. We're going to hear from him very shortly. James Goodwin coming home in second. John Winter in third. There he is as well. Here he comes, number 17, Wayne Rocket. A double bubble of wins this weekend for him, so he's very likely to be a very happy man indeed, isn't he? Let's go around and have a quick chat with him. John Winter, of course, taking third place. Wayne, there you go. That was tight, wasn't it? Once again, between you and Alistair, there's just nothing to choose between you, is there?
Mate, that was emotional, that one. That was absolutely cracking between me and Ali. The passes, both of us.
That's what racing's about,
amazing,
isn't it?
Absolutely amazing. I've got to say happy birthday to my daughter-in-law Hannah and my grandson Bo.
Fantastic, well done. And you've got a perfect birthday present. That's a pair of wins for them, isn't it?
Nice one, brilliant, thank you very much.
Well done, Wayne, congratulations, good stuff indeed. Let's keep moving down. James Goodwin in second place as well. James, not bad at all, hey, that one, good fighting. I mean, you had a prime view of these two going toe to toe, but you thought, were you thinking at the end, I could have this?
I was just waiting for something to happen, you know, and I thought I'll be happy with third place, but you said yesterday I'll go one better, and we did.
I did, didn't I? Yeah.
You there.
Absolutely, well done, mate, congratulations. Let's grab John Winter as well. John takes third place. John, congratulations, third place there. Were you expecting that?
No, I thought I could get somewhere up near here with a prevailing wind, providing I didn't die of dehydration by the end of the race.
Hot, huh? Very hot.
I'm too old for this. You know what I mean?
No.
50 next year, and I've just lost about 4 stone now.
So you're a young man then, that's what we're saying.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm deeply touched. Just like my uncle used to.
John, congratulations, well done. And on that note, I think it's time to head over to the next race. Sports 2000 cars are almost ready to go. It's Brolly's up, almost time for the next race. I'm going to hand over to Dave Goddard, your commentator.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian, and thank you to the Carbonate Lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup. Next up, we have something we've not seen until this weekend on BARC TV. They had a race yesterday, the SRCC Lots for Vans Sports 2000 Championship. These cars, if you've not seen them before, you can see them in the assembly area. They are small sports racing cars. They're all powered by 2-litre Ford engines. Been running for some 45 years, this championship, debuted back in 1977. One of the leading names I remember reading in the early days of that championship was one of Britain's leading female racing drivers, Davina Galitza, the former Olympic skier. She went on to come close to making it to Formula One at one time, Davina, before she moved into the world of truck racing, of all things. It'd be great to get Davina back out in a truck someday. Okay, the countdown is beginning in the assembly area for the second race of the weekend. They had a race yesterday. Now, effectively, the Sports 2000s are 2 championships on the same grid because they have the Duratec Championship for the newer Ford engines and the Historic Championship, which is for Ford Pinto engined cars. I think Ian's down there in the assembly area as well, but I can see the board being held aloft, the 32nd board. So I think the cars are very shortly going to be heading out onto the grid.
Right, welcome everybody to the assembly area. As you can see, the Sports 2000 Championship about to get underway. It's going to be an absolute cracker, isn't it? We had them go yesterday. In fact, Michael Gibbons here. They've been given the hurry up. It's time to go out. Let's watch them as they speed out. Josh Law in second there. And they are ready to go. Look at them, they're so low, they're so fast, these, aren't they? We had race 1 yesterday and they were the first race out after. We had a bit of diesel spread on the track. Today, different story, track temperature is up, it is hot, it is dry as anything, so these cars can really let loose. Here we go, they're making their way out onto the fastest circuit in the UK. It's race 2 for the Sports 2000 Championship. Hit 'em roll. Fantastic. We've got a starter here. Everybody getting out okay. That's what we like to see. We spoke to a number of the drivers yesterday as well. We did have a little chat with them a little bit earlier too. And final few cars just making their way out. So here we go. It is time for race 2 for the Sports 2000 Championship. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through this one. It's going to be good.
It certainly is going to be good, yes, thanks Ian. Let's have a look at the grid. The Duratec cars start at the front, the Historic start from a separate grid behind them. The grid's based on yesterday's results, so it's Michael Gibbons on pole alongside the championship leader in the Duratecs, Joshua Law, Richard Johnson and Colin Peach on row 2, Tom Stoughton and David Houghton on row 3, then we've got Grant Gibson and Nick Bates, Roger Donnan, and Mike Turner. They're competing in the Derek Bell class for the senior drivers. And James Barwell survived a spin in yesterday's race alongside Peter Williams. Clive Hayes alongside Ashley Law. Then Peter Brouwer, the Dutchman, alongside John Eiley. Peter Brouwer, the second of the Class B cars. And John Owen and Tim Tudor on row 9. Tim Tudor in the University of Wales row car. On the 10th row of the group, we've got John Owen and Tim Tudor. The 11th row is Josh Needham and Andy Butler. They both had problems in yesterday's race. Andrew Butler spun out. Then there's a gap, and starting 20 seconds later will be the historic class. It was a photo finish for them yesterday. John Harmer just beating Nick Hyatt. Trevor Welsh and Peter Needham next, then Chris Snowden, Charlie Hyatt, Mike Fry and Mike Dodd, and Nick Johnson and Andreas Fluth round out the field. There's sub-classes in the field as well. There's two classes within the Duratec Championship. Class A for the most modern cars, Class B for cars built before 2007. And there's also Class DB for the drivers aged 60 and over. Many drivers stick with this championship for a number of years of their career. In the historic class for Ford Pinto engine cars, Class A is for Pinto engine cars built 1987 onwards. Class B for 84 to 86. We haven't actually got any of those here this weekend. Class C in the historics is for pre-1984 cars. The cars mainly built in the Duratec Championship by the Welsh MCR company based down in Pembrokeshire. And the cars in the historics mainly Lola and Tiger chassis. We've got a few others as well. Got a few Van Diemen's, a couple of Gun chassis, and a Lola Fox as well. That's the car of Peter Brouwer, the Dutchman. There is Josh Law. He's only been beaten 3 times in Sports 2000 this year. The leader of the Duratec Championship, including yesterday. So the split grid start there. We didn't see it yesterday because we started behind the safety car following the diesel spillage that had to be cleared up from the trucks. Almost ready to get underway then. Colin Peach was the winner of Class B, not so Grant Gibson, as I said earlier in yesterday's race. Class DB was won by Roger Donnan, and John Harmer beat Nick Hyatt by the scant margin of 0.02 of a second to win the historic class. Will any of them make it a double here today at Thruxton? 25 minutes gets underway. The more modern cars move off first. It's a 20-second delay before the historics are released. It's Josh Law who has gone into the lead of the Duratec category in number 91, as we've seen so often before this season. Michael Gibbons in second. Looks like it's the 21 of Richard Johnson into third place. Trying to move up the inside there is Colin Peach in the orange 117 car, I think that is. Everybody around the complex. Okay, somebody locking up and running a little bit wide. That was the number 12 car of Clive Hayes. 6 hits around the outside of him, and now the historics will be getting underway as well. Heading up towards the complex, so we'll try and keep an eye on both separate races if we can. 6 there trying to move up. That's Peter Brouwer in the Lola Fox, the Dutchman. Leaders Josh Law and Michael Gibbons. Johnson in third place. The rest of them stream out behind. You saw in the assembly area when the marshals were stood next to them how low slung these 2-litre Ford engine cars are. The top cars producing around 200 brake horsepower. They are very rapid cars indeed. They start to head round towards the end of their opening lap. Then Josh Law under fire from Michael Gibbons. Oh, he's sideways. The leader nearly loses it, and Michael Gibbons says thanks very much and goes through into the lead. I don't think there was any contact there between the two of them. It's over the line they go. It's David Houghton, number 8, up into 4th position. Colin Peach, the leader of Class B for the slightly older cars, in 5th. Then Tom Stoughton in 6th. We'll pick up the historics when we can as well. Have a look on the timing screen who is leading them as they come through. They're running about 20 seconds down on the field of Duratex. Here's Colin Peach, the leader of Class B in the number 117, the Van Diemen RFS 02. Van Diemen, of course, much more famous for their Formula Ford single-seaters. The cars running wide there coming out of the complex. The historic class leader, I can tell you, is John Harmer, number 27. He's currently second in the points in historic behind Paul Street, who's not here this weekend, so John Harmer does have a chance to take the championship lead. There's Tim Tudor, number 40, driving the University of Wales run car. University of Wales have a campus quite near where the MCR manufacturers are based, down in Pembrokeshire. Number 9 of Andrew Butler in his MCR, the Suffolk race driver. He spun out of yesterday's race. And talking of spinning, that's Colin Peach. He's spun out at the chicane. We'll try and see what happened there. Everybody able to get round the outside. The marshals will have the yellow flags out to warn the rest of the pack. It's the Van Diemen that is stuck there. And just to get it going again. Drop towards the tail of the Duratec pack here. It's a very packed field of cars. And where has he crossed the line? Colin Peach will be down to about 21st place. Yeah, I think he's the last of the Duratecs. One car we've lost, number 25, Josh Needham. His car's given trouble all weekend. We pick up some of the historics now. There's the number 54, Peter Needham. He's leading Class A of the historics. How far behind John Harmer is he? About 2.5 seconds. Third of the historics is Nick Hyatt. Number 36 is Father Ross Hyatt. Raced Group C cars back in the 80s, did Le Mans a few times. Still races historic cars today. There is Nick Hyatt, number 36. Chasing him the beautiful Lola, number 46 of Trevor Welch. 32 of Chris Snowden. He's raced all sorts of things over the years. Very successfully in Alfa Romeos, I remember, several years back. This is the battle for second in the historic category. There's John Harmer up ahead of them. Snatched the win by a hair's breadth from Nick Hyatt in the historic division yesterday. The 10 heads through behind. That's Charlie Hyatt in the Pegasus Classic Engineering car. See Tiger SC83. Number 33, Mike Fry in his Tiger, the 1979 car. In the very early days of the Sports 2000 Championship. I think it replaced the championship known as Group 6 in the UK. We need Colin Fierabend here with us, who sometimes races with this series. He's done so much behind the scenes for Sports 2000 over the years, knows the whole history of the championship. They do have the results available on the Sports 2000 website as well, going back to 1998 in their archive. Perfect for us commentators. There's a battle further forward. That's the number 4 of Nick Bates, the red car there in his MCR. Peter Brower holding off the number 34, which is Roger Donnan. I think he's leading the Derek Bell class for the senior drivers. Indeed he is, in 9th overall. 111, that is Grant Gibson. I think he's leading Class B, and we've got the 62 car retiring into the pits. That is Nick Johnson. In the historic class, here's Lola. Well, still out in front is Michael Gibbons. 3 seconds back is this man, Josh Law. There's 2 races in 1 to follow here. There is Michael Gibbons. Took the lead when Josh Law made a mistake at the end of the first lap. It's a rare mistake for Josh Law as well. He's only been beaten 3 times, including yesterday this year. Richard Johnson won the season opener at Donington. And Josh had a retirement at Brands Hatch as well. It was Michael Gibbons who won on that occasion. Over 19 minutes of the race still to go. There's John Harmer, the historic class leader. Nick Hyatt tucked in behind the number 54 of Peter Needham, for second in this division. Great to hear the buzz of these 2-litre Ford engines. This is the battle for second in historic. Look at the way Chris Snowden's going, trying to go through the middle in the 32. Nick Hyatt goes through into second in the class, past that beautiful royal blue number 54 Van Diemen of Peter Needham. He's under fire from Snowden, and the number 10 as well of Mike Fry, trying to get around the outside there. He's going to dodge his way past Snowden, nearly gets up alongside Needham as well. I think Mike Fry, oh, there's a bit of contact there. Snowden gets it sideways, nearly loses it. This is going to allow the 46 of Trevor Welch into the battle as well in his car that certainly does that Lola look like a mini Le Mans racer. Something's happened at the chicane meanwhile. That's number 79 Andreas Fluff in his Lola T492. He just cut the chicane there, or did he have a spin? We'll try and see what happened here. Lovely looking Lola, the 79. Cedar just loses it on the way in. Round he goes. Backwards onto the grass. That was in front of the leader as well. That could have been nasty if Michael Gibbons had been any closer. So Gibbons leads by 4.5 seconds now over Josh Law. Here's that battle in the historics. There's the historic class leader, John Harmer, with the pink crash helmet, number 27. He normally shares this car with Mark Noiro, the ex-Caterham racers, these two. But John out on his own this weekend in the Tiger SC80. The Tiger Company, TIGA, started by Antipodean racers Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley back in the 70s. There is Nick Hyatt, number 36, now got ahead of Peter Needham. Mike Fry trying his hardest as well. This is the most interesting battle on circuit at the moment. It's a fairly clear cut at the front of the field because Michael Gibbons is pulling away from Josh Law in the Duratex. Richard Johnson is third, some 6.5 seconds back on them. Tom Stoughton fourth, and Grant Gibson, the leader of Class B for the Pre-07 cars, is in fifth position. The Derek Bell class led by Roger Donnan. In fact, Gibson had just lost a place to David Houghton, number 8. He's now in fifth. So it's 4 MCRs in the top 5. The gun of Tom Stoughton has got through into fourth. There's the number 9 car, it's Andrew Butler in his MCR. So evenly matched of these 2-litre Ford engines. Who's this moving up on Trevor Welsh now further back? Historic battle. That might be the number 13 car of Mike Dodd in his Tiger. The blue and silver car there, yes it is. Peter Brower at the inside attacks the 148 of Andy Chittenden. He gets through. So Peter Brower, second in Class B. Will he catch the 111 of Grant Gibson here? Grant Gibson in the Kookaburra Coffee car. Peter Brower from Holland in his Lola. The Netherlands, I should say. He's now up into the top 10. There's number 8, David Houghton. He's in form. Oh! Our leader's pulled into the pits. Michael Gibbons has got a problem. Michael Gibbons there, so we see him in the background there. He's in pit lane, so Josh Law takes the lead. Richard Johnson second. There is Michael Gibbons. Something's happened to the leader's car. The MCR sports car mechanics will be down there to try and find out what has happened. Hopefully Ian can get down there as well, try and find out what the problem is. And smoke out of the back of, that's the 77 car of James Barwell. No, that's damage, not from the back of it, that's damage to the front, the left front. So he's hit something. How far are the leaders interlapping the slower markers? No, they weren't up to James Barwell yet, so I don't think there's been contact between him and the leader. So something's happened to James Barwell there. Whether he's blown a tyre and that's shredded the bodywork, we couldn't quite see. So it's Josh Law now with the lead by over 6 seconds ahead of Richard Johnson. Tom Stoughton is third. This man David Houghton is fourth. And James Barwell was fifth, but we've seen him pulling over. Well, here's our leader, Josh Law. It was too quick for our camera there coming into Allard. Well, it might still just be the 3 defeats this season. There's the number 21 of Johnson, 6 seconds back in second place. Try and find out what the problem was with Michael Gibbons' car there. Maybe the heat's just got to it. Still 14 minutes of the race to go, the longest race of the weekend, apart from the Porsche race we saw yesterday, over 40 minutes of pit stop race. It is Josh Law, number 91. Keen drummer outside of his racing as well. He's certainly keeping a steady beat here at the front of the field. Coming up to lap somebody there by the look of it. There's Richard Johnson in second. Tom Stoughton in third, the number 1. It's like a bit of damage to his car, possibly there on the left rear corner. It's now Nick Bates, number 4, up into 5th position. Peter Brower has just taken the lead of Class B as well, for the older Duratec cars. He's up into 6th, good charge through the field by the Dutchman. Still this battle raging on there in the historics, but it's still John Harmer, number 27, who leads historic Class A. He is, no, Class C, sorry, he's in 19th overall. It's Nick Hyatt leading historic Class A, apologies there. How far is Harmer ahead of Nick Hyatt? About 7 seconds. There's Hyatt, blue car. Peter Needham, Trevor Welsh. And the number 10, which is Charlie Hyatt, he's going well. You see your class leaders, still Roger Donnan and Peter Williams fighting it out for the lead in the Derek Bell class. In fact, Roger Donnan is dropping down the timing screen. I think we might have lost the number 34. There's a few cars pulled into the pits, actually. We've lost Andreas Fluff. Michael Gibbons we saw. The 44 car, which is John Eiley, has pulled in. We've lost Chris Snowden somewhere around the circuit as well. Just caught a glimpse of Roger Donnan going slowly, so I think the heat is getting to these 2-litre Ford engines. We're losing quite a few cars. Peter Brouwer is now up to 5th. Great charge through the field by the Dutchman. Where did he start on the grid, Peter Brouwer? Yeah, started 17th. Finished well down the order in yesterday's race behind some of the historic cars. Meanwhile, John Harmer is moving up on the number 9 of Andy Butler. This is for 18th overall, so the historics mixing it with some of the Duratec's here. 10 laps completed by our leader. The lead gap has come down a bit to 4.2 seconds between Law and Johnson. This is the historic battle further back. There's the historic leader. How big is John Harmer's lead now in historic? About 6 seconds. So he's not under any immediate threat, unless his car decides to give trouble. Colin Peach, after spinning to the back of the Duratex earlier on, I can tell you is back up into 9th place and 3rd in Class B. It's Peter Brouwer leading Class B. Grant Gibson 2nd in the class in 7th overall. Andrew Butler now catching the number 28. It's the bright green car. That's John Owen. That's the number 7 further back in the order. That is one of our Derek Bell class runners, Mike Turner. He's in 14th place. Tim Tudor in number 14, chasing the 88 of Peter Williams, who is now leading the Derek Bell class. Derek Bell MBE incidentally is the president of the Sports 2000 Racing Car Club, one of the world's greatest sports car racers, Derek Bell. Oh, and John Owen's gone off in the 28s. That's at the complex, I think. Yeah, it's coming out of Cobb. Leader laps him. There goes Josh Law. And in fact, the lead gap has come right down on that lap. Look, Richard Johnson is almost with our race leader. 1.728 seconds. Has Josh Law got a problem now? His last lap was a 1 minute 19.9. Let's have a look again at John Owen there. He goes spinning coming out of the complex onto the gravel there. But we'll try and pick up the race leaders because Josh Law is lapping in the high 1 minute 19s. His quickest lap is a 1:16.1. So whether Josh has got a problem here, there he is. Yeah, Richard Johnson's right with him, just in front of the historic group there. So it is something amiss with Josh Law's car. Yeah, he's been caught. There's a spinner there on the right as well coming into the chicane. Didn't see who that was, so there's a yellow flag out at the chicane. Richard Johnson, I think, is about to take the lead, and he's looking for his 2nd win of the season in the Lancaster Leisure Car. He's closing on him up towards the complex. Yeah, Law's last lap was in the 1 minute 20s, and well, Johnson was a 1:19.1, so I think these cars are struggling with the heat here, and there's still 9 minutes of the race to go. Johnson, number 21, won the opening round of the season at Brands Hatch, defeating Josh Law. Leads the championship in Class A and in the Duratex overall. There's a green flag waving there. Is somebody off the exit of the complex? I didn't quite see there because we were watching the leaders. And yes, there is great cloud of steam and smoke. Is that fire extinguisher? Number 34. That is Roger Donnan's car. Roger Donnan, the championship secretary, and the safety car is being called. The safety car is being called just as Richard Johnson was looking to make a move for the lead there. The safety car is going to come out because it looks like Roger Donnan's car is on fire at the complex. I would definitely say it is the heat getting to these engines. Now, that's Peter Williams in the pit lane. The number 88 car's gone as well. Now we're losing all our Derek Bell class runners. So who's leading that now? Number 7, Mike Turner's leading the Derek Bell class. And I think he's the only car in that class who's left running. Because there's Peter Williams. We know Roger Donnan's out at the complex. And the other entry in that class was Paul Traherne, and he didn't start. he broke down in qualifying yesterday. There we see the fire being tackled on Roger Donnan's car. He's caught a light. So the safety car brought out with about 7.5 minutes still on the clock. What a race of attrition this is for the SRCC Locks for Vans Sports 2000 Championship. Josh Law is the leader, but he was losing time heavily to Richard Johnson there. Richard had caught him just before the safety car was scrambled. It's Tom Stoughton in third place. Then we have got David Houghton. Peter Brouwer from the 9th row of the grid is up to 5th. Then 6th is Nick Bates, number 4, in the bright red car. Colin Peach back up to 7th after his spin early on. He's gained places hand over fist from about 21st. Grant Gibson is 8th, Andy Chittenden 9th, and it's Steve O in the number 50, the ex-Formula V racer, in 10th. Well, a race of attrition certainly here. I would suspect the heat is responsible. We've still got 3 more races to go after this. Trucks, pickups and MGs still to come. The historic class still being led by John Harmer. Peter Williams, we can confirm, has retired, so there's only 1 car in the Derek Bell class for the senior drivers that's left running now, and that's Mike Turner. Their championship being led by Paul Traherne. Well, he's failed to race. Mike Turner's only a couple of points behind him, so Mike Turner's going to take the lead in the championship in that class. Well, Roger Donnan's car soaked in a fire extinguisher. There is Roger, he's okay. That's the main thing. Well, I can now remove the engine cover now the fire is out. You don't want to be taking the cover off, of course, before the fire has gone out, because that would just fan the flames. Just over 5 minutes to go, and with the cars already, I think, being affected by the heat, sitting at low speed behind the safety car is not going to be doing these engines any favours. Or the drivers. '73, that's Ashley Law, ahead of the number 77 car, James Barwell. Saw him in problems earlier. So it looks like Mike Turner's going to take the lead of the in the championship of the Derek Bell class. Peter Brouwer will extend his lead in Class B of the Duratex. Well, can Josh Law hang on in front of Class A and overall in the Duratec category? We'll have to wait to see what happens with the historics. John Harmer closing the gap on Paul Street. We haven't got any Class B cars here for the historics. There have been 4 entries for them this year in previous rounds. David Muse, Rob Hall, Aggie Eugenio and John Dean Bowers. Class C is Harmer's category, ahead of Chris Snowden and Charlie Hyatt. While in Class A it's Paul Street ahead of Peter Needham. I don't think Peter's quite going to get enough points to catch Paul at the top there, even though Paul is absent this weekend. We have also seen Ross Hyatt racing the historics this year, the ex-Group C driver with his Lola, but Ross not out this weekend. So many drivers in this championship, it might be a struggle to get entries in some rounds. Of the Sports 2000 Championship this year, sponsored by Locks for Vans. Now, how much green flag racing are we going to get, or is the race going to finish under the safety car? I would say the driver's weaving to keep their tyres warm, but I'll say up to operating temperature, because they'll already be warm. And you'll notice that John Harmer, I think, got the wave around from the safety car when it came out, so that's put him well clear of the rest of the historic category. There's Roger Donnan's car sitting sadly by the tyre wall. The lights are out atop the Kia safety car, so we will be resuming racing this time with about 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so a couple of laps to go. Josh Law from Richard Johnson. Now, is Richard going to pounce here as soon as the race goes green? There's a buffer back to third place because Nick Hyatt's there behind them. Okay, here we go. The revs are up. Race resumed. Just over 2 minutes on the clock, and away go Law and Johnson. Tom Stoughton in third place further back. Now can Josh Law hang on for yet another victory this season? He's been beaten just a couple of times in the 9 rounds held up to yesterday. Yesterday was round 10, so it would be win number 8 this year for Josh Law if he can hang on ahead of Richard Johnson. It'll be win number 2 for Johnson if he can get through. This is for second place in the historics. Nick Hyatt and Peter Needham fighting nose to tail. Needham almost scooping under the back of Nick Hyatt's car there. But Josh Law has pulled away again slightly, so maybe the safety car periods helped him a little. There's the number 10 closing up as well in this historic battle of Charlie Hyatt. And yes, Law has pulled away. There's Tom Stoughton in third. A lot of the front runners in the Duratec's have been eliminated, unfortunately. There is David Houghton in fourth place overall in the number 8. Near the exit of Church. It will be 1 lap to go this time for Josh Law to try and hang on. A 2-lap sprint for the line then after the safety car period. Let's see what the gap was. It was 0.3 of a second behind. That was behind the safety car last time through. This time it's 2.3 seconds as they go over the line. So it's looking good for Josh Law to try for another win. Surviving a scare before the safety car, and Richard Johnson had reeled him in. Stoughton third, then it's Houghton. To 5th place now is Nick Bates. What's happened to Peter Brouwer? He's dropped back. So that means that Colin Peach has come through to retake the lead of Class B. What's happened to Peter Brouwer there? He lost 3 places on that restart. So Nick Bates is up to 5th, Peach is 6th, but Colin Peach early on in this race spun down to 21st place. What a recovery. Grant Gibson is next, then it's Brouwer, Steve O and Andy Chittenden. 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a win for Josh Law, and there's the treble one of Grant Gibson in trouble. Another front runner in Class B hits problems. He's going to try and make it to the flag, but it is going to be checkered flag this time for Josh Law. Runs a bit wide coming into the chicane for the final time. It's going to be a win for win number 8 of the season by my reckoning for Josh Law. Takes the checkered flag. Richard Johnson second, Tom Stoughton third. A race of attrition then for the Sports 2000s, but a familiar winner. David Houghton takes 4th. Here's the fight for 5th. It's going to be 5th place for Colin Peach. Comes through past Nick Bates, Peter Brouwer behind them, then Steve O in the number 50. And the rest of them come home. Andy Chittenden sideways over the line there, ahead of the number 12 of Clive Hayes. John Owen, he survived a spin mid-race at the complex. The historic class is won by John Harmer. Historic race, effectively, it is effectively 2 races in one. We'll try and take you through the class winners, because there were so many. Every time a driver seemed to get into the lead of their class, they hit problems there. Josh Law's winning margin 2.6 seconds in the end over Richard Johnson. He's only been defeated 3 times now, 11 rounds held. That is win number 8 of the season for Josh Law. Only defeats being 2 second places and a retirement, and he is surely heading for the Duratec title this year. We'll confirm the results as soon as we can. Josh Law, the winner, ahead of Richard Johnson, Tom Stoughton and David Houghton. Driver of the race for me, Colin Peach. Spun down to 21st place at the chicane earlier on, fought back to 5th and won Class B. Nick Bates 6th ahead of Peter Brouwer, Steve O, Andy Chittenden and Clive Hayes. Class win in the Derek Bell category for Mike Turner in 11th. He ended up being the only finisher in that category. Then Ashley Law, Tim Tudor, Grant Gibson did make it home despite a late problem there, and John Harmer in 15th wins the Historics and wins Class C for them. Nick Hyatt won Class A for the Historics in 2nd in that division. A lot of retirements there, including the early leader Michael Gibbons, and thankfully Roger Donnan is okay after his car fortunately caught fire. Quite a race of attrition there, then. Number of front runners hitting trouble. We can head down to Ian in Park Ferme to hear from some of the drivers.
Well, hello everybody, welcome to a change of scenery. Actually, we're in the pit lane here at Thruxton. Here he is, Josh Law, your race winner. Let's go have a word with him. He's going to be a very happy man indeed. Josh, congratulations. How do you feel after that? I love that. Woo. Yeah.
Pretty good, thanks. Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Looked hot out there. Bit of carnage at times, was it?
A little bit tricky, yeah, especially when we come up to the back markers, sort of working your way through the traffic. Especially here at Thruxton, it's quite tricky. So, yeah, it was keeping us on our toes.
Must have been nice to be able to open up and not have to worry about a bit of maybe a slippy line on the start-finish straight.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I think the outside probably is the better side to start, and I got a great start, and then nearly lost it at the chicane, which was just my own fault for not driving very well.
Appreciate the honesty, yeah.
And you know, and that let Michael through, and then I just couldn't quite catch him, and I don't know what had happened, but yeah, through a bit of luck we managed to win it. So.
No, I'll let you get out of the car, get some water. Well done, buddy. Congratulations indeed. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with some of the other drivers as well. We want to grab. How was it out there?
Hot, very hot. And after the safety car, I managed to catch up to Josh. Sorry, I'm a bit dry.
Don't blame you.
And I was so excited that right now we're going to race on, and then I just started, staying in his toe, and I thought there's half a chance here because normally he's gone. I never really see the back of this car, but I had a chance to sort of stay with him, and then safety car came out. So, and then the tyres just went so cold. I mean, the safety cars are so slow for these sorts of cars, and I went in this first corner and just a bucket load of understeer, and I had to lift out. So unfortunately, but never mind. P2, great, but how unfortunate for Michael. He's awesome round here. I thought he'd gone. And,
he did get the win yesterday, so it hasn't been too bad for him, has it?
Oh, okay, I won't feel too sorry for him. But no, he's had a bit of bad luck this year, but he's a hell of a driver, so just unfortunate luck for him.
It did look like, actually, I'll let you go anyway, because I know it's hot. Let's grab Tom quickly as well, because it did look like after the safety car restart that kind of Josh, Richard and Tom here just kind of settled into it, didn't you, after the safety car came in? Was that a tyre thing, or just happy to settle where you were?
Just settling where I was, to be honest. The tyres were completely gone, and one of them was actually on the canvas on the front, so I was just driving around to the end, to be honest.
Happy with that?
Yeah, relatively happy, yeah. When the guy spun at the chicane, I lost a chunk of time, and I knew I probably wouldn't catch him then, so it was just a case of driving around, to be honest. But yeah, it's good fun.
Go get some water. It's roasting, isn't it? Congratulations. There you go. Sports 2000 Championship finished for this weekend here at Thruxton, but we're not. Still a lot more to come. In fact, guess what? Coming up, the final truck racing championship about to come up. It's going to be loud. It's going to be fast. So I better hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks very much, and thank you, and well done to the Locks for Vans SRCC Sports 2000 Championship. Nice to see something a little different on BARC TV. Great to have them here at Thruxton this weekend. Well, ahead of our final truck race of the weekend, then let's head down to the paddock with Pointy, and we'll catch up with a few of the drivers, shall we? See what's going on in the paddock.
I was interviewing Tomo, but he's wandered off. Are you all right over there? Do I smell? Hello, welcome back. It was like we're going live, but don't worry, you go. Thank you, that's all right. It's not. It's hot. It's so hot. I think we all smell the same here at Thruxton. So exciting second race Sunday. What was going on that first lap?
Got to the first corner. Steve Pell came flying past me. Must have got a great start, or I don't know what happened at the start. I felt like it quite a good start. And three is went round the corner. There's no room for three.
Never.
There's a bit of banging, bit of clanging, bits flying off trucks everywhere.
Yeah, we can see we've lost a little bit of fiberglass here.
Lost my mirror.
No.
So lost the driver's side mirror. And It was a rough old race, I thought.
Yeah, there was some serious tussling going on, especially the first couple of laps. It seemed like people were just throwing them in the gaps.
Yeah, I think because there's only 2 passing places. Really, you know, the chicane and the complex, then you've just to maybe get your elbows out a wee bit.
Yeah, it condenses down the opportunity so everybody tries in the same place.
It does. I just have to, you know, just get my elbows out a wee bit more and just join the back, really, you know. But I'm looking at my truck, God almighty, look,
you're not too bad. I've seen a lot worse.
Have you seen the other side?
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the other side, shall we? Come on. Oh, no, that's fine. That's nothing, look. That's all right, that is.
Yeah, maybe I just need to get adjusted a bit.
Just put your compact up on there with a bit of gaffer tape so you can see who's behind you.
Yeah.
And do we know where? It was good. It was a great race to watch.
Yeah, it was.
High spirits in the paddock.
Yeah. Very good.
So we're going out, giving it the full beans for the next race.
Well, the last race is... everybody has a go in the last race, don't they?
Oh, yes.
You've got 3 or 4 weeks to rebuild your truck for the next one, but no, it was good.
Well,
really
good luck doing your little titivation in the next break, and we'll speak to you later on with a trophy.
Fantastic.
Come on, Tom, you can do it. Thank you very much to Tom O'Rourke. Right, they're all leaving Parc Ferme now. Let's wind this up and go and hand out some trophies.
Well, while Pointy gets busy looking for more news stories down in the paddock, it's time for the final British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. The results based on the grid based on the results of the race this morning. That's race 3 of the weekend with the top 8 in each division reversed. So it's Stephen Powell, number 3, who will start on pole this time alongside Stuart Oliver in the number 7. Could that make Stuart Oliver favourite for a victory here? Michael Oliver, the winner of race 4, starts on row 2 alongside Craig Reed with Mark Taylor and Ryan Smith on row 3. Hopefully Ryan has fixed his power steering after those problems earlier this afternoon. Simon Reed and David Jenkins on row 4. Not been the happiest of weekends for Jenks in the early races, but did take a win in race 3, hence starting 8th here. Tom O'Rourke and John Newell on row 5. Then it's Bradley Smith and Simon Faulkner will be there on row 6 with him. Ricky Collett, I would imagine, will be a non-starter after his problems yesterday. Then they've got the Division 2 trucks, John Bowler and Craig Evans on their front row, alongside Adam Bint. Behind them, Adam Bint and Brad Smith. John Powell and Jock Borthwick and Luke Garrett rounds out the grid. There is Ryan Smith, so he has repaired his power steering by the look of things. Bit of musical entertainment from Ryan as well. There's Bradley Smith, number 46, further back on the grid this time. Simon Faulkner, a quiet weekend for him in the Iveco. No Ricky Collett, looks like his engine failed in race 2 yesterday, sadly. What are the tunes you play, Ryan? Can you play Thunderstruck for the Thunder Saloons next time? So we're going to see if Luke Garrett's there. Yes, we've got all the Division 2 trucks present and correct. It's just the one Division 1 missing, sadly, Ricky Collett. This will be another 15-minute race. Now, we heard Tom O'Rourke saying in his interview there, the drivers tend to go all out and go for it in the last race. Is that what we're going to see here? We shall see. I believe our man Pointy's now made his way out onto the grid, so we can hear from him as the trucks pull into line. Well, that's Ryan Smith. He's got any more tunes he can play for us. We'll head down to Pointy as the trucks come to the grid then.
Have I told you it's hot? I don't think the camera truly picks up how hot it is. Do you want the rest of my cider lolly? I'm kind of busy. Here you go. There we go. It is a diet one. Definitely no sugar. Certainly no cider in there, unfortunately. See, I knew the Borthwick lads would be grateful for a cider lolly, although I do feel a little empty-handed now. So, you have joined us down on the grid as we are awaiting the arrival of the trucks for the last race of the weekend. Now, if you've been watching truck racing before this year, you'll know that Thruxton last race can get very exciting. We've got not one but 2 chicanes that can get very, very close. We saw an incident at the end of the last race where two of the trucks, Mark Taylor and Dave Jenkins, came together whilst both trying to follow their own lines. Now, that obviously ended in tears, but it did see Michael Oliver taking his first place podium of the year, which is a fantastic result, and everybody has spent the last hour and a half talking about it. We can see as well, which we need to mention, the amount of spectators that we still have pulling in the long shift on the banks. We're talking 34, 35 degrees here at Thruxton. Yeah, can we get a wave? Is anybody looking? No one's looking. Oh, they're looking, yeah, wave everybody. Brilliant, fantastic. Some of them are still awake. I'm sure when the engines pull up, we will get some more reactions from everybody. Here comes the Mercedes Actros Pace truck. Second outing this weekend, I do believe. And the Division 1 trucks looking absolutely gleaming. They've had quite a bit of damage, but they're still looking quite fresh. Michael Oliver raring to go. He's in third position for the start of this race. Now, this is a reverse grid from this morning's race, so that's why they're all jumbled up once more. Simon Reed taking 2 second places this weekend, and we see Ryan Smith back out again. Hopefully he's sorted his steering issue, which is what he told us at the end of the last race was the issue. Tom O'Rourke just waiting his turn to find a parking spot. Simon Faulkner coming in. He's had some terrible luck this season so far. Black smoke, dodgy steering. But hopefully he manages to get a full race in again. He stopped a bit shy, I believe. Not sure exactly what he's doing. The heat's certainly getting to everybody now. The energy was there at lunchtime, but it started to get very tiresome. Yes, thank you, Bradley, taking a third place in the last race. Now, here we go. It was last race's third place, John Bowler. Let's have a wonder back, shall we? Again, we see the teams doing their last little bit. My friend here from Earth Eye Media taking some fantastic shots, so make sure you follow them on Instagram. They do like taking pictures of me as well, which is great for the narcissist in me. Unbelievable. We've had the 30-second warning already, so we need to use this exit because it's closest. So the last few shots of the Division 2 trucks as we get ready now to go out for the last race. Dave, if you're listening, it's back to you in the studio. Let's go racing one more time. Here we go.
I'm always listening, Pointy, don't you worry about me. You go back and get yourself another ice lolly, and I'll get on with calling this race. The 30-second board is being held aloft. The Mercedes Actros L demonstrator pace truck is in position. Stephen Powell on pole, the man from Kent, alongside the man from the northeast, Stuart Oliver. Are we going to see a win for the 10-time champion? He's had just one win in 2022. That was at Brands Hatch at the season opener. Stephen Powell looking for his first ever Division 1 win. He's been a Division 2 champion in the past. Michael Oliver on the second row, his first win of the season in race 4. Ryan Smith lurking on row 3 behind Craig Reed. Let's see if he can make it through to take win number 3 of the weekend. 2 wins for Ryan, 1 for David Jenkins, 1 for Michael Oliver. A couple of wins for Luke Garrett in Division 2. 1 for Jock Borthwick. Luke Garrett taking time to get going there at the back of Division 2. Craig Reed well up there, and Simon in the middle of the grid. John Bowler leads the Division 2 trucks in the Union Flag DAF. Great to look at, isn't it? I know we had a mention of Scanias in our YouTube comments earlier on. No Scanias here today, sadly. The last Scania we saw, I mentioned yesterday, was Trevor Martin in Division 2, number 19. It's about 4 or 5 years since we last seen Trevor race, unfortunately. Hi to Suyo in our YouTube comments. He says he's been at Noble all day. Bloomin' boiling, he says. Noble is the corner after the complex. There's some new viewing space been put up there by Thruxton. The left-hander is coming out after the complex. They come through the right at Seagrave. There's Noble, the left-hander. They're watching from somewhere there. I think the biggest crowd we've had at Thruxton in a long time for truck racing. Great to see everyone here. As Pointy was saying, the drivers do tend to let their hair down a little in the final race each year at Thruxton. What are the makes of truck have we seen? We've got the likes of Volvo, Daimler Freightliner, MAN, Iveco, the Volvo of Adam Bint out there as well, further back the Volvo Whites, the Swedish-American truck. Used to see a Renault quite regularly in the hands of Graham Powell. We've not seen Graham for a while. The Mercedes of Ryan Smith we saw last season. The previous time we saw a Mercedes was, of course, Simon Cole, the pink Mercedes. The other Volvo White we last saw was quite a way before that. Was Brian Burt, the man from Bristol. It's nice to see a bit more variety coming back into the championship. We saw the Czech-built Bugira Freightliner a few years ago as well, Ollie James. I remember him having a big crash in that at Pembrey a few years ago in the wet. Well, we are ready for a final 15-minute race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. 19 trucks on track. The Mercedes Actros Pace truck leads them round. Stephen Powell on pole, Stuart Oliver alongside. John Bowler and Craig Evans head up Division 2. Can Ryan Smith make it a hat-trick for the weekend? Can Luke Garrett in Division 2? We are about to find out. Anything can happen in the next 15 minutes. Red lights go out and we're away. The power comes on. Good start by Stephen Powell from pole position. Stuart Oliver up alongside him in the Volvo VNL. Powell, I think, has just held his advantage. Oliver on the grass as they head out of Allard up towards the complex. Ryan Smith switching to the inside. He could get to 4th place away there with a bit of luck on the inside of Craig Reed. Side by side for the lead. The Olivers trying to gang up on Stephen Powell. Craig Reed runs out wide, but it is Powell who keeps his lead. They've all made it through behind, and Ryan Smith is on the inside there trying to take the 68 of Craig Reed. He's ahead of his arch rival David Jenkins. Could get 4th place here on the run up towards Noble. He got the overlap on Craig Reed, maybe not because it's the left-hander. Reed, I think, will hold the advantage on the inside. Stephen Powell leads from Stuart Oliver, Michael Oliver, then side by side between Craig Reed and Smith. David Jenkins is tucked in behind them. Meanwhile, Division 2 are underway. Looks like it is John Bowler who leads Adam Bint. John Powell up in the 3rd. Craig Evans just not really on the pace, sadly, this weekend. Is back down to 4th in the Brown Recycling MAN. Next is Luke Garrett from the back of the lineup, but it is Stephen Powell who leads. Can he hang on in front all the way for his first Division 1 win? The MAN leads the Volvo, another MAN in 3rd place, Michael Oliver, and Ryan Smith has now got 4th place away. Craig Reed has lost out to David Jenkins. Looks like he's going to lose out to Mark Taylor as well. 10 out of 10 to Mark Taylor's crew, who've got that truck back out. It's looking as good as new after his tangle with David Jenkins earlier on at the complex. Brought out the red flag in race 4, and Taylor gets past Craig Reed, the Iveco falling back down the order. Simon Reed, his elder brother, behind him. Then we've got John Newell, Bradley Smith, Tom O'Rourke, and then Simon Faulkner further back. His first full season in truck racing, still learning the ropes. Here come Division 2. The ever patriotic John Bowler who leads. Oh, he's overshot the chicane. Behind the tyres, he makes it through. Keeps his lead. Could get a warning for track limits if he keeps doing that. Adam Bint sees an opportunity to challenge. John Powell is in 3rd. He got a penalty for exceeding track limits in the previous race, dropped into the back of the field in the results. There are the reads. Tell those two trucks apart from a distance. Simon's the one on the grass at the moment. Allow John Newell to attack. It's still Stephen Powell with the lead, and he's slightly battered MAN after some antics earlier in the weekend. Towards Church Corner they go, and Adam Bint round the outside of the complex. I think he's going to get the lead in Division 2 here. Excuse me, he says to John Bowler, and takes the lead in the Volvo White Aerodyne. Well, this weekend the best we've seen the Bint Racing truck run all season. Well on the pace in Division 2, despite being not exactly as state of the art as the MANs and so on. Here are the leaders in Division 1. Powell, Oliver, Smith, Jenkins. David Jenkins lurking behind Ryan Smith. It's been a great weekend for Michael Oliver in the number 12. His first win of the season. He could be on for another podium here. Mark Taylor next, then the Reeds, Newell, Bradley Smith, Tom O'Rourke. Simon Faulkner at the back in Division 1. Over the line they go. Stephen Powell, fastest lap of the race. No, it's been beaten by Ryan Smith. 1:38.651. Ryan Smith is in attacking mode. Only 10th place earlier on after that power steering failure. And look at John Bowler up the outside here. They're going to go side by side into the chicane. That's never a good move. Luke Garrett's joining in the battle as well, along with John Powell. And John Bowler's done it again. He goes straight on through the other part of the chicane this time. Now, Bint was ahead going into the chicane there, so we'll have to see what's done there. I'm wondering if John Bowler is going to be up for a penalty for track limits if he keeps doing that, as John Powell squeezes Luke Garrett nearly into the pit lane exit there. He was not going to let Luke Garrett through. Craig Evans keeping in touch in the number 10. David Jock Borthwick, he's had a quiet race so far. Adam Bint's going to be fired up here by the tactics of John Bowler. Try his shuffle move at the complex again, perhaps try and get through at Seagrave. Sun starting to sink a little lower in the sky here at the Thruxton Circuit. You can see the dust being raised now. Here comes Luke Garrett. He's got to run on John Powell. He goes through. He goes to the left hand, side by side. Here are the Division 1 leaders. It is still Stephen Powell, but now he and Stuart Oliver have broken away. It could be 3 wide for third. Look at this, Michael Oliver in the middle. To his left is Ryan Smith, to our right as we look at it. And on the other side, David Jenkins. Now Smith moves back across. That is a Kurt Goranson-esque move, switching across like that, and he takes third place into the chicane. I remember Kurt doing that at the Nürburgring to Hans-Georg van der Marwitz in a European Championship race in the late 80s. Kurt, being Kurt, finished it with a flourish and threw it sideways into the next corner to make sure of the pass. Ryan Smith didn't need to do that into the chicane there. Guess what VHS video I'm going to be watching when I get home. Yes, I still have a VHS player. I think I'll get some classic truck racing out to watch. Meantime, John Bowler still leads Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint. John Powell staying ahead of Luke Garrett, who climbs over the curve there. Which way is John Bowler going to go through the chicane this time? The conventional way, thankfully. Number 86, Tom O'Rourke, has been given the black and white warning flag for track limits by the marshal there on the pit wall. Those marshals on that pit wall during this race are certainly braver than me, and there's contact. John Bowler was clipped there by Adam Bint, going to, I think Bint's getting a bit impatient here with John Bowler in Division 2. John Bowler trying to hang on for what I think will be his first win of the season, if he can hang on in front. Holding back Adam Bint, this is allowing John Powell and Luke Garrett to close up. They're really concertinaing together there now. Ryan Smith still in third place as John Newell and one of the Reeds run wide. David Jenkins, meanwhile, has got ahead of Mark Taylor. 5th position. All the action seems to be in Division 2 at the moment. Here they come. Through Noble, Bowler. And has Adam Bint got some damage there? Yes, so there's definitely been some contact in there. Now, Bint hit the back of John Bowler going through Allard, but he's taken some damage on the right rear there. You can see the wheel arches hanging off. So there's been a bit of rubbing at the complex, I reckon, and Bint's down to 4th. It's Luke Garrett up into 2nd. Damage on Garrett's truck as well, and a bit on John Powell's. I think they all just concertina together through the complex. They're all bottled up behind John Bowler, who's trying to hold them off. Let's have another look at that if we can. Coming out of the complex. Oh, Adam Bint's lost it seemingly on his own there, and he comes back across. Bash, bang, wallop. So that's what happened. Adam Bint ran wide, and as he came back on, he dominoed John Powell and Luke Garrett across the track. That's the biggest game of dominoes I've ever seen. 3 leaders now, and Stuart Oliver is on the attack. He's on the tail of Stephen Powell. Just coming up to half distance in his final truck race of the weekend. Stephen Powell's got 7.5 minutes hang on. Luke Garrett had taken the lead in Division 2, but he's off. On the grass, Luke Garrett coming out of Allard. This is going to be interesting into the complex. Can John Bowler get back in? Look at this down the outside. John Powell says, well, if you're going to move across that way, I'll take the empty track on the outside and I'll go past everyone. Thanks very much, says John Powell. No, you don't, says Luke Garrett. I'll have you back at the next corner. Goodness gracious. John Bowler's down to third. Garrett now to the inside. Adam Bint goes into the back of Jock Borthwick, who's going around. Off goes the MA, and oh, look at that. Well, Pat Blakeney, the circuit manager, won't take very kindly to his infield being churned up like that, and nor will the bosses of the airfield, I don't think. My goodness. Here are the leaders in Division 1. Pick Division 2 up in a moment. So much going on in Division 2, but so we try and keep tabs on both races. Still your same top three: Stephen Powell, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Now what's that done to the race order in Division 2? John Powell leads it. I've lost track of the number of leaders we've had. I think it must be at least 4 now in Division 2 from the 7 truck entry. We'll have a look at that again. This is coming out of the complex. Adam Bint up on the curb on the inside. Smashes into the back of Jock Borthwick, who was just trying to get round the outside. Into the infield. Digs up the dirt. He was lucky not to fall onto his side there. That was a scary moment for Jock Borthwick. He hasn't had much luck this weekend. He's got 1 win, but he could have had more. And meanwhile in Division 1, look at Stuart Oliver. He's up alongside the number 3 of Stephen Powell. Powell holds him off though at the left-hander. Here comes flying Ryan Smith. Fixed the problems from earlier. He wants another win. He wants a hat-trick for the weekend to extend his championship lead. He's on the tail of Stuart Oliver now. This is going to be close going down into the chicane. Less than 6 minutes to go. Can Stephen Powell hang on? Oliver with 2 wheels on the grass on the inside. Have to be careful about track limits, these drivers. There's been a few penalties this weekend. Somehow Powell is still hanging on. We said they'd let their hair down a bit in this final race. Well, Division 2 have certainly done so. Let's see what Division 1 can do now. Here they come to the chicane. What's going to happen this time? Michael Oliver still holding off David Jenkins behind them. Into the chicane. Ryan Smith has a look on the inside. Can get through there against the vastly experienced Stuart Oliver. Still Powell leads. Can he hold on for his first Division 1 victory? Gone a little wide there, a bit sideways on the curve. This is Oliver's opportunity, and he's taking it with both hands. He's up the inside, takes the lead into Allard. Stuart Oliver is through. Now here comes Ryan Smith. 2 wheels on the grass on the outside of Allard. 4th is Michael Oliver. Then it's Jenkins, Taylor, Simon Reed. Stephen Powell gets ready to fight back. He'll be ruining that little mistake coming out of the chicane where he just got a wheel onto the curb and slid wide. And talking of going wide, Michael Oliver and David Jenkins run wide there at the complex. Ryan Smith gives Stephen Powell a little tap there just to let him know he's there. Oh, and a tangle further back. That's Mark Taylor and David Jenkins. They tangled earlier on. They've done so again. Off they go. Somebody else has gone off with them. I can't see through the dust there. I think that might have been one of the Reeds. Oh dear. Well, now we can't see anything. These 2 can. What Stephen Powell can see is that he's about to lose 2nd place because through goes Flying Ryan. Michael Oliver 4th. Now what has come out of that at Seagrave, because we couldn't see anything but a great cloud of dust. One of the Reeds was involved, David Jenkins and Mark Taylor. Now they've already tangled once today. Let's have a look at what happened there. Look in the background. David Jenkins, again, it's coming off the curb there into the side of Mark Taylor, and whichever Reed it was, I can't tell because of the dust cloud, had nowhere to go. I think it was Simon. Great cloud of dust. David Jenkins with the front end of his truck torn up. We can't see what's been done to Mark Taylor's truck. Try and let the dust clear a bit there. Yet Taylor's moving in what's left of his MAN. Look at the state of it. There he is. Well, the team can't believe this. They've already rebuilt the front end of that truck once. Look at the state of that. What did we say about drivers letting their hair down in the final race at Thruxton? I think the race has been stopped. There's the reason. Look at the state of David Jenkins' truck and look at the state of the grass runoff area. Pat Blakeney, the circuit manager, will have to get his groundsmen in. The race has been stopped, and I think that will be result declared. They're coming into Parc Fermé now. Stuart Oliver took the lead on that lap, didn't he? So if the result is counted back a lap, that means Stephen Powell will be the winner. Yeah, the checkered flag graphic comes up on the timing screen, and the timing screen is showing 5 laps completed and Stephen Powell in first place. I think Stephen Powell's just got his first ever Division 1 win. And there is an extremely fed up David Jenkins. Well, there's the provisional result then, so we understand it. Stephen Powell gets his first, provisionally gets his first Division 1 win. Congratulations to him. Then ahead Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith and Michael Oliver. David Jenkins could be classified 5th, but he was not running when the red flag went out. He and Taylor could be removed from that result, so it could be Simon Reed 5th, John Newell 6th, Craig Reed 7th, Bradley Smith, O'Rourke and Faulkner, but we'll have to wait for confirmation on that. In Division 2, leading at the time of the stoppage, apparently was Luke Garrett. I totally lost track of who was leading Division 2 because there was so much going on there. Okay, well, I think we're going to head down to Parc Ferme with Ian and Pointy.
Keep going, keep going! Yes, yes! Oh, ladies and gentlemen! Oh, with a red flag on the last lap of the race. Positions revert back to the lap previous, which puts Steve Powell in first place. His team are absolutely thrilled. Steve, my friend, well done. Absolutely fantastic effort. A massive hug from the wife. There's tears of joy. I didn't think I'd be seeing that. We all were rooting for you that entire race, buddy.
It was hard.
Just
it was
well
hard.
done.
I lost it just coming out of the chicane, and he got past me, Stuart, and then Ryan got up the side of me. But a brilliant race, you know, and if I hadn't done that in the chicane, I think we would have held it anyway. And then to see the red flag, and I knew it's got to go back a lap, so we'll have that, baby.
Yes.
We'll have that, baby.
Well done, Steve.
Thank you
well
very much,
done.
buddy.
And a fantastic start to the race as well.
Good. Yeah, brilliant start. Like, happy, you know, good, clean racing, and nice to beat him off the start. Out of all the people I didn't want next to me was Stuart, to be fair, because he knows what he's doing, you know. Usually on the reverse grids, you've got the slower ones there, like myself, and when I see the draw, I thought, but
here we go.
I'm over the moon with that. Thank God for a red flag. Who do I thank for the red flag?
The red flag. Jenkins and Mark Taylor again. Yeah, second time in a row. Well, actually, I think you should thank Ashley, because we spoke to your team earlier on the grid before you all pulled up, and I believe you told him to pull his finger out. Wasn't that right?
He's had it all weekend.
Oh, well, absolutely. Well done, sir. Fantastic. Well done. And I cannot wait to give you a trophy, buddy. I'm so happy. Absolutely brilliant. The environment in here is just insane. Ryan, Stuart, yeah, get this on camera. The battle that we just witnessed between these three drivers, I tell you, another lap and I think Ryan would have been in a different position, with Stuart just sailing past him coming out of that chicane into the complex. Stuart, that move you made, it was clean, it was crisp. He knew he had to go slightly wider, and you just went whoosh up the inside.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I watched him for the 2 laps before, and I saw his line out, and I thought, I think I can get through there quicker, and it paid off. I got up his inside, and once you're there.
Red flag,
Yeah.
red flags. Woo!
Yeah, so,
a win's
yeah.
a win. Win's a win.
Well, I'm going to go up to the steward's office and have a word.
Yeah.
But no, great.
Oh,
credit to the
and
young
Ryan,
kids.
Ryan, you look absolutely knackered.
We'd got no power steering, but I've got to say, honestly, forget about the steering. It's not about me. It's about Steve and what Stuart did. They were respectful. They were both fast. They weren't backing it up. I think all three of us just gapped everyone.
Yeah.
Steve honestly drove clean, fair. Stuart showed the same. Massive well done to him. I'm glad he's won it.
Yeah.
I'm glad Stuart had a good result end of weekend. Honestly, end of a fantastic weekend.
I think we've definitely finished the weekend with the right three on the podium. Gents, fantastic, well done. Another round of applause from all the team here. Absolutely incredible. Have we got time to go and find some more drivers? Let's go a bit further back. It's ships that pass in the night with the circuit commentator. Hi there, buddy. We've done Div 1. See, didn't do it this time, Michael Oliver. Unbelievable. Too far back. Now the tussle was real in Division 2. Vinty's gone. He looked in the zone. He looked in the zone. Do you want to try? Ask him if he's free. Hi, Michael. All
right.
Hey, no. And this is why you don't take the mickey out of drivers. Oh, how refreshing. Well, at least I don't have to worry about the rest of my ice lolly. Adam Bint, you're not as wet as I am.
No, just a bit more annoyed. The driving standards out there then was absolutely horrendous.
Division 2 was a bit touch and go. I mean, there was cutting of the corners on the chicane, there was a bit of bump and tickle in the first couple of laps. What could you see from where you were sitting?
Well, when you overtake people for first position and then they straight line the chicane and go back past you again, then back you up into other people, which then ruins your whole race. It's not on. Do it once, but not twice, and then keep brake testing in the middle of corners. So
it leaves a nasty taste in your mouth for the weekend, doesn't it?
yeah, because we've had good races all weekend, clean, fair, hard racing, and it seems like everyone, because they want to go home last race of the day, it goes out the window. There's no need for it.
Yeah, I mean, I did say to the viewers earlier on that last race here at Thruxton can be quite interesting. Have you taken much damage? I mean, do you think that position will get rolled back due to the advantage?
The problem is because he's brake tested me into a corner, two other competitors got past legitimately, so then even if they give him a penalty, it won't take me back to where I should have been. But it is racing, and hopefully they'll sort it out and deal with it next time.
Fingers crossed, yeah, because of course after this now we're a quick break until Donington. Are you going to be taking anything into that weekend with you, or are you just going to go at it with a clean head?
Go at it with a clean head. You can't bear grudges going into a race meeting. You just got to rely on the clerk of the course to deal with it fairly and move on, because the rules and regulations are there for a reason.
Well, truly the better driver and the better man on the day. Adam Bid, thank you for joining us, buddy, and good luck at Donington. Right, I think that is all we've got time for here now in Park Fairmount at Thruxton. What a spectacular end to the weekend. I've had a fantastic time. Thank you all for joining me. I'll hand back to Dave now in the studio to see if there's anything left to talk about.
There's lots left to talk about, Pointy. We've got 2 races to go yet. We've got the pickup trucks coming up soon, and then we've got the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Lancaster Insurance. But first of all, the recovery team need to recover what's left of David Jenkins' MAN. Fair play to Stephen Powell there, his first ever Division 1 win. There'll certainly be a party at the Portobello Inn in West Kingsdown in Kent tonight, just down the road from Brands Hatch, which the Powell family own. Plenty of champagne, beer and much more there, I'm sure. Well done, Stephen Powell. You saw what it meant to his family and his team there. 2 races to go then, but a bit of a clear-up needed first, and a bit of rebuilding of the infield as well. There are a few divots there to be sorted out. I must say a quick hello to one of our youngest viewers on our stream. That's young William Brown. William is the young son of one of our cameramen here today. We're told he's enjoying the stream. So hello to you, Will, back at home. Only a few months old, and he's already a motorsport fan. That's great to hear. 2 races to go then. And we've got the Pickup Truck Racing Championship up next. Now I think it's Roger Dormer on pole for this one. I'm just trying to find the relevant grid sheet for it. So bear with us one moment. Yes, we've got the grid sheets here. George Taricki, who missed qualifying, will be starting from the back. There is the grid confirmed. It is Roger Dormer on pole in truck number 7 alongside the number 39 of Danny Hunn. Don't forget this grid set by the second part of qualifying yesterday. The top 6 then flipped around. Michael Smith and Mark Willis, our earlier winner, on row 2. Dale Gent on row 3 alongside Rhys Jones. Then we've got Alan Cooper and Dean Tompkins on row 4. Tom Hutchins and Jamie Liptrot on the 5th row. It's Pat Keeley and Neil Tressler. It was an alternator problem that put Neil Tressler out of race 1. Jeff Simpson and Gavin Pike will be on row 7. Richard Ayling and Paul Tompkins will start on row 8. I think Paul Tompkins has got a grid penalty possibly there, moving him back to 8th on the grid. And completing the lineup will be number 28, George Taricki. He missed qualifying, so starts from the back. Well, we saw one of the best races I've ever seen from the pickups earlier on. They were all sideways all the way. They're following a truck race, so they'll probably be just as sideways this time around. And quite a few spectators we can see on the bank there heading home because the trucks have finished. But they may want to stick around after what we saw from the pickups earlier on. Another 14 laps to come. Let's hear from some of the competitors.
Well, the action comes thick and fast here at Thruxton. Almost time for race 2 of the pickup trucks. And wow, what a race 1 we had out there. It was insane. You've also got the water. Hot, no doubt. How's it on track for you?
Boiling hot. The exhaust manifold come apart as well, so it's even hotter in my car.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Now look, race 2, let's talk about it, because one thing I love about these, the racing is so close, so tight. Anything can happen. What are you expecting in race 2? Well, I'm still 2, 3 full, so it should ideally be a Pro 2, so I shouldn't really be keeping up with them. Driver skill then. A little bit, but you know, you'll change for the next one. No, as long as you stay within that pack, you'll stick with them. The minute you lose them, you're going backwards. So yeah, once you stay with that pack, you're getting that toe. Obviously, certainly at Thruxton, that's especially down the back straight. Yeah, down the back straight, you get a toe. You can feel the pull coming down. So he's good. Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us. Go on, go relax. I can see it means a lot. Let's head over here as well. We've got Hutchins here. Let's just grab a word to. How you doing, buddy? How was it out there?
Hot. Yeah, just really close racing out there. Couldn't get away from Jamie.
It's so much fun watching these. I mean, do you have a clue what's going on? Is it just race car in front? Who cares about what's going on behind?
Yeah, basically. You can't see out the mirrors. Yeah, just sort of
Hang on, that's your mirror?
Yeah.
What's the point?
You can't really see anyone until they're about there.
The size of it is tiny.
So, yeah, you know, it was a good race. We made some places up, and yeah, we'll go again in the next one.
Well, yeah, talking of race 2, what's your expectation? More of the same?
Yeah, hopefully we can get a bit further up the pack, and yeah, get some more points. And
fantastic, well done, great stuff, Tom. Thank you very much. Take care. Right, time to get underway for race 2 of the pickups. Anything like race 1, wow, we're in for a treat. Let's hand over to Dave Goddard, your commentator.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Well, there's going to be a short pause here while David Jenkins' truck is recovered. We can see the recovery operation still in progress down there, and the track being cleaned up as well. So there's going to be a short pause here before we get the pickup trucks underway for the penultimate race of the day. We've got the MGs to come as well. So Ian, I believe, is down in the assembly area and can talk to a few more of our pickup truck racers in the meantime.
Right, everybody, welcome to assembly area here. As you can see now, the official track temperature is scorching hot. It is roasting down here, as you can see. Pickup trucks almost ready to go out. You probably saw the truck race, actually, just a little bit of work going on just to make sure everything's safe out on track. So we thought we'd have another little chat with some of the drivers as they're waiting. As you can see, Brolly's up for a lot of the drivers here. Let's just pop around and have a quick chat with our man on pole position. But we are coming to Danny, don't worry. We are going to grab him shortly. Let's grab Roger here. You must be like an oven in there.
I struggled in the first one, and I'm cooking in the second one.
Oh no! You got, mind you, got a fan down there. I see that's not too bad, is it?
It's better than nothing.
It's going to have to come out. You can't drive with that, can you?
No, that's it. Not really, is it? It'd be flying around the cab, I think.
Now, Thruxton, we know it's high speed. It is the fastest circuit, of course, in the UK here. What's the trick to it? Just foot to the floor, and we know everybody behind you is going to be after your toe, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. And you just got to keep it smooth out the back through the fast section, and see how big they are through Croft.
Good man. Best of luck. Those are talking to us. We do appreciate it. Let's keep going. Let's let's have a chat over here, shall we, as well. Roasty Toasty. No fan over here for you, I'm afraid. But Roger's got one. That's not fair, is it?
No, Roger's got the luxury of a fan. A bit hot in here, though, it is.
Let's talk through your race 1. How did it go for you?
Yeah, I was happy. Also, we started P1.
You okay there? You listening to your team? Oh yeah, we're going to get some insider information, I think, from the team. So we'll just hold on a second. Let's see if we can get some insider information. Oh no, in fact we don't have time. We'd have to say good luck. Actually, cars are firing up already, as you can see. That cut us that caught us by surprise as usual, didn't it? So here we go. Time for the pickup truck championship to get underway. Cars about to head out on track. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through. Enjoy.
Well, the recovery operation, we can see, is still going on. Pat Blakeney, the circuit manager, I can see down there supervising Southern Recovery Service with their 4-axle recovery vehicle waiting to tow David Jenkins MAN away. It's been a very mixed weekend for him, a win and several incidents, sadly. So there'll just be a short pause while the truck is recovered. We'll be back underway as soon as they've done so.
published for the second pickup truck championship race was like a facsimile of the race 1 grid. Now the reason that we know could put a question on it is that the pickup qualifying session yesterday was, as always, split into two 10-minute sessions, one 20-minute session split into two, and the first session competition was Mark Willis, the second session was Rhys Jones, so it could be straightforward to give you the top 6 reversed and then the rest of the qualifiers, but there are issues with pickups that the drivers broke the seal between the and into the seal, then they should go back to the ring to carry it up to the gear. Place that gearbox
Right then, thank you for your patience there, ladies and gents. Well, we had that delay while the incident was cleared up at Seagrave. David Jenkins' truck now towed back into the paddock. 14 laps coming away from the pickup truck racing championship. Roger Dormer, the ex-Lightning Rod racing star, on pole. He started well in the earlier race, but then fell back down the order. It was an absolutely amazing battle at the front with Mark Willis winning out. Watch for fireworks from the back, both Paul Tompkins and George Turicki down there. George Turicki looking for a hat-trick of championships, albeit not in successive years, because the pickup trucks didn't race at all in 2020 because of the pandemic. Danny Hunn on the front row. He was on the tail of that incredible 6-truck lead battle in the earlier race. Is this race going to be as frantic as earlier on? Because that first race earlier nearly broke me. I was completely exhausted by the end of it. Goodness knows what it was like for the drivers. Alan Cooper, number 72 there. 3 podiums on the Mallory Mile Oval. Danny Hunn in the Strapco truck, also sponsors of Bradley Smith. Michael Smith, number 93, fell back as the race went on earlier on with a couple of slip-ups. But Paul Tompkins was one of the most sensational drives in that race. He was completely sideways on several occasions, as was Dale Gent. Somehow they hung on at the front until Mark Willis was able to get away on the last lap. 17 trucks out there for this second race of the weekend. One more race to go for the MGs after this. It'll be a rolling start. Watch for Rhys Jones in number 40 as well. Jeff Simpson in the white truck there at the back, number 3. Former national hot rod racer. Son Matt Simpson, the ex-BTCC driver with the Honda Civic, now helping his own son's karting career. Can Roger Dormer hang on in front, looking for his first pickup truck racing win? Likewise, Danny Hunn. Michael Smith and Mark Willis have won dozens of races between them. I don't know the exact number, unfortunately. Dale Gent's had a few wins since switching from saloon cars. Rhys Jones, a double winner as well in the last round at Brands. It's George Taricki, the one to watch. He's trying to come through from the back, as is Paul Tompkins. This is going to be a cracker of a race. From the pickup truck racing championship, they are about to be released here at Thruxton. The revs begin to rise from these 2-litre engines, and away they go when the red lights go out, which they do now. And up towards Allard for the first time. Good start by Roger Dormer from pole position. Michael Smith tucks in behind him. For Mark Willis trying to come through. Rhys Jones goes a little bit wide there. Michael Smith's got a good run here as they come up towards the complex, but it is Roger Dormer who's just about going to hold his lead as they turn in. Michael Smith side by side with Danny Hunn. Next in the order is Willis, then Jones and Dale Gent going a little bit wide there at the left-hander at Cobb. But it is Roger Dormer, number 7, who has held his lead from pole position. Are we going to see him hang on in front for all 14 laps for his very first pickup truck race win? Very rare we see drivers lead all the way in a pickup race, but we'll wait and see what happens. Rhys Jones already putting the pressure on Michael Smith for 3rd, Mark Willis 5th. Dale Gent is in 6th position, and a small gap back to 7th, which I think is Alan Cooper there in the number 72, the ex-Brisket F2 man. No, it's number 2, in fact, of Jamie Liptrot. He's made a good start. Dale Gent switches to the inside as they come down towards the right-hander at Church, swings their way through, turning back towards the paddock. It's still Roger Dormer who has the lead, but only just ahead of Danny Hunn. Looks like they're all going to get round the first lap okay this time. Here comes Danny Hunn trying to attack as they make their way towards the chicane. We'll try and see how many places George Taricki has gained. He's got past about 3 or 4 already. As Dormer holds on in the lead over the curb. There goes Danny Hunn on the inside. 3rd is Michael Smith. Then in is Rhys Jones. He gets a bit out of shape. I think he may have got a little bit of a tap there from Mark Willis as Danny Hunn goes to the inside into Allard. He's going to go through and take the lead from Roger Dormer. The 2 red and yellow trucks together. Here comes Michael Smith in the number 93, the A1 Performance Products truck as well. A big lock-up from Smith there, nearly at the back of Danny Hunn. And Dormer back around the outside is going to retake the lead, coming through the left-hander. He's done it. Good driving by Roger Dormer in the number 7. Here comes Rhys Jones as well. He was the big winner through all of that. He's going to go around the outside of Hunn and try and take 2nd place. He's boxed in there. He moves across. He hits Hunn. Moves back across again. It's like hot rod racing. Almost banging into each other there as they came out of the complex. Jones has got that 2nd place ahead of Danny Hunn. 4th place, it is Mark Willis. Michael Smith is 5th. Dale Gent coming around on the outside now in the 83. Mark Willis moves out wide. Rhys Jones goes to the inside. Rhys Jones is going to try and take the lead as they run into Church Corner. I wonder if the sun might be causing some visibility issues as they turn out of Church there at Woodham Hill, but Rhys Jones doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to him. He's just taken the lead from Roger Dormer. Here comes Danny Hunn. He's almost being bump drafted here, NASCAR style, by Mark Willis as they head down towards the chicane for the 2nd time. Dale Gent's going to try and go around the outside of all of them. Look at this 3 wide into the chicane. That's not going to work. Roger Dormer out to back out there. He's been swallowed up. He's down to 5th. Over the curb again goes Danny Hunn. He's going to get warned about that if he's not careful by the officials. 3rd place, it is Dale Gent. Willis 4th. Dormer 5th. And Jamie Liptrot up in 6th place. That's the best I've seen him run in 6th. And Tom Hutchins through to 7th. What's happened to Michael Smith? There he is. Oh, we've lost Neil Tressler again. He stopped on the run into Allard. That must be his electrical problem from earlier on returning through the complex. Great to see Tom Hutchins and Jamie Liptrot going well. There is George Turicki. Now, where was he as they crossed the line? Up to 10th from the back of the grid. What about Paul Tompkins? He's 11th. He was 11th. He's just behind this group. There he is. Michael Smith, I think maybe having braking problems. We saw him lock up on the first lap a couple of times. He's going backwards. Here comes Mark Willis attacking Dale Gent. This is for 3rd place. Dormer 5th, and the fight for 6th. Couple of cars, trucks kicking up the dust there. Yeah, Michael Smith has got some sort of an issue here in the 93. He's falling back down the order. Turicki ahead of him now, and it'll be Paul Tompkins through next. There's Alan Cooper trying to chase down the number 29. There he is. That is Tom Hutchins. Started off his racing career in saloons at Brands Hatch. Great cloud of dust as I think it was Jamie Liptrot ran wide. Side by side there, Hutchins and Alan Cooper. Then it's Turicki. Smith gets back ahead of Paul Tompkins at least. And then it's Dean Tompkins, Paul's son, behind them. And 51 in the orange truck, that's Gavin Pike, the ex-2 litre hot rod racer. Here come your leaders. Rhys Jones from Danny Hunn. Dale Gent back in 3rd ahead of Mark Willis. Race seeming to stabilise just a little here on the frantic sliding we saw earlier on. Measured drive this time from Rhys Jones. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 125.576. As up on the curb there almost Mark Willis. Alan Cooper attacking behind on the back of the number 2 of Jamie Liptrot. There's Turicki. He's now up into 9th place. Michael Smith still in there behind David Hutchins, and Danny Hunt ploughs off. Was there contact there? Dale Gent and Mark Willis were behind him. Hunt recovers it. Willis now 2nd, Gent 3rd. Roger Dormer still going well in 4th, and Jamie Liptrot is now 5th. One of the best runs I've seen Liptrot have. Through go Cooper and Turicki. Here comes Hutchins as well. Danny Hunn is falling back. You lose that slightest bit of momentum. These pickups are so evenly matched. You lose the smallest bit of momentum on a power circuit like Thruxton, and you just get railroaded backwards. Trying to fight back there. Still Rhys Jones in the pink number 40 who leads. Like Tom Hutchins started his career in saloons at Brands Hatch in a Honda Civic. Inside, Dale Gent had a look there. Mark Willis closes the door. Jamie Liptrot has locked up there into the chicane as well, behind Roger Dormer, who's still running well in 4th place. 1.3 seconds in it for the lead. There's Dormer, Liptrot. Turicki's up to 6th. 7th place, Alan Cooper. Danny Hunn down to 8th. 9th is Hutchins. Michael Smith in 10th. Down to the complex once again. Mark Willis holding 2nd place, climbs the curb again on the inside. So does Rhys Jones at the left-hander as Turicki up the inside attacks Jamie Liptrot. He's through on this contact, and he's going to go around. They just about saved the spin. No, off goes Liptrot, off goes Turicki. Well, Turicki kept his foot in there. Has he hit Liptrot on the infield there? I couldn't see for dust. Disaster for Jamie Liptrot, even bigger disaster for George Turicki, the championship leader. They both went sideways in there. It seemed to me as though Turicki kept his foot in to try and save the slide and then shot off the circuit anyway. I'm not sure if in the dust cloud there he's hit Jamie Liptrot while they were off track. Almost 4 wide here further back in the pack. We've got Dean Tompkins, Tom Hutchins, Michael Smith and Paul Tompkins in there as well. Smith at the head of the group as they head through Church. Dean Tompkins in the A4 metal recycling truck round the outside. Here's a replay. Jamie Liptrot and George Turicki. Liptrot on the inside, bashes into the back of George Turicki. They both go sliding off. They just about save the spin. Then Liptrot goes round, but watch Turicki. He's still got his right foot down, goes off onto the infield. No, I don't think he hit Liptrot. They just did a bit of a dance around each other in the dust there. It was rather bizarre. And the leader's now kicking up the dust as well. That's Rhys Jones. Willis and Gent, as a result of that tangle, they've been able to get away. Now we'll see if Turicki and Liptrot come through this time. Yes, they're down in 13th and 14th places. Turicki in fact is in 15th, so he's at the back. Neil Neil Tressler, we know, retired. One truck that didn't take the start in this race, incidentally, was Richard Ayling, number 13. We saw him break down in race 1. That's created a bit of a gap in the field. You can see the first three getting away. Jones, Willis and Dale Gents. Roger Dormer got delayed in there as well. Alan Cooper's come through into 4th place in the 72. Danny Hunn has just taken Roger Dormer for 5th as well. Then it's Smith, the Tompkins family, Dean ahead of Paul. Tom Hutchins was the other truck to get delayed in that tangle at the complex. He's down to 10th. Gavin Pike is 11th. Jeff Simpson 12th. Lip Trott is 13th. Pat Keeley is 14th. And George Turicki is back where he started. Fastest lap of the race is with Mark Willis, 125.317. As it could be 3 wide here into the chicane this time. Michael Smith side by side with Roger Dormer. Dean Tompkins closing up as well. Smith goes through. Dropped back at the start of the race, now trying to fight back. Over the curb there at the chicane. Only half a second in it for the lead, so Rhys Jones lost a bit of time. Yes, another quicker lap by Mark Willis, taking a few tenths out of him. Going towards half distance in this second race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Not quite as frenetic as it was in race number 1, but still a good fight between 3 trucks up front. Back in the midfield, they slide around a little more. Dean Tompkins chasing Roger Dormer. Out into the country they go once again. On their tails is Hutchins. This is the battle for the lead. Mark Willis wants a double win here. He's closing on Rhys Jones. Keeping a watching brief in 3rd is Dale Gents. Are we going to see Mark Willis make his move here in the Simpson skip hire truck? Imagine if any of your local tradesmen turned up in one of these pickups. Certainly get to your job quickly, wouldn't they? There was one truck a few years ago, I think I mentioned at the last round, the Irishman David O'Regan was sponsored by Parcel Force. Certainly be quick delivery vehicles for them, wouldn't they? I don't know if your parcels would arrive in one piece every time, though. Half a second exactly in it at the line there between Jones and Mark Willis. Up over the curb there at Allard. He's sliding about all over the place again. Are the tyres starting to go off in the heat, I wonder? Alan Cooper still going well in 4th. Then it's Danny Hunt. Dean Tompkins is now up to 6th. He and Tom Hutchins have both got ahead of Roger Dormer. Roger Dormer always seems to start well in pickup races and then sadly fades as the race goes on. There go the leaders. Paul Tompkins has dropped away as well. That's why he's out. Paul Tompkins has stopped on the run through, and Michael Smith as well. He's pulled up at the chicane. Oh my goodness, 2 retirements there on the same lap. Paul Tompkins was in the midfield battle. Talking of midfield battles, here's George Turicki starting to make his way back up. He's now 12th. There's the man he tangled with earlier, Jamie Liptrot. Here's a replay of somebody going off. Oh, that's Liptrot again. And he nearly collects Turicki again as he comes back on. What was all that about then? Pat Keeley getting involved as well in the 56. Yellow flags out at the chicane because Michael Smith has pulled up there. I thought Michael was having trouble with that truck. Going through to complete lap number 8 then. Rhys Jones, Mark Willis, Dale Gents. Bit of a race of attrition here. Maybe the heat's getting to them. Ross Tompkins, we've lost Michael Smith. There's Paul Tompkins' truck parked up behind Neil Tressler. Oh, and problems there for Pat Keeley. Well, this battle towards the back is having a bit of needle creep into it. Pat Keeley spins into the chicane there. I think there's still yellow flags out there as well, so that's interesting. Meantime, Mark Willis continues to pressure Rhys Jones. That's his lap of 125.317. Here's a replay. Pat Keeley was up the inside. There were yellow flags out there though, and as he tried to slam the brakes on, I thought that might be what had happened. Keeley was going for a pass on Turicki, but he saw the yellow flag, slammed on the brakes and spun. Here are the leaders, lapping on about the same pace they were in race 1. With with Willis with the fastest lap of the race, 1:25.317. They're lapping in the 1:26s at the moment. Mark Willis is on the attack now. Are the yellow flags still out there? No, they've been withdrawn, so Mark Willis is free to attack Rhys Jones. He was a little wide into the chicane, cuts back in. Still number 40. Rhys Jones, the man from Herne Bay in Kent. He leads Mark Willis from Iver. Dale Gent holding third. Here comes from Berkhamsted. Sliding about again. The grip is starting to go here. Somebody else has spun off. That's Jamie Liptrot again. He's certainly the spin doctor in this race, unfortunately. Now that is coming out of the quickest section of the circuit towards Woodham Hill. Look, he didn't go onto the infield. Look, he didn't go onto the airfield where he spun there. There's no planes around. Dean Tompkins getting a slide on as well. He's going well in 6th place. Tom Hutchins 7th, Roger Dormer 8th. Gavin Pike is in 9th, and Jeff Simpson in the top 10. Certainly a surprise a few weeks ago when Jeff Simpson announced his return to racing. Used to be number 303 in National Hot Rods, I remember, for many years. I remember watching him at Pensford Hills Raceway in my younger days in the National Hot Rods, battling the likes of John Stewart. Ricky Hunn was in National Hot Rods then as well, representing the family. Ian McKellar as well, who went on to race TVRs and British GT. I won't start reminiscing too much, because I could go on all day about National Hot Rods in the 90s. Yellow flags out there because Jamie Liptrot is still stuck on the grass there. It's a bit of a dodgy position actually, that truck, because if anybody was to go off there as well, they would collect that truck. I wonder if we might see a safety car. We'll have to wait and see. Roger Dormer chasing down Tom Hutchins in the 29. He's had a good run. They're in 7th place. Pat Keeley has retired into the pits in the 56, so we're down to 12 trucks running. Danny Hearn has been given the black and white warning flag for driving standards, presumably for track limits. Mark Willis getting sideways there as he continues to chase Rhys Jones for the lead. Rhys Jones looking for win number 3 this season. Jones and Willis currently very close for 2nd place in the points as well, but they're well behind George Taricki. Where is George? Down in 11th place after his tangle with Jamie Liptrot earlier on. Rhys Jones, if he wins this, it'll be very close between him and Willis for 2nd in the point standings. Mark Willis took his 2nd win of the season earlier on. I think that smoke means that Jamie Liptrot has just rejoined. I hope it doesn't mean that the grass has caught fire. It can't be that hot, surely. Saying that, I'm wondering if that might be the case there. That pickup, I hope it hasn't been sat there so long that it set the grass on fire. Meanwhile, Dale Gent is attacking Mark Willis and goes through. Is Mark Willis in trouble now? He's dropped back very suddenly there. He's lost 2nd place. What was his last lap time? Oh my goodness, who's that? Big fire on the back of... That's Liptrot. He must have been leaking fluid, and that's what's set the grass. He's really set the grass on fire now. My goodness. Jamie Liptrot needs to get out of there and fast. My goodness gracious me. Stops next to the marshal's post very sensibly. Well, no wonder we saw smoke coming up from the grass. He must have been leaking fluid of some sort. That's going to be a race stoppage immediately. He's out of the truck, that's okay. That is very scary indeed for Jamie Liptrot. The whole back of the truck on fire. Well, I was saying a lap ago that I thought the grass may have caught fire where that truck was sitting on the infield. I was proven right because the whole of Jamie Liptrot's truck has gone up in flames. He was very lucky to get out of there okay. The race has been stopped, and I would imagine that will be the result declared. There were only 2 laps. We were on lap 12, 11 completed. That will surely be the result declared in favour of Rhys Jones. But thankfully, Jamie Liptrot's okay. Well done to the fire marshals on the scene immediately to put the blaze out. That was a very scary sight indeed. So Rhys Jones takes the win. The result, I think, will be wound back to the conclusion of lap 10, which I think means Mark Willis will take 2nd. confirm in a moment. But it will be a win for Rhys Jones, number 40. I think yeah, we can see what happened. Coming through Church, yeah, the whole of the back of the truck just goes up. That looks like oil leaking out onto the exhaust. You can see that bit of smoke in the background I mentioned a lap ago, and it must have been hot oil getting onto the exhaust there. They've set the whole of the back of Rhys Jones's truck alight, but he does exactly the right thing. He pulls the truck over right next to the marshal's post to let them fight the fire. That was brilliant of Rhys Jones to keep a cool head in that situation. That is very scary indeed, seeing the back of the truck erupt in flames in his mirror, and the marshals within seconds were able to douse the flames. The fire tender was immediately on the move as well. That's an exemplary response from the volunteer marshals. And oh, is that another one gone up in smoke? Is that Mark Willis? Yeah, we said Mark Willis was having problems there. His truck's caught fire as well. What is going on here? Let's hope Mark's okay. We see Jamie Liptrot in the background, but we saw Mark Willis slow up just before the red flag. He must have had a fire under the bonnet. It must be hotter than I thought here at Thruxton today. Let's hope Mark Willis, yeah, he looks a bit shaken there. Well, a slightly worrying end, it has to be said, to our pickup truck race there. Mark Willis has been classified in second place. Rhys Jones is your winner. The main thing is that Mark Willis and Jamie Liptrot both appear to be okay. Ian is down in the pits in the meantime in a moment. But it was quite a scary end to our pickup truck race here. We can now hand down to Ian in the pit area.
Oh, here I am with, he's a bit taller than me actually, Rhys Jones, your race winner. Rhys, talk us through that. That was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was exciting. Probably not as exciting as the first one, but we managed to get a break in the end. But the first few laps were definitely airy. You had to stick on the outside and see if you can make it work, and it paid off.
I'll tell you what, it looked slippy out there at times, was it?
Yeah, it's slippery. The grip levels were all on tyres that have been used all weekend now, so we're starting to lose the grip.
Happy, but glad it's over?
Yeah, happy. The laps didn't seem to count down quick enough, but yeah, it was getting definitely warm out there. It was warmer than the first one.
What does it mean to get the win?
Yeah, over the moon. We need to keep drawing in points, so a bit disappointed earlier with the fourth, but yeah, we'll take it. It's all points.
Forget that. You always want to win the last one, don't you? That's what you want to do. Well done, Rhys. Congratulations. Let's keep going down as well, shall we? Let's see if we can grab a quick chat with Dale as well. See if he'll have a chat with us. Of course he will. Dale, talk us through that one. That was exciting, wasn't it?
That was.
Oh.
I don't think I had enough for the well, for Rhys or Willis, but
yeah.
Don't know what happened to Willis, but that done me a good favour. I don't see
a nice position.
Nice position. We'll take that 2 seconds over the weekend.
The only thing I will have to check TSL because of the red flag, it might go back a lap. So just double check that. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, by the way, but double check it.
I want to thank BP Mitchell and Relentless and that. They've been spot on for us and that, and hopefully they may continue with us. So.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you,
weekend. Great stuff there. Dale Gentner's second place. He's had a strong weekend in total. It's so hot in here. Even the track has caught fire. That's how scorching it is. We're not quite done just yet, though. One more race to go here this weekend at Thruxton. So it's almost over to the MG Owners Club. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
You can go to any racing paddock anywhere, not even across the country, I'm sure across the world. It really is just a big family. You need some. Yeah, I'd imagine it's struggle. I'd imagine after this weekend, yeah, tensions are rather high. But yeah, it's just.
Okay, so we're going to face a bit of a clear up here, as you can appreciate, with two trucks having sadly caught fire. The main thing is both drivers appear to be okay. They will be just given a check-up by the medics. Thank you again to our volunteer marshals, the medical staff, and indeed everyone else here, the recovery crews as well. Here they've had a busy day here at Thruxton. Provisional result then as follows, taken from the end of lap 10. Rhys Jones the winner ahead of Mark Willis and Dale Gents. Mark Willis classified in second on countback. Alan Cooper was fourth ahead of Danny Hunn, then Dean Tompkins in sixth, Tom Hutchins in seventh, Roger Dormer eighth, and Gavin Pike, Jeff Simpson. George Taricki ended up in 11th place after that tangle. He will keep his points lead though. Jamie Liptrot was the cause of the red flag, so I don't think he'll be classified. So I think we'll have just 11 finishers there because we lost Pat Keeley into the pits. Michael Smith, Paul Tompkins and Neil Tressler all dropped out, and Richard Ayling didn't take the start. Mark Willis, I think, will be classified because the fire on his truck, I think, started after the red flags had come out. We'll wait and confirm on that. You can see that on TSL timing later on. One further race scheduled, but there will be a pause here while excuse me, the track is cleared. Next up, we'll have our final race of this weekend here at Thruxton, which is the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And we can hear from some of the drivers ahead of the action.
Welcome down everybody to Parc Ferme. Of course, it's almost time for the second MG Owners and actually the final race of the weekend as well. Let's have a quick chat with Davis here, a very sparkly Davis too. The paint job on this car is absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
It was entirely my wife's idea.
I'm not surprised actually, but how was race one for you?
It's quite a new car. It's not been very successful. It is awful to drive. I think I need to do a little bit more work on it yet. It's quite frightening trying to hold on to it out the back there. But it looks nice, doesn't it?
Well, it looks, I was expecting a bit more positivity, but yeah, it certainly looks good. The race two, just hang on then, I guess.
Well, I'm the only MGF here, so the chances are I could win my class if I finish both of them.
Got to finish her.
Got to finish. Just got one last thing to say. Hello, Hazel. I told you I'd get on the telly.
Yeah, you did. Good luck. Anyway, thanks for talking to us. We really do appreciate it. Let's head over here as well. Let's keep going. We've got time for one more. How are you doing? How was race one?
Hot.
That's been the buzzword today. Hot, and it's understandable, isn't it? How much does the heat affect the cars?
You just get hot inside. It's not the actual car that gets hot. It's just you drive.
No issues with tyres or anything then?
Tyres start getting pissed off at the end. But other than that, no, it's a good race for me. I only started last year, and I'm sort of hovering between 6th and 8th, and I think that's what I did today. So
you've got a big smile on your face. That's what's important.
That's what it's all about. Yeah.
And you've got to do it all again, though. Don't forget. Ready?
Awesome.
Best of luck for race two. It's all good too. It's all right. A lot of fun and games here in Parc Ferme. Almost time for race two of the MG Owners Club. Take it away, Dave Goddard.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. We'll hopefully see the MGs out on track soon. They're down in the assembly area at the moment. So I've got a quick update first of all on a change to the result for the Jaguars, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Unfortunately, Mike Seaborn, 4th place and winner of Class 2 in Race 2, has been excluded from the result. His car failed post-race scrutineering. It was found to be underweight, unfortunately. So he's been removed from the result. That gives Alistair McGregor the Class B win. So bad luck to Mike Seaborn. We'll give you the grid in a second for the second race of the weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, scheduled to be a 20-minute race. This is the second fastest times in qualifying that will set the grid for this race. So Steve McDermott and Jack Woodcock on the front row. Second row, William Sharp. I don't think he's going to be starting, unfortunately. His engine failed in the first race. I can't see him in the assembly area, so Meninda Golhar will start there alone. Mark Grant and Phil Walker on row 3. Row 4, it's Paul Buzzing and Jake McDermott. Andy Heitman and Anthony Bates in the Maestro on row 5. Ray Ferguson on row 6 alongside Darryl Davis in the MGF. Row 7 is the first of the Classics, David Amphlett alongside Stuart Phillips. He takes over the number 33 car shared with Matt Gozalvez. James Pryor, he was involved in that collision in the first race, starts alongside Greville Dare. Hopefully they're both back out, along with Carl Bate, number 71, and number 2, Jim Bainham, will join the back of the grid. Once again, he missed qualifying yesterday. The last of our 22 races here at Thruxton this weekend. It's been a very long weekend, but marshals have worked very hard indeed to get us through the programme, and all the other officials as well. Thank you Very much indeed to them all. You see Mark Willis's truck being recovered there. The main thing is Mark and Jamie Liptrot appear to be okay. So there will be a short pause while the trucks are recovered, and we'll get the MGs out onto track as soon as we are able. I think we can head back down to the paddock with Ian, who's got a final round of interviews for us.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the paddock. We still have another race to go, the MG Owners Club, but as you've probably gathered, we have a little bit of a delay. We believe there's some fuel spill on the track round at Church, which obviously needs to get cleaned up. Now, it's been a very busy weekend. As we know, it's been very hot. We might have mentioned it once or twice. However, the heat is good for some people, and I've got a sneaky feeling over here, if we could find them, that business has gone quite well this week. And how's business been this week? I bet it's been good, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been good.
How many ice creams have you sold this weekend?
Too many.
Too many? Have you sold out?
Single cones, yeah.
Any 99 still on the go?
You can have one if you want.
Could I have one?
Yes.
I've left my wallet over there though. It's,
that old chestnut.
yeah, it's for TV.
Is it for the TV? It's wallet indoors.
I have. I generally have left my wallet indoors as well. Oh yeah, look at that. Fantastic. What can I say? Oh wow. Wow.
Do you want one, Mr. Cameraman?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, that is superb. We're also going to get one as well.
Yeah, the cameraman's one.
Okay, we'll get the cameraman one as well. Thank you so much. You had a good weekend.
I've had a blinder here. Love it here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a racing fan, but you meet all types of people in it. Listen, the people are our bread and butter, so it takes all sorts to make a world.
How'd you get those hats?
Do you want it? There you go, buddy.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
Keep it under your hat, all right? Don't say where you got it from.
Second, I wanted the first place, but thanks anyway. There you go. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. I'm glad you had a good weekend. Thanks for the ice creams. Really do appreciate it. There you go. Fantastic. What can I say? I can't say any better than that. I'll tell you who's going to be a little bit jealous of us. Mr. Pointy over here. Look, the voice of the British Truck Racing Championship. Pointy, I got myself a free ice cream. I also got myself a free hat. What do you think?
Well, I gave him the hats for the free ice cream, so I've already had a free ice cream, so I'm glad you've all got a hat.
I really mean that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have you had a good weekend anyway, mate?
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic, hasn't it? I mean, I think we're all well and truly sweated out now, though. I think everyone's looking forward to just getting back in the air-conditioned car and sitting in traffic on the motorway.
A303.
Yeah, A303. Is that what it is? Yeah, that one. An A road. Have you had a good weekend?
I've had a great weekend, yeah. The trucks have been a real highlight, haven't they?
Tables going? It's gone. Health and safety.
Blooper reel.
That's it. Put it in the best of bits. Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely fantastic. The amount of spectators we've had for the Convoy event, the amount of show trucks we had, the weather we've had, the racing that we've had from all of the different series, not just the trucks. It's been phenomenal, hasn't it, really?
I've got a fly trying
to get your ice cream. You've got to fly in your ice cream.
Oh, no, I do as well. Look, a green fly in my ice cream. Let's get rid of that. Who's impressed you the most here?
This is how not to transport people around the back. Yeah. Wanted to make sure his compressor got home safe.
Health
Very
and
attached.
safety,
Exactly, yeah. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Who's impressed you the most?
Truck-wise, I've got to say Michael Oliver. I mean, you know, he came away with the first place podium. It was a real battle the entire race. When they red flagged it, he was still doing very well. He was still. It wasn't a rewind race. He stayed in first place the entire time, and you know, you could tell the amount of passion and excitement and joy that he got from that trophy, and that's what it's all about. You know, the reverse grids are there to give everybody an even chance of seeing that podium. All you've got to do is make it stick. Now, agreeably, that's easier said than done, but he obviously did today, and he's gone away happy.
Fantastic point, It's been a pleasure as always.
Pleasure
Take care.
you, Ian.
Thank you, kind words. Let's just keep going around. I did see Stuart Oliver around here actually. A lot of work. Hey, buddy. A lot of work goes on now to closing down, doesn't it? Let's keep on going. Let's see if we just grab Stuart Oliver over here. As well, hey everyone. Stuart, a lot of work goes into not only the racing, but getting everything packed up as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. The work doesn't stop when the checkered flag comes out for the last time. No, it's there's a few hours work, but it's good. It's a team effort. It's like it's like I get the easy job out on the track. There's a lot of work has to go into it off the track.
It's been quite a successful weekend for you, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It was a pity that red flag came out just when it did. I was in the front, but it goes back a lap. That's where it lies. But I'm pleased for Steve Powell and delighted with Michael. Having a win here because it's not easy. It's really isn't. So
got to be hat up because I can't see
oh.
it, and I've got ice cream.
That's right. Well, I better let you get on with your ice cream.
I'm going to eat my ice cream.
Right.
Stuart. Great to see you again. Fantastic stuff. Right, everything is packing up. The trucks are still here. My ice cream is melting at a rate of knots. I'm going to head off actually and find out when the MG Owners Club race is going to get underway. So hopefully I'll be back shortly. It's good to finish my ice cream. I'll hand back to Dave to get this done because it's dripping absolutely everywhere.
Okay, looks like we are now shortly going to resume with track action. The 30-second board has been held aloft in the assembly area, so the countdown is underway for our final race of the weekend, the 2022 Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. This is round number 8. Will it be 8 wins out of 8 for Steve McDermott from pole position in the number 1 machine? We can see a gap in the assembly area where Will Sharp should have been. His engine failed at the end of race 1, sadly. Is it going to be a straight fight between McDermott and Jack Woodcock? We've got the other classes to consider as well. So out they come then. We can make certain that there's no other absentees from this race. There's Melinda Golhart, Mark Grant, Phil Walker, Paul Buzzing, Jake McDermott, and Heitman, Bates, Ferguson, Darryl Davis in the MGF, David Amphlett, Stuart Phillips now at the wheel of the 33 car. Has James Pryor been able to repair? Let's have a look further back. Yes, he's there. Looks like Greville Dare is not, so he's the only other car missing. So that's Tangle chicane in race 1. Carl Bates is there, and there's Jim Bader.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, and a big thank you to the marshals for getting everything sorted out with the recovery of our pickups. And we're going to talk you through the last race of the weekend. What a fantastic weekend it's been, and lovely to finish things off with the MG Owners Club second race. It was great for Fergus Campbell for race 1, and Jack's going to do the honours with me for race number 2. But it's been a good weekend, Jack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. The weather has definitely looked after us. And maybe a little bit too much because feeling, well, from looking at you, feeling a little bit sore. Definitely got my miles in throughout the paddock, but it's been great to see everybody here. The outside the car park, the spectators, banking has been brilliant. It's still well and truly, and it's nice to see that everybody's had a good day and everybody's sticking with us right until the end of the day. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. And the race, it's been absolutely there's just been some brilliant battles in all formulas, and the drivers as well. They've been more than welcome to a microphone being stuffed in their face. So I've got to say thank you everybody that's played a part, to spectate anything like that just by being here. It's made the weekend a brilliant place to be.
Yeah, excellent. My first time working with you. I hope we don't get to do it again. It's been a pleasure, mate, and give my regards to your dad. She's good. Actually, I do remember when I was talking about Marlborough. Your dad probably do. Everyone says Marlborough.
I hope so. It'll be nice. I'm not sure where he
it will be, yeah. And of course, watching that part yesterday, maybe, but I'm not sure whether you might see it back here, potentially, that'll be good. But we still have one more race to jump to Lancaster Insurance Championship. They're racing this morning with Ted. I think it's probably the best way to put it. You saw a lot more than I did, even from the infield. I thought this is their first race. It's going to be like a big race. Next up from Mark and Phil Walker, Buzzing and Jake McDermott next up. Andy Heitman, 60 best result.
Cars coming up to the grid then for our final race of the weekend here at Thruxton. What an extraordinary weekend it has been. Let's finish with a cracker from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Steve McDermott on pole, Jack Woodcock alongside, a gap on row 2 where Will Sharp should have been. McDermott looking to make it 8 wins out of 8 this year. Battling Class B will be between Jake McDermott and Anthony Bate in the Maestro. Darryl Davis, the lone MGF. In Class A it should be David Amphlett and Jim Bainham fighting it out. Jim Bainham missed the first couple of rounds this year. He starts from the rear of the grid here. Just into line there at the back. The all clear is given. 20 minutes of racing to come then to round out this Convoy on the Plain weekend here at the Thruxton Circuit.
We will be able to go racing for the final time this weekend. Keep an eye on the board, keep an eye out on the lights.
Waiting for the red lights to come on. No sign of the 5-second board or the red lights at the moment. Now the 5-second board appears. Red lights are on, and off they go. Down towards Allard for what should be the final time this weekend. We get underway with Steve McDermott and Jack Woodcock already clear of the rest of the field. Good start by Stuart Phillips through the middle there. Not such a good start for Andy Heitman in the ZR there, the yellow and black number 60. We head up towards the complex for the first time, and it's McDermott who leads. Woodcock in second place, already clear of the number 83 of Walker in third position. He's got ahead of Maninder Golhar. Fifth place is Mark Grant in the orange number 46. David Amphlett has got the lead of the classic class further back for the MGBs. Looks like it's James Pryor in second place in his repaired car. Jim Bainham challenging him further back. Leaders are already out onto the back of the circuit. It's Steve McDermott who leads the way. Maninder Golhar attacking for third position. Everybody away cleanly around the first half of the opening lap of this 20-minute race. Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. 83 coming under fire, that's Phil Walker. He's got ahead of Maninder Golhar. That's the fight for third place as Jack Woodcock tries to keep pace with our race leader Steve McDermott. McDermott on the left, Woodcock on the right. Grant in fifth position. Paul Buzzing is up into sixth position. First four start to close up a little as they come down into chicane for the first time. It's McDermott who leads, looking for win number 8 out of 8 this season. Over the curbs there goes the 29 of Maninder Golhar. Scored his first podium of the season in race 1 earlier. Grant Buzzing, the younger McDermott. Jake in 7th place. He leads Class B. Ahead of Anthony Bates. McDermott has dropped back there. He's down behind David Amphlett. So a poor first lap for McDermott. It is Anthony Bates who leads in Class B. Jim Bainham still at the back of the field in car number 2. It's been a bit of a sort out there towards the end of the opening lap. There is Bates ahead of Stuart Phillips in the 33. Next is Darryl Davis in the MGF. It's towards the bottom end of the top 10. Mark Grant under fire from Paul Buzzing for 5th position. Out on the back of the circuit, Darryl Davis coming under fire from Andy Heitman. He's got Ray Ferguson in the invitation class ZR behind him. Has a look on the inside there as they come towards Church. And we've got the Class A leader, which is David Amphlett. He's got ahead of the Class B ZR of Jake McDermott. They make their way into the chicane.
Really pushing forward, desperate to try and get into that top 3. Steve McDermott, by the looks of that, he was 1.4 of a second last time.
Long way to go yet, plenty could still change. Less than a second in it for the lead. McDermott ahead of Woodcock. Pulled out about half a second on that second lap. Darryl Davis being chased down by Ray Ferguson. Here comes Jake McDermott up the inside, takes Andy Heitman. Here's Meninda Golhar side by side with the 83 of Phil Walker. Retakes 3rd place coming out of the complex. The Golhar family have been racing this championship for many years now. First two starting to eke out an advantage, McDermott and Woodcock. Golhar now back ahead of Walker. He's starting to tow back up onto the 2 leaders. That's a good drive by Meninda Golhar. Seen him appear once this year already at Castle Combe. Can McDermott make it out 8 out of 8? There's a battle further back. The MGB's fighting it out again. Carl Bates, number 71, coming under fire from Jim Bainham in the number 2. James Pryor up ahead of them in car number 4.
This is definitely less than 9 tenths of a second, and Jack Woodcock is putting the championship leader, the defending champion, under a bit of pressure as they go around Allard.
Readers over the lines completes lap number 3, and Jack Woodcock was the fastest lap of the race, so he's starting to close down the lead to Steve McDermott. Are we going to see McDermott beaten for the first time this year? Jack Woodcock is his first full season in the championship. He's only a young gun. Golhar in 3rd place. Then it is the 83 of Phil Walker. They're clear of Mark Grant, who's some 7.8 seconds back in that 5th position ahead of Paul Buzzing. Hopefully no repeat of Paul's brake problems in the previous round at Silverstone. We saw him collide with one of the MGFs and put him out of the second race. Anthony Bates in 7th place ahead of Stuart Phillips. Ferguson and Jake McDermott have now got ahead of Darryl Davis further back in the MGF. There's Anthony Bates leading Class B. He's in 7th position. Ferguson leads the invitation class. Darryl Davis Class F, and the MGB's further back, Class A for Abingdon, being led by David Amphlett, their championship leader. Paul Buzzing starting to close down Mark Grant. This is a battle for 5th position. First 4 are well clear of these two. Quicker lap by McDermott that time through. He did a 1:33.020. 3/4 of a second his lead over Jack Woodcock. Meninda Golhar in 3rd place. Then we've got Philip Walker in 4th. Ray Ferguson trying to close down Jake McDermott. There is Darryl Davis, and that's a wonderfully retro liveried MGF with the metal flake design, almost like a classic street rod on that number 75. Used to race in the Maestro days. Done some historic saloon racing as well. Jake McDermott up on the curb in the 67. This is the battle for 9th place overall. This is the battle for 5th overall. Mark Grant ahead of Paul Buzzing. Here come the leaders, and the gap is still less than a second between McDermott and Woodcock. Here's a replay of Andy Heitman coming into the pits in his ZR, so we've lost the number 60. Down to 15 runners. Up towards Allard, and then the complex once again. The second, third and fourth fairly spread out now. The two leaders still less than a second apart. Golhar in a safe third ahead of Walker. And the pairing of Grant and Buzzing further back. Still holds back Buzzing. This is a good run by Paul Buzzing. His first year of racing this year in the 21. Mark Grant in, I think, his second, made his debut last season. Anthony Bates still leads Class B on his own in 7th place. There is Stuart Phillips running well in 8th. And Ferguson and Jake McDermott side by side. They head round Church. McDermott round the outside. Seems to have cured those understeer problems from race 1. Now there is Jim Bainham. He's got ahead of Carl Bates further back and James Pryor. So up into 2nd in Class A. And to chase down David Amphlett. Exactly 1 second between the two leaders. Here's a battle at the rear of the field. James Pryor coming up to the chicane on the tail of Carl Bates. See a little bit of damage to Carl Bates' passenger door there from the tangle in race 1 involving a few of the MGBs. Chicane come the two leaders. What's the gap going to be this time? Looks like it's down to less than a second again, so Jack Woodcock trying to push on. So what the gap is as they cross lines, 0.85 of a second now. There's the lone MGF. Bit of a shame for Darryl Davis that none of his rivals sadly present this weekend. You see the class leaders confirmed. Anthony Bates, the leader of Class B. David Amphlett in Class A. Oh, and that's Maninder Golhar out. He was fighting for 3rd with Phil Walker. Sadly, the ZR has pulled up into the pits. Maninder out of the race, so it's Phil Walker now in 3rd place. Mark Grant is in 4th. Holding off Paul Buzzing. That battle now for 4th place. Anthony Bates up into the top 6 overall. Here's the scrap between the two MGBs towards the tail of the field. Carl Bates ahead of James Pryor. They're not too far behind. Another of the MGBs there, that of Jim Bainham. Anthony Bates is being reeled in by the 33 of Philps. Jake McDermott and Ray Ferguson continue their battle, the invitation class runner and the second man in Class B. Buzzing is getting closer to Grant again in the fight for fourth. This is for sixth position because Stuart Philps has caught Anthony Bate. The MGZR should be quicker than the Maestro through here. Up alongside and goes through. The Maestro switches back to the outside into the chicane. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? Looks like the ZR has done it. Yes, Stuart Philps is through. Right over the curb on the inside, just about gets it turned back. Up and over the line they go. Jake McDermott, then Ray Ferguson. Six and a half minutes of this race to go. Through the complex go the midfielders. Steve McDermott's lead now up to 1.5 seconds over Jack Woodcock. There is the leader in Class A. David Amphlett will see what his gap is over Jim Bainham this time through. He's over 10 seconds ahead, so it's looking good for the points leader in Class A. It's looking good for Steve McDermott to make his 8 overall wins out of 8 this year. There is David Amphlett, running in 11th overall. He's about just under 8 seconds back on Daryl Davis in the MGF at the moment, in 10th place. Still Mark Grant able to hold off Paul Buzzing for 4th position. Here come your leaders, and the gap has come down a little on that last lap. Woodcock taking just over half a second out of the number 1 of McDermott. To lap James Pryor in the number 4 MGB. Against Carl Bate won't be far ahead either.
Like you mentioned, that is now a class lead change. A little bit of traffic, so Steve McDermott controlling this race at the front.
Mark Grant a little bit sideways there, coming out of Church. It's going to allow Paul Buzzing to attack into the chicane. There's Phil Walker in a rather lonely 3rd place now after Melinda Golhar dropped out. We've got 4 minutes of this race to go. Battle in Class B, and Anthony Bates has dropped back. He's lost out to Jake McDermott there, so a bit of time lost by Anthony Bates. We saw Stuart Philps get through. There he is in 6th position, and Jake McDermott recovering from a slow start up into 7th now. Ray Ferguson in the invitation class car just behind.
The 2 main pit drivers,
3 minutes to go now. McDermott's lead is back up to 1.2 seconds. Steve McDermott, that is, in the overall lead. And the 2 leaders over 20 seconds clear of Phil Walker now. He, in turn, is 14 seconds clear of the battle between Grant and Buzzing. Just between those 2 for victory. There's David Amphlett. He's over 10 seconds back on Daryl Davis now. And where is Jim Bainham in relation to him? Still 10 seconds down. So David Amphlett in no danger of losing his Class A lead. Buzzing has dropped back a little there from Mark Grant now. Took the lap times as they cross the line. Stuart Phillips closing on them as well. Personal best for Anthony Bate that time through as he starts to close back up on Jake McDermott, because they are fighting for the Class B lead. Anthony Bate is still unbeaten in Class B so far. He'll want to keep up his record. Coming towards the end of this final race of the weekend here at Thruxton then, for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We are on the last lap now. 1 second separates Steve McDermott and Jack Woodcock. Looks like it is going to be 8 wins out of 8 for Steve McDermott. Coming up to lap, Daryl Davis in the MGF. Up towards the chicane for the last time. I don't think Jack Woodcock's going to get close enough here. He's going to try his hardest as they come up on the back marker there. Woodcock, he is trying. Look at this. Oh, he's cut across the chicane there. McDermott holds the lead. And it's going to be 8 wins out of 8 this year for Steve McDermott. He met the back marker at the worst possible moment there, but he takes the win. 8 out of 8 for Steve McDermott this year. Jack Woodcock comes over in second. 0.8 of a second was the winning margin. David Amphlett, a lap down, comes in to win Class A. That keeps his points lead in that division. Jim Bainham comes over in second in the class, some 9 seconds down. There's Carl Bates, he will be third in Class A. James Pryor, the other finisher there. There he is in the MGB GT. Phil Walker comes in third overall and third of the ZRs. Here's Paul Buzzing, he's got Stuart Phillips on his tail, so fourth is going to go to Mark Grant. Who's going to be fifth? Stuart Phillips is going to try and make a move out of the chicane. Is he going to get there? It's going to be side by side across the line. Have to look at the time of that one. Paul Buzzing just got it. Next home is Jake McDermott. He hands Anthony Bates his first defeat of the season in Class B. Then it's Ferguson and Daryl Davis, the final finisher, a lap down. I was going to say the final finisher on the lead lap, but he was a lap down. Apologies there. Then Amphlett, Bainham, Bates and Pryor. We lost Meninda Golhart and Andy Heitman.
When they were coming through, I think they backed off to make sure he did another lap. This car I know that no
As the result confirmed, then Steve McDermott, the winner by 0.82 of a second to continue his unbeaten run for 2022. Jack Woodcock second, and it was Phil Walker in third place. Mark Grant fourth, And Buzzing and Philps making it an all ZR top 6, and the 7th ZR was the B class winner, Jake McDermott, ahead of Anthony Bates. Ray Ferguson wins the invitation class in 9th place overall. Darryl Davis, the MGF class winner. Then the Class A cars for the Classic MGs, David Amphlett ahead of Jim Bainham, Carl Bates and James Pryor. We lost Meninda Golhar into the pits, likewise Andy Heitman earlier.
Great weekend it's been. We've run through the 2022 Lancaster Insurance MG Class Championship race. We're 22nd race.
Well, we'll shortly be able to hand down to Ian Waterhouse for the final round of interviews in Parc Fermé this weekend.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé for the last time this weekend. Yes, I'm a little bit sad, I have to say, but let's keep it going down. A man who isn't sad is going to be Steve McDermott, because he has made it a pair of wins here this weekend at Thruxton. Clearly, the fastest circuit in the UK works for him, doesn't it? Let's go grab him once again before everybody else jumps in, gets all the camera. Steve, that's how you do that, isn't it? Perfect weekend, all right?
Yeah.
So I'll let you get your helmet off first. You take your helmet off. We've got a lot of people here still as well.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's my boy's first outing. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's only ever done one track day. He's come here and he's just won his class.
We're going to go grab a word of him. Number 83, yeah?
Stonking, Jake McDermott. Yeah, he's done a...
Right, I'm sorry, Steve. We're going to leave you in a second. Just quick word. Great weekend for you. Pair of wins. How was that?
Yeah, double bubble. I couldn't ask for better. Brilliant. That was excellent. It was on me the whole time. Absolutely excellent race.
Brilliant.
Couldn't ask for more.
Do you mind if I ignore you now and go chat to Jake? Is that all right? He's in 83. Let's go have a chat with him. First ever weekend. He's probably not even old enough to drive on the roads. Oh, you're not him. Let's go. Sorry. Sorry. We're trying to find him. He said it's the wrong way, Steve. He said it's the wrong way. Let's go get him. He's down here, 67. There he goes. There he is. Let's make sure he's actually old enough to drive. Here he is.
Oh, what's this about?
Well, we have to come chat to you, Jake, because first ever race weekend. How's it been?
Absolutely incredible.
Are you even old enough to drive on the main roads?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Only just, though.
Only just. No, I mean, it was fantastic, the first race.
Yeah.
I was overdriving it a bit. I mean, I think I had a bit too much...
yeah, but you're going to, though, aren't you, on your first race? You weren't going to go for it.
Ego got the best of me, I think. And yeah, I scrubbed the life out of them tyres.
Yeah.
But I took what I've been told, and obviously I had a terrible start, dropping back about how many places, but then I just thought, right, it's now or never.
Yeah.
So I had to gain everything back. But yeah, no, I'm thrilled. I'm over the moon.
Well, I know old man's very proud over there. So go and get yourself out and go celebrate. Have a chat with him. Great stuff there. And what a weekend it has been. I'll tell you something. I am going to go jump in an ice bath as well, because I've caught the sun a little bit. If you think I've caught the sun, you want to see our cameraman. he is bright red. So we better let him get back into the shade, don't we? Thanks so much for watching. I'm going to hand back to Dave to close out. Thank you.
Well, that does wrap up a superb weekend of racing here at the fastest circuit in the UK at Thruxton. Whether you were cars or trucks, that was absolutely first-class racing all weekend. I have to say, the highlights for me being the truck racing, the pickups, and also the pre-83 touring cars. They put on some excellent displays as ever. And, of course, the Super Tourers, my personal favourites. So great to see them here again. We'll see them back out a little later in the season. We're next on air from Donington Park in a few weeks' time. But for now, we must say, first of all, a huge thank you to all the volunteer marshals. A special thank you to them today. They've had plenty of incidents to deal with, including that rather scary fire in the pickup truck race. That was dealt with in absolutely exemplary fashion, I have to say. So well done to all the fire marshals for dealing with that incident in top-class fashion. Thank you to all the other officials here, the medical staff, the recovery crews, and all the other officials here at Thruxton and from the British Automobile Racing Club for making this event possible. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment, and thank you to their backup crews in the paddock as well. thanks to Ian and Pointy for their efforts down in the paddock and park Ferme as well. We'll see you in a few weeks' time for our next action here on BARC TV. We must thank all our camera crews as well for bringing us the action. But until then, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at the Thruxton Circuit from all of us here on BARC TV. We'll see you soon. Thanks very much for watching, and goodbye.